Our Game by David Baldacci. Chapter 1. The man in the rain slicker walked slightly bent over, his breathing labored and his body sweaty. The extra weight he was bearing, though not all that substantial, was awkwardly placed, and the terrain was uneven. It was never an easy thing to tote a dead body through the woods in the middle of the night. He shifted the corpse to his left shoulder and trudged on. The soles of his shoes bore no distinguishing marks, not that it would have mattered, since the rain quickly washed away any traces of footprints. He checked the forecast. The rain was why he was here. The inclement weather was the best friend he could ask for. Aside from the dead body draped over his sturdy shoulder, the man was also remarkable for the black hood he wore, on which was stitched an esoteric symbol that ran down the length of the cloth. It was a circle with crosshairs through its middle, probably instantly recognizable to anyone over the age of 50. The logo once inspired a dread that had significantly eroded with time. It didn't matter that no one alive would see him wearing the hood. He took grim satisfaction in its lethal symbolism. Within 10 minutes, he'd reached the location he'd carefully selected on an earlier visit and laid the body down with a reverence that belied the violent manner in which the person had died. He took a deep breath and held it as he undid the telephone wire, holding the bundle closed, and unwrapped the plastic. She was young with features that had been attractive 2 days prior. The woman was not much to look at now. The soft blonde hair fell away from the greenish-tinged skin, revealing closed eyes and bloated cheeks. Had the eyes been open, they might have still held the startled gaze of the deceased as she endured her own murder, an experience replicated roughly 30,000 times each year in America. He slid the plastic all the way free and laid the woman on her back. Then he let out his breath, fought the urge to retch caused by the stench of the body, and sucked in another lungful of air. Using one of his gloved hands and his light, he searched for and found the small forked branch that he'd earlier placed in the bramble nearby. He used this to support the woman's forearm, which he'd positioned such that it was pointing to the sky. The body's rigor mortis, though rapidly fading, had made the task difficult, but he was strong and had finally levered the stiffened limb to the correct angle. He took the watch out of his pocket, checked with his flashlight to make sure it was set properly, and placed it around the dead woman's wrist. Though far from a religious man, he knelt over the body and muttered a brief prayer, cupping his hand over his mouth and nose as he did so. You weren't directly responsible, but you were all I had. You didn't die in vain, and I believe you're actually better off. Did he really believe what he had just said? Maybe not. Maybe it didn't matter. He looked at the dead woman's face, studying her features scrupulously, as though a scientist observing a particularly fascinating experiment. He had never killed another person before. He'd made it quick, and he hoped painless. In the dull, misty night, the woman seemed surrounded by a yellowish glow, as though she'd already become a spirit. He drew farther back and examined the area all around, checking for any extraneous items that might lead to evidence against him. He discovered only a piece of cloth from his hood that had caught on a bush near where the body lay. Careless, you can't afford that. He placed it in his pocket. He spent several more minutes looking for other such items nearing microscopic size in the world of criminal investigation. It was these forensic no-see-ums that did one in: a single drop of blood, semen or saliva, a smudge of fingerprint, a hair follicle with a bit of DNA-littered root attached, and the police could be reading you your rights while prosecutors circled hungrily nearby. Unfortunately, even full awareness of that reality offered little protection. Every criminal, no matter how careful, left potentially incriminating material at the crime scene. Thus, he'd taken great care to have no direct physical contact with the dead woman, as though she were an infectious agent that could cause a fatal disease. He rolled up the plastic and pocketed the telephone cord, checked the watch once more, and then slowly made his way back to his car. Behind him lay the dead woman, her hand upraised to the watery heavens. Her watch was slightly luminous in the dark and made a dull beacon for her new resting place. She wouldn't remain undiscovered for long. Dead bodies above ground rarely did, even in places as isolated as this. As he drove off, the hooded man used his finger to trace the symbol on his hood, making the sign of the cross at the same time. The crosshair symbol also appeared on the face of the watch he'd placed on the dead woman's wrist, That should certainly get a rise out of them. He took a breath full of excitement as well as dread. For years he had imagined that this day would never come. For years his courage had faltered. Now that the first step had been taken, he felt a great sense of empowerment and liberation. He shifted into third gear and sped up, his tires grabbing the slicked roadway and holding firm as the darkness swallowed up the lights of his blue VW. He wanted to get to where he was going as fast as possible. He had a letter to write. Chapter 2. Michelle. Maxwell picked up her pace. She'd completed the flat portion of her run through the hills around Wrightsburg, Virginia, sequestered southwest of Charlottesville, Virginia. The terrain would now grow much steeper. Maxwell was a former Olympic rower who'd subsequently spent 9 intense years in the Secret Service. Consequently, the 5'10" woman was in remarkable physical shape. However, an enormous high-pressure system had parked over the entire mid-Atlantic, making this spring day unusually humid, and her muscles and lungs were beginning to strain as she headed up an incline. A quarter of the way through her run, she'd put her shoulder-length black hair into a ponytail, though stubborn strands still found their way into her face. She'd left the Secret Service to start a private investigation firm in this small Virginia town, partnering with another former Secret Service agent, Sean King. King had left the service under a dark cloud, but had become an attorney and forged a new life in Wrightsburg. The two hadn't known each other while working for Uncle Sam. Rather, they'd teamed up on a case the previous year, while Michelle was still in the service and King had become embroiled in a series of local murders. After bringing that matter to a successful conclusion and gaining some notoriety in the process, Michelle had suggested they start their own firm, and King, somewhat reluctantly, had agreed. With the reputation they'd gained from the previous case and their skills as investigators, the business had quickly become a success. There had come a lull in the work, though, for which Michelle was grateful. She was an outdoors woman, and she got as much satisfaction out of camping or running a marathon as she did busting counterfeiters or putting the clamps on a corporate spy. The woods were quiet save for the rustling branches from a moisture-laden breeze that was conjuring miniature cyclones from last winter's dead leaves. However, the sudden crack of tree branches caught Michelle's attention. She'd been told that the occasional black bear could be spotted around here. But if she did encounter an animal, it was far more likely to be a deer, squirrel, or fox. She thought nothing more of it, although she took comfort in the pistol riding in the clip holster attached to her fanny pack belt. As a Secret Service agent, she'd never gone anywhere without her gun. Not even the toilet. One never knew where a 9mm SIG and 14 rounds might come in handy. Moments later, another sound caught her attention and kept it: running feet. In her Secret Service days, Michelle had heard many types of running feet. Most had been innocuous, others signaled a darker purpose: stealth, attack, or panic. She wasn't sure how to classify this one yet. Good, bad, or out of shape. She slowed her pace a little, using her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight breaking through the tree canopies. For a few seconds there was dead silence, then the sounds of rushing feet returned, now much closer. Okay, what she was hearing was clearly not the measured pace of a jogger. There was a level of fear in the rushed and unsteady-sounding footfalls. Off to her left now, it seemed, but she couldn't be sure. Sound tended to whipsaw here. "Hello," she called out, even as her hand reached down and took out her pistol. She didn't expect an answer and didn't get one. She chambered around but kept the safety on. As with scissors, one should avoid running with a loaded gun while the safety was off. The sounds kept coming. It was human feet. Certainly. She glanced behind her. This might be a setup. It could be done in pairs, one to draw her attention while the other got the jump on her. Well, if so, they were going to be very sorry they chose to pick on her. She stopped now as she finally locked on the sound's source. It was to the right above the knoll directly in front of her. The breathing was accelerated, the rush of legs, the crashing of underbrush seemed frenetic. In another few seconds, whoever it was would have to clear the rim of dirt and rock. Michelle slipped off her gun's safety and took up position behind a wide oak tree. Hopefully it was only another jogger and the person wouldn't even be aware of her armed presence. Dirt and pebbles shot out over the edge of the knoll, heralding the arrival of the source of all the commotion. Michelle braced herself, both hands glued around her pistol grips, ready if necessary to put a bullet between someone's pupils. A young boy burst out from the top of the knoll, was suspended in space for an instant, and then with a scream tumbled down the slope. Before he hit bottom, another boy, a little older, came into view at the knoll's crest, but caught himself in time and merely slid down the slope on his butt, flopping next to his companion. Michel would have thought they were just horsing around, except for the look of utter terror etched on both their faces. The younger one was sobbing, his face streaked with dirt and tears. The older boy pulled him up by the scruff of his shirt, and they took off running, both their faces crimson with accelerated blood flow. Michelle holstered her gun, stepped out from behind the tree, and held up her hand. "Boys, stop!" The pair screamed and shot around on either side of her in a blur. She spun around, grabbed for one, but missed. She called after them. "What's wrong? I want to help you." For an instant she contemplated sprinting after them, but despite her Olympian background, it wasn't certain she could catch two young boys whose feet were apparently jet-fueled by sheer fright. She turned back around and looked toward the top of the knoll. What could have scared them that badly? She quickly altered her line of thinking, or who could have? She looked once more in the direction of the fleeing boys. Then she turned back and cautiously made her way up in the direction the kids had come from. Okay, this is getting a little dicey. She thought about using her cell phone to call for help, but decided to check things out first. She didn't want to call the cops in, only to discover the boys had been spooked by a bear. At the top of the knoll, she easily found the path the two had used. She slipped through the narrow trail, erratically carved by their frantic flight. It ran for about 100 feet and then opened into a small clearing. From here the path was less certain, but then she spotted the piece of cloth dangling on the lower branch of a dogwood, and she made her way through this cleft in the forest. 50 feet later she came to another clearing, this one larger, where a campfire had been doused. She wondered if the boys had been camping here, and indeed been frightened by some animal. And yet they'd had no camping gear on them, and there was none here in the clearing, and the fire didn't look all that recent. No, something else is going on. In an instant, the direction of the wind changed and drove the smell deep into her nostrils. She gagged, and her eyes assumed their own level of panic. She'd experienced that unmistakable smell before. It was putrefied flesh, human flesh. Michelle pulled her tank shirt up and over her mouth and nose, trying to breathe in the stink of her own sweat, rather than the rank odor of a decomposing body. She made her way around the perimeter of the clearing. At 120 degrees on her mental compass, she found it, or her. In the brush that ran along the fringe of the clearing, the hand was sticking up, like the dead woman was waving hello, or in this case, goodbye. Even from this distance, Michelle could see that the greenish skin on the arm was slipping down off the bone. She scooted around to the upwind side of the body and took a replenishing breath. She ran her gaze along the corpse, but kept her gun ready, though the stench from the body, its discoloration, and the skin slippage showed the woman had been dead for quite some time. It could have been recently dumped here, and the killer still nearby. Michelle had no desire to join the lady's fate. The sun was glinting off something on the woman's wrist. Michelle drew closer and saw that it was a watch. She glanced down at her own watch. It was 2:30. She sat back on her haunches, her nose cemented into her armpit. She called 911, calmly telling the dispatcher what she'd found and her location. After that, she called Sean King. "Do you recognize her?" he asked. "I don't think her own mother would know her, Sean. I'm on my way. Just stay on your guard. Whoever did it might come back to admire his handiwork." "Oh, and Michelle," said King. "Yeah? Can't you just start running on a treadmill?" She clicked off, took up a position as far away from the body as she could while still keeping it in view, and maintained a sharp lookout. The nice day and endorphin-churning run in the beautiful foothills had suddenly taken on a grim veneer. Funny how murder had a way of doing that. Chapter 3. The small clearing was seeing quite a bit of activity, all of it man-made. A wide area had been cordoned off with yellow police tape intertwined among the trees. A two-person forensics team was foraging for clues directly around the crime scene, analyzing things that seemed far too small to be of any significance. Others hovered over the body of the dead woman, while still others were threading their way through the surrounding woods and underbrush looking for items of interest and possibly the ingress and egress of the killer. One uniformed officer had photographed and then videotaped the entire scene. All the cops wore floater masks to guard against the stench, and yet one by one they took turns hustling into the woods to empty their stomachs. It all looked very efficient and orderly, but for a seasoned observer it was clearly bad guy 1, good guys naught. They were finding zip. Michelle stood off a ways and watched. Next to her was Sean King, her partner in the private investigation firm of King and Maxwell. King was in his 40s, 3 inches taller than the 5'10" Michelle, and had short dark hair graying at the temples. He was trim and broad-shouldered but had gimpy knees and a shoulder that a bullet had ripped into years ago during an arrest that had gone awry while he was working a forgery investigation as a Secret Service agent. He'd also once been a volunteer deputy police officer for Wrightsburg, but had resigned, swearing off guns and law enforcement for the rest of his days. Sean King had suffered through several tragedies in his life. A disgraceful end to his Secret Service career after a candidate he'd been guarding was assassinated right in front of him. A failed marriage, an acrimonious divorce, and most recently, a plot to frame him for a series of local murders that had dredged up the painful details of his last days as a federal agent. These events had left King a very cautious man, unwilling to trust anyone, at least until Michelle Maxwell hurtled into his life. Though their relationship had started off on very rocky ground, she was now the one person he knew he could absolutely rely on. Michelle Maxwell had started life at a dead run, streaking through college in 3 years, winning an Olympic silver medal in rowing and becoming a police officer in her native Tennessee before joining the Secret Service. Like King, her exit from the federal agency hadn't been pleasant. She'd lost a protectee to an ingenious kidnapping scheme. It was the first time in her life she had failed at anything, and that debacle had nearly destroyed her. While investigating the kidnapping case, she had met King. At first, she'd taken an instant dislike to the man. Now, as his partner, she saw Sean King for what he was, the best pure investigative mind she had ever been associated with, and her closest friend. Yet the two could not have been more different. While Michelle craved adrenaline highs and pushing her body to the limit with intensive, lung and limb-shocking physical activities, King preferred spending his leisure time hunting for appropriate wines to add to his collection, dabbling and owning the works of local artists, reading good books as well as boating and fishing on the lake that his home backed to. He was an introspective man by nature. He liked to think things out thoroughly before taking action. Michelle tended to move at warp speed and let the pieces fall where they may. This partnership of supernova and steady glacier had somehow flourished. "Did they find the boys?" she asked King. He nodded. "I understand they were pretty traumatized." "Traumatized? They'll probably need therapy all the way through college." Michelle had already given a detailed statement to the local police, in the person of Chief Todd Williams. The chief's hair had become noticeably whiter after her and King's first adventure in Wrightsburg. Today, his features held a resigned expression, as though murder and mayhem were now to be expected in his tiny hamlet. Michelle watched as a slender and attractive red-haired woman in her late 30s, carrying a black satchel and a rape kit, arrived on the scene, knelt down and started examining the body. "That's the deputy medical examiner assigned to this area," King explained. "Sylvia Diaz." "Diaz, she looks more like Maureen O'Hara." George Diaz was her husband. He was a very noted surgeon in the area. He was struck by a car and killed several years ago. Sylvia used to be a professor of forensic pathology at UVA. Now she's a physician in private practice. And a deputy ME on the side. Busy woman? Any children? "No, I guess her work is her life," said King. Michelle put her hand up to her nose as the direction of the wind changed yet again, flinging the stench of the body directly at them. "Some life," she said. "God, she isn't even wearing a mask, and I'm about to hurl from back here." 20 minutes later, Diaz rose, spoke with the police, popped off her examination gloves and started snapping pictures of the body and surrounding area. Finished with that, she stowed her camera and started to walk away when she noticed King. She smiled warmly and headed toward them. Michelle whispered, "And you forgot to tell me that you two dated?" King looked at her, surprised. "We went out a few times a while back. How'd you know that?" "After spending close-up time with a dead body." "You don't get a smile like that unless there was a prior relationship. Thanks for the astute observation. But be nice. Sylvia's really wonderful. I'm sure she was, but I don't need to hear the details, Sean. Rest assured, you'll never hear the details while there's breath in my body. I see you're being quite the Virginia gentleman. No, I just don't want to be critiqued. Chapter 4, Sylvia Dees gave King a hug. That lingered a bit past friend's status, Michelle felt. And then King introduced the two women. The deputy medical examiner looked at Michelle with what the latter perceived as an unfriendly gaze. I haven't seen you in a while, Sean, Sylvia said, turning back to him. We'd been swamped with investigative work, but things have finally slowed down. So, Michelle broke in, do you have a cause of death on our corpse yet? Sylvia looked at her with a surprised expression. That's not really something I can discuss with you. I was just wondering, said Michelle innocently, since I happen to be one of the first on the scene. I guess you won't know for sure until you do the post. You'll be doing the autopsy here, won't you? Asked King. Sylvia nodded. Yes, although suspicious deaths traditionally were sent over to Roanoke. Why no longer? Asked Michelle. There used to be 4 official facilities certified to conduct autopsies in the state: Fairfax, Richmond, Tidewater, and Roanoke. However, due to the generosity of John Poindexter, a very wealthy man who was also a past Speaker of the House in the State General Assembly, we now have a certified forensics substation right here. Strange donation, a morgue, said Michelle. Poindexter's daughter was killed here years ago. Wrightsburg falls on the jurisdictional line between the medical examiner's office in Richmond and the Western District office in Roanoke. Because of that, there was a fight over which office would perform the autopsy. Roanoke finally won out. But during the transfer of the body, the vehicle was involved in an accident, and vital evidence was lost or compromised. Consequently, the girl's killer was never caught, and as you can imagine, her father was not very happy. When Poindexter died, his will left the money to build a state-of-the-art facility. Sylvia glanced over her shoulder at the body. But even with a state-of-the-art facility, the cause of death on this one might be tricky. Any idea on how long she's been dead? Asked King. A lot depends on the individual, environmental factors, and degree of decomposition. With a body dead this long, the post-mortem may give us some idea of a time frame, but that's all. I see some of the fingers have been chewed off, said King. Animals clearly? Sylvia added thoughtfully. But still there should have been more signs of invasion. They're trying to get an ID on her now, King said. What do you make of the hand posed like that? Afraid that's for the official detectives, not me. I just tell them how the victim died and collect any evidence during the post that might be useful. I played Sherlock Holmes when I first started doing this job, and I was quickly put in my place. There's nothing wrong with using your specialized knowledge to help solve a crime, commented Michelle. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Sylvia paused and said, I can tell you that the arm was braced up by the stick and that it was done deliberately. Beyond that, I'm out of ideas. She turned to King. It was good to see you again, even if it was under these circumstances. She put out her hand to Michelle, who shook it. As the woman walked off, Michelle said, I thought you said you used to date. We did. It's been over a year now. I'm not sure she got the message. I really appreciate the insight. Maybe you can read my palm next? You ready to go? Or do you want to finish your run? Thanks, but I've had enough stimulation for one day. As they passed close by the body, King stopped and stared at the hand that was still pointing to the sky, his face suddenly tense. What is it? Michelle asked, watching him closely. The watch, he said. She glanced at it, now seeing that it was set to 1 o'clock and didn't appear to be running. What about it, Michelle? It's a Zodiac watch. Zodiac? Something tells me we're going to see this person's work again, said King. Chapter 5, The Isolated Area. On a bluff overlooking one of the main channels of 30-mile-long Cardinal Lake had long been a favorite place for the teenagers in Wrightsburg to gather and perform a variety of acts their parents wouldn't approve of. The night being overcast and drizzly with a wind rattling the trees, there was only one car parked up on the bluff, but the occupants were putting on an energetic show nonetheless. The girl was already naked, her dress and undergarments folded neatly in the back seat next to her shoes. The young man was frantically trying to pull his shirt over his head, while the girl was undoing his pants. It was tough going in the cramped quarters. The shirt finally came off about the time his pants and underwear were ripped down by the hard-breathing young lady, for whom patience, at least under these circumstances, was clearly not a virtue. He slid toward the middle of the front seat after putting on a condom, and she climbed astride him, facing him. The windows of the car were fogging up now. Over her shoulder he stared out the windshield, his own breath growing faster as he closed his eyes. It was his first time, though his partner appeared far more experienced. He'd been dreaming of this moment for at least 2 years, his hormones building to levels of utter agony. He smiled as she moaned and rocked on top of him. Then he opened his eyes and stopped smiling. The figure in the black hood stared back at him through the windshield. Through the thickening condensation on the glass, he saw the shotgun muzzle come up. He started to throw the girl off him, instinctively thinking he would start the car and get out of here. He never made it. The glass exploded inward. The impact of the buckshot against her back slammed the girl into him, yet her body shielded him. Still, the collision with her head broke his nose, almost knocking him out, awash in her blood. But as yet not critically wounded, he clutched the dead body against his chest as though it were a cherished security blanket capable of warding off the bogeyman. He wanted to scream, yet couldn't. He finally let the girl go as he slid toward the driver's side. His movements were clumsy, his mind clouded. Had he been shot? He didn't know it, but he was suffering from shock, his rapidly rising and falling blood pressure dragging his body through levels of stress it wasn't designed for. He started to turn the key in the ignition when the driver's side door opened and there was the black hood again. As he stared helplessly, the shotgun muzzle glided at him like the deadliest snake in the world. The boy started to beg and then to cry, the blood pouring from his destroyed nose. He inched back away from the gunman until he bumped against the girl's body. "Please," he wailed. "No, God, no!" The 9 pellets of the shotgun blast hit him in the head with the collective force of a gigantic hammer, and he fell next to the dead girl. The front of her was unmarked, however the other side was obliterated. Looking at the girl lying there on her back, one couldn't tell what had killed the young woman. The cause of death of her boyfriend was far more obvious, considering he no longer had a face. The killer leaned his shotgun against the car's passenger side, opened the door and reached in. He placed a watch on the young man's wrist, bracing the arm up against the dash, finally wedging it between the dash and the door. Next, he fiddled with the watch that the dead girl was already wearing. Then he pulled off the cheap amethyst ring the girl had on and put it in his pocket. He lifted a St. Christopher's medal from around the young man's neck. That also went into the hooded man's pocket over the boy's body. He said, "I'm sorry, you're not personally guilty. But you were part of the original sin. You didn't die in vain. You righted a long overdue wrong. Take comfort in that." He didn't bother praying over the girl. He took an object from his pocket and laid it on the floor of the car, shut the door and lumbered off. As the rain came in through the shattered windshield, the 2 dead and naked young people seemed to be clinging to each other. On the floorboard was the object the killer had placed there. It was a dog collar. Chapter 6. Chief Williams stopped by the offices of King and Maxwell, located in a 2-story brick townhouse in the heart of the small yet posh Wrightsburg downtown. The offices had housed King's law practice before he'd taken down his legal shingle. The chief sat with his hat in his lap, eyes puffy and features strained as he filled in King and Michelle on the grisly double homicide. "I left the police force in Norfolk so I wouldn't have to deal with this sort of crap," Williams began. "My ex-wife got me to move here for the peace and quiet. Damn, was that woman wrong. No wonder we got divorced." King handed him a cup of coffee and then sat down across from him while Michelle remained perched on the edge of a leather couch. "Wait till the papers get hold of this one, and poor Sylvia. She just finished the autopsy on that girl, and then she had to do 2 more. "Who were they?" asked King. "Students at Wrightsburg High School, Steve Canny and Janice Pembroke. She was shot in the back. He took it full in the face. Buckshot. When I opened that car door, it cost me my breakfast. Hell, I'll be seeing them in my sleep for months. No witnesses. Not that we know of. It was a rainy night. Theirs were the only tire tracks up there." Michelle perked up. Right, it was raining. "So if you didn't see any tire tracks, the killer must have walked up to the car. You didn't find any traces of that?" "Most everything was washed away. There was an inch of bloody water on the floor of the car. Steve Canny was one of the most popular kids in school, football star and everything. And the girl, asked Michelle. Williams hesitated. Janice Pembroke had a reputation with the boys. As being accessible, asked King. Yes. Was anything taken? Could it have been a robbery? Not likely, although two things were missing. A cheap ring Pembroke usually wore, and Canny's St. Christopher's medal. We don't know if the killer took them or not. You said Sylvia finished the autopsies. I'm assuming you attended them. Williams looked embarrassed. I had a little problem halfway through Jane Doe's post, and I got tied up while she was doing the other autopsies. I'm waiting on Sylvia's reports, he added hastily. We don't have an official homicide detective on the force, so I figured coming here and picking your brain wouldn't be a bad thing. Any clues? Asked Michelle. Not from the first killing, and we haven't identified her yet either, though we were able to fingerprint her, and we're running those. We had a computerized facial composite done, too, which we're circulating. Any reason to believe the killings are connected? Asked Michelle. Williams shook his head. Pembroke and Canny will probably turn out to be some love triangle thing. Kids these days will kill you in a second and think nothing of it. All the crap on TV they watch. King and Michelle exchanged glances, and then he said, in the first killing, either the murderer lured the woman into the woods or forced her to go with him, or he killed her elsewhere and then carried her into the woods. Michelle nodded. If the latter, a strong man then. With the killing of the teenagers, the person might have followed them there or been waiting on the bluff. Well, that area is well known as a makeout place, if they still even call it that, said Williams. Both victims were naked. That's why I'm thinking it was maybe some boy Pembroke dumped, or a kid who was jealous of Canny. The Jane Doe in the woods will be the harder one to crack. That's where I'm going to need your help. King looked thoughtful for a moment and then said, The watch in the first murder, did you really notice it, Todd? Well, it seemed a little bulky for the girl. Sylvia said the arm the watch was on was deliberately braced up. She can't know that for sure. I saw that the watch was set to 1 o'clock, continued King. Right, but it had stopped or the stem was pulled out. King glanced at Michelle. Did you notice the make of the watch? Williams looked at him curiously. Make of the watch? It was a Zodiac watch, circle with crosshairs. Williams almost spilled his coffee. Zodiac? King nodded. It was also a man's watch. I think the killer put it on the woman. Zodiac, repeated Williams. Are you saying the original Zodiac serial killer operated in 1968 and 1969 in the Bay Area, San Fran and Vallejo, answered King. I think that Zodiac would be a little long in the tooth. There have been at least 2 Zodiac copycat killers, one in New York and another in Kobe, Japan. The San Fran Zodiac wore a black executioner's hood emblazoned with white crosshairs in a circle, the same symbol that's on the Zodiac watch. He also left a watch on his last victim, a cab driver, if I recall correctly, although it wasn't a Zodiac. However, the man suspected of being the Zodiac in San Francisco owned a Zodiac watch. They believe that's where he got the idea for the crosshairs in a circle logo he wore that earned him his nickname. The case has never been solved. Williams hunched forward in his chair. Look, this is all really speculation on your part, and quite a stretch at that. Michelle glanced at her partner. Sean, do you really think it's a copycat killer? King shrugged. If 2 people copied the original, who's to say a third person couldn't? San Francisco Zodiac wrote to the newspapers in code, one that was finally broken. The coded letters revealed that the killer was motivated by a short story titled The Most Dangerous Game. It's a story about hunting humans. A game about hunting humans, Michelle said slowly. King asked, Did either of the bodies in the car have a watch on? Williams frowned. Wait a minute, Sean. Like I said, they're totally different killings. Shotguns and... Well, I still don't know how Jane Doe died, but it wasn't by buckshot, that's for damn sure. But what about the watches? Okay, both the kids had watches on. So what, is that a crime? And you didn't notice if they were Zodiacs? No, I didn't. But then I didn't notice it on the Jane Doe either. He paused and considered something. Although Canny's arm was sort of leaning against the dash. Sort of braced up, you mean? Maybe, Williams said warily. But he got hit with a shotgun blast. No telling how that would have blown him back. Were both watches running? No. What was the time on Pembroke's watch? 2 exactly. I think so. And Canny's watch. Williams pulled out his notebook and turned some pages until he found it. 3, he said nervously. Had the watch been hit by the buckshot? I'm not sure, replied Williams. I guess Sylvia can tell us that. The girls? Looks like a piece of glass from the windshield hit it. Yet her watch read 2 and Canny's 3, said Michelle. If the girl's watch stopped at 2 when she was killed by the shotgun blast, how could the boys have stopped at 3 without being struck by anything? Williams continued to be defensive. Come on, except for this watch business, which isn't all that convincing, I don't see any connection at all. Michelle shook her head stubbornly. First killing was number 1. Jennifer Pembroke's was number 2, and Steve Canny was victim number 3. That can't be coincidental. You really need to see if the watches on Steve Canny and Jennifer Pembroke were Zodiacs, King told Williams, with a sense of urgency in his voice. Williams used his cell phone to make some calls. When he finished, the police chief looked confused. The watch found on Pembroke was hers, a Casio. Her mother confirmed it was the one her daughter wore. But Canny's father told me that his son didn't wear a watch. I checked with one of my deputies. The watch found on Canny was a Timex. King's brow furrowed. So no Zodiac watch, but Canny's was possibly planted by the killer, as it probably was in the first killing. As I recall, the San Fran Zodiac also committed a Lover's Lane killing. Most or all of his killings were also near bodies of water or places named after water. The Bluff, Canny, and Pembroke were killed on Overlook's Cardinal Lake, said Williams grudgingly. And Jane Doe wasn't that far from the lake, said Michelle. You just had to go over the crest of the hill she was on, and there's a cove right there. What I would do, Todd, said King, is start working the Zodiac watch connection. The killer had to get the watch from somewhere. Williams was looking down at his hands, his brow furrowed. What is it? Asked Michelle. We found a dog collar on the floorboard of Canny's car. We just assumed it belonged to Canny, but his father just told me that they don't own a dog. Could it have been Pembroke's? Asked King, but Williams shook his head. They all sat there puzzling this over when the office phone rang. King went to answer it and returned with a pleased expression. That was Harry Carrick, retired state Supreme Court Justice, now country lawyer. He's got a client accused of some serious things, and he wants our help. He didn't say who or what. Williams rose and cleared his throat. That would be Junior Deaver? Junior Deaver, said King. Yep, he was doing some work for the Battles. It's out of my jurisdiction. Junior's in the county lockup right now. What'd he do? Asked King. You'll have to ask Harry about that. He went to the door. I'm calling the state police in too. They've got real homicide detectives. You might want to think about involving the FBI as well, said Michelle. If this is a serial killer, VICAP can do a profile, she added, referring to the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. Never thought I'd have to fill out a VICAP form in Wrightsburg. They've simplified the paperwork a lot, she added helpfully. After the chief left, Michelle turned to King. I feel sorry for him. We'll do what we can to help. She sat back. So who your Junior Deaver in the Battles? Junior's a good old boy who's lived here all his life. On the wrong side of the tracks, you could say, the Battles are a different story. They're the wealthiest family by far around here. They're everything you'd expect to find in a good old Southern family. Meaning what exactly? Meaning they're, well, charming, quirky, slightly eccentric? You mean crazy, said Michelle. Well, every family's crazy, Michelle interrupted. Some just show it more than others. I think you'll find the Battles are right at the top of the list in that regard. Chapter 7. Harry Lee Carrick lived on a large estate on the eastern edge of Wrightsburg. As they drove over, King filled in Michelle on the jurist turned practicing attorney. He was a lawyer here years ago and then went on the local circuit court and then on to the state Supreme Court for the last 2 decades. In fact, he swore me into the Virginia State Bar. His family goes back about 300 years in the Commonwealth. You know those Lees. He's well over 70, but sharper than ever. After he left the bench, he came back here, settled down at the family estate. You said Junior was from the wrong side of the tracks. Let's say he's occasionally strayed on the other side of the law. But from what I've heard, he hasn't been in any trouble for a long time. Apparently, until now. They passed a set of wrought iron gates emblazoned with the letter C. Michelle looked around at the expansive grounds. Nice place. Harry's done well for himself, and his family certainly had money. Married? His wife died when she was young. He never remarried and doesn't have any children. In fact, he's the last of the Carricks as far as I know. They caught a glimpse of a large brick home with white columns nestled among all the mature trees. Yet King turned away from the direction of the main house and drove down a narrow gravel road, stopping in front of a small clapboard structure painted white. "What's this?" asked Michelle. "The opulent law offices of Harry Lee Carrick, Esquire." They knocked on the door, and a pleasant-sounding voice called out, "Come in!" The man rose from behind the large wooden desk, his hand outstretched. Harry Carrick was about 5'9" and slender, with fine silver hair and a ruddy complexion. He was dressed in gray slacks, a blue blazer, a white button-down shirt, and a red and white striped tie. His eyes were more the color of periwinkle than true blue, Michelle decided, and were also pleasingly impish. His eyebrows were thick and the same color as the hair. His grip was firm, and his melodious southern accent is smoothly enveloping as 3 fingers of your favorite libation and an easy chair in which to enjoy it. His energy and manner were that of a man easily 20 years younger. In short, he was the Hollywood version of what a judge should look like. Harry said to Michelle, "I was wondering when Sean would get around to bringing you to see me, so I felt compelled to take matters into my own hands." You see, he led them to chairs in one corner of the small room. Stout bookcases lined most of the wall space. The furniture all looked to be antique and well used. Cigar smoke hovered in the air like miniature cumuli, and Michelle spotted an old Remington typewriter on one side table, although there was also a PC and laser printer on Harry's magnificently carved desk. "I've altogether given in to the efficiencies of the modern age," he said, his alert eyes observing her wandering gaze. "I resisted computers until the last possible moment and then threw myself wholeheartedly into their embrace. I reserved the Remington for correspondence with certain friends of advancing years who'd consider it positively disgraceful to receive a missive on anything but monogrammed bond paper graced with the touch of the manual typewriter keys, or else my own personal scrawl, which unfortunately grows ever more indecipherable. Growing old is so darn unappealing until you consider the alternative. I'd recommend always staying young and beautiful, like you, Michelle." Michelle smiled. Harry was quite the gentleman and a charmer. He insisted on making them tea, and served it in delicately worn china cups with matching saucers. Then he settled down between them. "Junior Deaver," prompted King. "And the Battles," said Harry. "Sounds like an odd couple," remarked Michelle. "The oddest," agreed Harry. "Bobby Battle was brilliant and as tough as nails. He made his fortune through his own sweat and brains. His wife, Remy, is as fine a lady as I know, and she's made of steel, too. She'd have to be, being married to Bobby." Michelle looked at him curiously. "You said was. Is Bobby Battle deceased?" "No, but he suffered a massive stroke recently. Not too long before the incident Junior is accused of, in fact. Not sure of his recovery prospects just yet." "Is that the whole family, Bobby and Remy?" asked Michelle. "No, there's a son, Edward Lee Battle, though everybody calls him Eddie. He's about 40. Bobby's full name is Robert E. Lee Battle. We aren't related. Lee was a given name for him, quite common in these parts, as I'm sure you can understand. There was another son, Bobby Jr., Eddie's twin. He died of cancer when he was a teenager. Then there's Eddie's wife, Dorothea, and Eddie's younger sister, Savannah," added King. "She just finished up college? I understand. You said Eddie's about 40 and yet Savannah just graduated from college?" asked Michelle. Harry said, "Well, Savannah was somewhat of a surprise. Remy was over 40 when that little bundle of joy arrived." Ironically, Remy and Bobby were separated for some time before Savannah was born and looked headed toward divorce. "What was the problem?" asked King. "Remy caught him with another woman, a prostitute. It wasn't the first time Bobby had an appalling affinity for those types. That was all hushed up back then. I really thought that was going to be the last straw, but then they patched things up." "A baby will do that for you," said King. "Do they all live together?" asked Michelle. Harry shook his head. "Bobby, Remy, and Savannah live in the big house. Eddie and Dorothea live next door in what was the estate's carriage house, but which is now a separate piece of property. I've heard rumors that Savannah may move away. I imagine some of her trust fund is due upon her college graduation, said King, and probably none too soon for her, said Harry. I take it she doesn't get along with her parents, said Michelle. Let's put it this way. Bobby was very much an absent father, and she and Remy are both strong, independent women, meaning they don't agree on much. What do Eddie and Dorothea do? Asked Michelle. Harry answered. Eddie's a professional artist and avid Civil War reenactor. Dorothea has her own real estate firm and does quite well. Harry gave Michelle a mischievous grin. Folks in the battle's social circle change domestic partners at an alarming rate and thus are often in the market for new and ever more luxurious housing. While good to Dorothea's pocketbook, it must give the woman fits, remembering who's with whom on a day-to-day basis. Sounds a little like Peyton Place, said Michelle. Oh, we left Peyton Place in the dust years ago, said Harry, and now we come to Junior, added King. Harry put down his teacup and reached for a file on his desk. Junior was doing some construction work for the battles, specifically work in Remy's bedroom closet. He's good. He's even done some work for me here, and for lots of people in the area. And the crime he's accused of? Asked King. Burglary? There was a hidden cupboard in Remy's closet where she kept jewelry, cash, and other valuables. It was burglarized and the contents emptied, and there was also a secret cache in Bobby's closet that was broken into. About $200,000 worth, I understand, including, unfortunately, Remy's wedding ring, said Harry. As he gazed through the file, he added, And hell hath no fury like a woman shorn of her wedding ring. And they suspect Junior because he was doing work there? Asked Michelle. Well, a certain amount of evidence seems to pin him to the crime. Like what? Asked King. Harry ticked the points off on his fingers. The burglar accessed the house through a third-story window. The window was forced and a tool mark was left as well as a bit of metal from the tool that was matched to a crowbar owned by Junior. He also owns a ladder that would reach that window. In addition, they found shards of glass in the cuffs of a pair of his pants. They can't definitively match the glass found to the window at the battles, but it's similar. Both are tinted. You said? He forced the window, said King. Where'd the glass come from? Part of the window broke when it was forced. I suppose the theory is he got the shards when climbing through the opening. Next we have shoe prints found on the hardwood floor in Remy's bedroom. They match a pair of boots found at Junior's. There was some building material found on the floor of Remy's closet. Drywall powders, cement, wood dust, the sort of thing Junior would have had on his shoes, considering the line of work he's in. There was also some soil found there that has been matched to the ground outside of Junior's home. Similar evidence was also found in Bobby's bedroom and closet. So they maintained separate sleeping quarters? Asked Michelle. Harry raised a single thick eyebrow. Knowledge that I'm sure Remy would have preferred to keep private? Okay, that's all incriminating but still circumstantial, said King. Well, there's yet another piece of evidence, or I suppose I should say two pieces, a glove print and a fingerprint that match Junior's. A glove print, said Michelle. It was a leather glove, answered Harry, and those have definitive lines and such, just like a fingerprint, or so they tell me. But if he was wearing gloves, how did one of his prints show up? Asked King. Presumably it had a hole in one of the fingers, and Junior owned such a glove. King stared at Harry. What's Junior's story? Junior declares his innocence vigorously. He was working by himself until the early morning hours at a new house he's building for him and his family over in Albemarle County. He saw no one, and no one saw him. So there goes any alibi. When was the burglary discovered? Asked King. Remy found it around 5 in the morning after she got home from the hospital. She was in her bedroom around 8 the night before, and there were people in the house until around 11 or so. So the crime probably took place between, say, midnight and 4, clearly within the hours Junior says he was working alone on the house. And yet with all that, said Michelle, you think he's innocent, don't you? Harry met her gaze. I've represented people who were guilty before. That comes with the territory. As a judge, I've seen the culpable go free and the innocent occasionally locked up, and I've usually been powerless to do anything about it. Now, with Junior, my firm belief is that he didn't commit this crime for one simple reason. The poor fellow would no more know what to do with $200,000 worth of cash, bearer bonds, and jewels than I would trying to row my way to an Olympic silver medal in women's fours and coxswain. Michelle looked surprised because, while in college, she'd done that very thing. "Yes, my dear," said Harry apologetically. "I researched you. I hope you don't mind." He patted her hand and continued. "Junior's being an incompetent thief is clearly established. Case in point, years ago he stole some truck batteries from a local auto repair shop. Only he didn't bother to take them out of the bed of his truck when he went to that very same auto repair shop to have his truck worked on. That little blunder cost him 6 months in jail and demonstrates his lack of skill in the felony business." "Well, maybe he's gotten better over the years," said King. "He's doing the best he's ever done with his contracting business. His wife makes good money. They're building a new house in Albemarle. Why attempt a burglary at the Battles? Maybe with the new house they needed some extra cash. But if he didn't do it, someone is trying hard to implicate him." "Why?" said King. Harry was ready for that query. He was working there, so he'd be suspected. The person could have gotten his tools, shoes, pants, and gloves from the trailer home Junior and his family are living in now. It's in the middle of nowhere, and there's often no one there, he added. Although the fingerprint is the most troubling, it would take an experienced person to forge that. "What's his family like?" asked Michelle. 3 children, the oldest around 12. His wife is Lulu Oxley. "Lulu Oxley?" repeated Michelle. "She's the manager at a gentleman's club called the Aphrodisiac. Actually, she told me she now also owns a piece of the business." "You're kidding," said Michelle. "The Aphrodisiac. I've heard it's actually quite nice inside, you know, not just a sleazy bar with topless dancers." Harry added quickly, "Though I've never been there, of course." "That's right," said King. Michelle looked at him. "Please don't tell me you've been there." He hesitated, looked uncomfortable, and then said, "It was just one time. A bachelor's party for a friend." "Uh-huh," said Michelle. King sat forward. "Okay, maybe Junior didn't mastermind the thing, but what if someone else did? That person knew Junior had access to the Battles mansion and enlists him to do it. The physical evidence is pretty damning, Harry." Harry was not deterred. There is evidence against him, too much in fact. King didn't look convinced. "Okay, what do you want us to do?" "Talk to Junior, get his story, visit the Battles, all right. Suppose we check it all out and nothing pops. Then I'll talk to Junior. If he still maintains his innocence, I really have no choice but to move forward. However, if the Commonwealth offers a reasonable plea deal, well, I'll have to address it with Junior. He's been in jail before, he has no desire to return." He handed King a file with all the particulars. They shook on it, and Harry turned to Michelle and took her hand. "And I have to say that finally meeting this charming young woman was well worth any price you might charge." "You're going to make me blush, Harry. I'll take that as quite a compliment." As they left Harry and walked outside, Michelle said, "I love that man. Good. Because meeting him may be the only positive thing that comes out of this." His cell phone rang. A minute later he clicked off. That was Todd. "Let's go," he said. "Where to?" asked Michelle. "A real fun place called the Morgue." Chapter 8. The pale blue 1969 VW puttered down one of the feeder roads leading to downtown Wrightsburg. The man driving was dressed in jeans and a white button-down shirt with loafers on his feet. He also wore a baseball cap pulled low over his forehead, and heavily tinted sunglasses covered his eyes. It was probably overkill, he knew. Most people were so self-absorbed they couldn't describe anything about anyone they'd seen in passing 10 seconds before. Coming in the opposite direction was a Lexus convertible. As Sean King and Michelle Maxwell passed by on their way to the morgue, the man didn't even glance at them. He continued on his way in the VW that had over 200,000 miles on its odometer. The Bug had come off the assembly line, a canary yellow. It had been painted many colors since it had first been stolen years ago and had gone through at least 10 sets of license plates. Along the way, its VIN had been expertly altered. Like a cleansed gun, it was now virtually untraceable. He loved it. Serial murderer Theodore Ted Bundy had also favored VW Bugs in killing sprees that took him from coast to coast before he was executed. He often referred to the amount of cargo he could carry in the Bug with the back seat removed. cargo that had once been living, female and human. Bundy also applauded the Volkswagen's incredible gas mileage. He could slaughter and flee easily on one tank of fuel. The man made a right-hand turn and pulled into the parking lot of the upscale shopping mall frequented by many of the people who lived in tiny yet very affluent Wrightsburg. It was said that Bundy and other serial killers of his ilk spent 24 hours a day plotting their next murders. It must have seemed easy to men like that. Bundy reportedly had an IQ of over 120, while the man behind the wheel of the VW possessed one north of 160. He was a member of Mensa. He did the New York Times crossword puzzle every Sunday with ease. He could have made a small fortune on Jeopardy, answering the questions before host Alex even finished asking them. However, the truth was, you didn't need to be a genius to hunt up suitable victims. They were everywhere. And these days it was far easier than in Bundy's time for reasons that might not seem so obvious to most people, but which were abundantly clear to him. He watched the old couple totter out of the supermarket and ease into their Mercedes station wagon. He wrote down the license plate number. He would run it later on the internet and get their home address. They were doing their own shopping, so they probably had no live-in help or grown children nearby. The make of the car was relatively new, so they weren't surviving solely on Social Security. The man wore a cap with the logo of the local country club. That was another potential goldmine of information he might later tap. He sat back and waited patiently. More prospects were sure to come in this busy shopping center. He could consume all he wanted without ever once taking out his wallet. A few minutes later, an attractive woman in her 30s came out of a pharmacy carrying a large bag. His gaze swung to her, his homicidal antennae twitching with interest. The woman stopped at the ATM next to the pharmacy, withdrew some cash, and then committed what should have been classified as a mortal sin for the new century. She tossed the receipt into the trash before climbing into a bright red Chrysler Sebring convertible. Her vanity plate read DEHJD. He quickly translated that to be her initials and the fact that she was a lawyer, the JD standing for Juris Doctor. Her clothes told him she was fastidious about her appearance. The tan on her arms, face, and legs was deep. If she was a practicing lawyer, she probably had just come back from vacation or else had visited the tanning booth over the winter. She was very fit-looking, her calves particularly well developed. She probably worked out regularly, perhaps even ran the trails in the woods hereabouts. He further deduced. His gaze had fixed on the gold anklet she wore on her left leg as she climbed in her car. That was intriguing, he thought. She had a current year American Bar Association bumper sticker, so the odds were she was still practicing law, and she was also single. There was no wedding ring on her finger. And right next to the ABA bumper sticker was a parking permit for a very expensive gated residential development about 2 miles from here. He nodded appreciatively. These stickers were very informative. He parked, got out of the Bug, walked over to the trash can, made a show of throwing something away, and in the same motion plucked out the ATM receipt. The woman really should have known better. She might as well have tossed her personal tax return in the trash. She was now naked, completely open to any probing he wanted to do. When he got back to his car, he looked at the name on the account, D. Hinson. He'd look her up in the phone book later, and she'd also be in the business listings, so he'd know which law firm in town she worked at. That would give him 2 potential targets. Banks had started leaving off some of the numbers of the account because they knew their customers stupidly disposed of their receipts where they were easy pickings for people like him. Still, he didn't want her money. It was something far more personal that interested him. He kept trolling under the warming sun. What a nice day it was shaping up to be. He reclined slightly in his seat only to perk up when off to his right a soccer mom started loading groceries in her van. He wasn't guessing there. She wore a t-shirt that announced this status. An infant rode in the car seat in the rear. A green bumper sticker announced that the woman was the mom of an honor roll student at Wrightsburg Middle School for the current school year. Good to know, he thought. 7th or 8th grader and an infant. He pulled into the space next to the van and waited. The woman took the cart back to the front of the store, leaving the baby completely unguarded. He got out of the Bug, leaned into the van's open driver's side window and smiled at the baby, who grinned back, chortling. The interior of the van was messy. Probably so was the woman's house. If they had an alarm system, they probably never turned it on. Probably forgot to lock all the doors and windows too. It was a wonder to him that the crime rate in the country wasn't far higher. What, with millions of idiots like her staggering blindly through life? An algebra book was in the back seat, the middle school child's, no doubt. Next to it was a children's picture book, so there was at least a third child. This deduction was confirmed by the presence of a pair of grass-stained tennis shoes in the rear floorboard. They looked to be those of a 5- or 6-year-old boy. He glanced in the passenger seat. There it was, a People magazine. He looked up. The woman had just slammed the cart back into the rack and had now paused to talk to someone coming out of the store. He reached in and drew the magazine toward him. Name and home address were on the mailing label. He already had her home phone number. She'd helpfully put it on the for sale sign on the window of her van. Another bingo. Her keys were in the ignition. He placed a piece of soft putty over the ones that looked like house keys, taking quick impressions. It made the breaking and entering part a lot easier when you didn't have to brake when you entered. A final home run. Her cell phone was in its holder. He looked up. She was still gabbing away. Had he been so inclined, he could have killed the kid, stolen all her groceries and torched the car, and the woman would never even know it until someone started screaming at the flames shooting into the sky. He glanced around. People were far too busy with their lives to notice him. He snatched the phone, hit the main screen button, and got her cell phone number. Then he accessed her phone book, took a digital camera the size of his middle finger from his pocket, and snapped pictures of screen after screen until he had all the names and phone numbers on her directory. He returned the phone, waved bye-bye to Baby, and slipped back into his car. He went over his list. He had her name, home address, and the fact that she had at least 3 kids and was married. The mailing block had been addressed to both Jean and Harold Robinson. He also had her home phone number, cell phone number, and the names and numbers of a host of others important to her, as well as impressions of her house keys. She and her lovely family belonged to me now. The woman came back to her van, climbed in, and drove off. He watched as she sped out of the parking lot, completely unaware that he'd become one of her intimates in the span of a few short minutes. He flicked a goodbye wave to the clueless soccer mom. "Maybe I'll be seeing you if you're extremely unlucky." He checked his watch. 3 potentials in less than 20 minutes. He breathed in the fresh air of the prosperous town of Wrightsburg, a town that had suffered a trio of brutal killings in quick succession. Well, they hadn't seen anything yet. Chapter 9. The Wrightsburg morgue was located on a quiet tree-lined street about 2 miles from the main downtown area. It was housed in part of a small 1-story building constructed of brick and glass and had builder-grade landscaping that had flourished with the recent wet weather. It could have housed any type of business. People passing by would never guess it was where dead bodies were brought to be cut open and worked on to determine what and or who had killed them. In the space right next to the morgue was a sign proclaiming that Dr. Sylvia Diaz, M.D., also had her medical office there. King's Lexus pulled into the parking lot, and he and Michelle got out. A moment later, a police cruiser drove in next to them, and Todd Williams hauled out his large body. He looked very unhappy as he tucked in his shirt tail and righted his pistol. "Let's get this over with," he grunted before storming ahead. "What's with him?" whispered Michelle. "I'll just take a flyer and guess he doesn't like looking at dead bodies." They asked for Sylvia Diaz at the front desk. The receptionist made a phone call, and a slender, bespectacled man appeared. In his late 20s or early 30s, the man sported a goatee and was dressed in scrubs. He introduced himself as Kyle Montgomery, Sylvia's assistant. "She's just finishing up," he said in a monotone voice, although his eyes widened at the sight of the statuesque Michelle. "She said to bring you back to her office." "How long have you worked here?" asked King. Kyle squinted at him suspiciously. "Why does that matter?" "I was just asking," he replied. "I'm a private guy," retorted Kyle. "I bet you went to UVA, didn't you?" asked Michelle. "What a great school," she added, smiling at him and drawing closer. King watched with an amused expression as his partner proceeded to use her feminine wiles to coax information out of Kyle. She very rarely did this, but King knew it could be very effective. Kyle probably had nothing important to divulge, but it was helpful to have information on all the persons involved in the investigation. Kyle quickly turned all his attention toward her. "Graduated pretty high up in my class," he said pompously. "I wanted to stay in the area, so I worked at UVA Hospital for a few years and then got my PA certification, but I got laid off from an oncology practice and the bills started mounting up. Then this job came open. Presto, I'm a morgue tech." "Thank you, God," he added sarcastically. "Michelle said it takes a very special person to do that sort of work." "Yeah, it does," Kyle said cockily. "But I'm also Dr. Diaz's physician's assistant in her medical practice next door. She's there now treating a couple of patients. She actually hired me for both positions. It's a little bit of a juggling act going back and forth, but at least the two offices are hooked together, and we don't have many deaths here that require autopsies." "Hey, but that might be changing, right? Lots of action all of a sudden. Wrightsburg is really growing up." "Yeah, baby." Kyle actually smiled at this Michelle. Williams and King exchanged disgusted glances as they followed him back. Sylvia's office was everything Michelle imagined it would be. Very neat and orderly, tastefully decorated, at least by morgue standards, with warm feminine touches here and there to help dispel the cold antiseptic atmosphere that dominated elsewhere in the building. On a coat rack near the door hung a woman's jacket, oversized bag and hat. On the floor next to the rack was a pair of dress shoes. "She's very particular." Michelle glanced over to see Kyle smiling at her. "The medical office is the same way, and Doc doesn't like to track stuff into the autopsy room, even though it's not like the most sterile place, pretty dirty in fact. We have a locker room where we put on scrubs and shields. But sometimes I think she'd rather change out here for fear of contaminating some piece of evidence. I say get a life." "Actually, it's nice to hear there are still dedicated people," said King stiffly. While Kyle hung by the doorway waiting for his boss, Michelle ran her gaze around the rest of the room. On the shelf behind Sylvia's desk were several photos of a man, either alone or with Sylvia. She picked one up and showed it to King with a questioning look. "That's George Diaz, her late husband," he explained. "She still has his pictures displayed at work. I guess she really loved the guy." "So, how come you're not still seeing each other? Were there issues?" she asked, in a playful tone. "You're my business partner, not my shrink," he shot back. A moment after Michelle put the photo back, Sylvia appeared in the doorway. "Thank you, Kyle," she said curtly. "Right," he said, and he and his superior smile marched off. "Does your assistant have a slight attitude, or is it just us?" asked King. Sylvia slipped off her lab coat and hung it on a hook on the door. Michelle took a moment to look the other woman over. A little under medium height, she was dressed in black slacks and a white linen shirt. She wore no jewelry, presumably because of her work. An earring or ring ending up in a corpse's slit-open stomach would probably not be a good thing. Her skin was smooth and lightly freckled around the jawline. Her red hair was tied back in a bun, revealing perfectly formed ears and a long, slender neck. Her brow was furrowed, and her look was one of distraction as she sat behind her desk. "Kyle just turned 30 and doesn't really want to be here. I guess it's hard to pick up women in bars with a line, 'Want to check out some great corpses?'" said Michelle. "I think Kyle's dream is to be in a world-famous rock band," said Sylvia. "Right, along with 20 million other guys," said King. "He needs to get over it. I did when I was 17. Sylvia glanced at some papers on her desk, signed them, closed the file, stretched out her arms and yawned. "I'm sorry, I haven't done 3 autopsies so close together for quite some time, and there's been an outbreak of spring flu. That's what I was doing next door." She shook her head wearily. "It's a little schizophrenic. One minute I'm looking at the throat of a 50-year-old woman, the next moment I'm cutting up someone to see how they were murdered. Usually there are months when I don't even step foot inside the morgue, but not lately. It takes a very special person to do what you do, Sylvia," said King. "I wasn't fishing for a compliment, just simply stating a fact, but thanks." She turned to Williams, who was looking paler by the minute. When she spoke, her tone was not exactly one of warmth and honey. "I trust you've recovered from the first autopsy." "I think my head has. Not sure about my gut. I was really hoping to see you at the Canny and Pembroke posts." Having the lead investigator in attendance is usually quite helpful. she added in an admonishing tone that made her point quite clear. Williams looked miserably at her. I was planning to, but then got called away. Of course. Sylvia glanced at King and Michelle with a suddenly hardened expression. Do you both have strong stomachs? Michelle and King looked at each other. King answered for them. Strong enough? Sylvia turned to Williams. Todd, do you have any objection to their seeing the bodies? Of course, I also want you or at least one of your men to attend as well. It might appear strange to a jury that somebody from the police force hadn't viewed the bodies at least post-autopsy. Williams looked angry, but then seemed to wage an inner debate with himself. Finally, he shrugged. Hell, let's go. Chapter 10. The autopsy room was much like Sylvia's office, minus all warmth and feminine touches. Everything was stainless steel and neatly arranged. 2 personal workstations with built-in desks were situated on one side of the room, and 2 stainless steel examination tables with drainage holes. Water tubs with hoses, a small dissection table, organ scale, and trays of surgical instruments were situated on the other. The 4 had stopped at the locker room and donned scrubs, gloves, and masks before entering. They looked like extras in a low-budget bioterrorism flick. Michelle whispered to King as Sylvia walked ahead to speak with Kyle. I can see why you 2 dated. You both have the super mutant neatness gene. Don't worry, I hear they're working on a cure. Don't get your hopes up, King whispered back through his mask. I'm never going over to the dark side. I'll show you Jane Doe first, said Sylvia, coming back to them. A large stainless steel door opened, and as Kyle emerged pushing a gurney with a sheet covering the dead woman, threads of chilly air escaped from the refrigerated room. Michelle started shivering uncontrollably. You okay? King asked. Of course I am. She shot back through chattering teeth. You? I was a pre-med student briefly before I went into law, and I worked at the morgue in Richmond over a summer. I've seen lots of bodies. Premmed? I thought it would help me pick up girls I know, but I was young and stupid. Kyle left. Before Sylvia pulled back the sheet, she looked at Williams, and her expression was now more kindly. Chief, just do what I told you the first time and you'll be fine. You've already seen the worst of it. No more surprises, I promise. He nodded, hitched up his pants, and appeared to be holding his breath and praying for a natural disaster so he could get the hell out of there. She pulled back the sheet and they all looked down. The Y incision running from chest to pubis made the body appear to have been unzipped. Jane Doe's organs had been removed, weighed and analyzed, and then the block of organs, muscle, and tissue had been unceremoniously bagged and dumped back in the body cavity. The incision that had opened the skull was not readily apparent from their viewing angle, though the face drooped like a doll whose supporting stitches had given way. The intermastoid incision is always an eye-opener, commented King dryly. I'm impressed, Sean, said Sylvia, staring at him. Williams looked like he wanted to strangle King, if he could only find the strength. The smell of the body was very intense in the small room. Michelle started to cover her mouth and nose even though they were masked. Sylvia quickly stopped her. This room is very dirty, Michelle. Germs everywhere, so don't touch your face with your hands. And trying to stop the smell that way only makes it worse. With malodors like this, your senses will go dead in about 2 minutes. Just keep breathing. She glanced at Williams, who, to his credit, was taking large, rapid breaths and had one hand pushed against his belly, as though trying to keep the contents in there right where they were. At the crime scene, your deputies kept running away to get fresh air and then coming back. The only thing they were doing was giving their sense of smell an opportunity to return. I know, said Williams between wheezes, puked all over their damn uniforms. We blew our whole laundry budget for the month. The police chief turned slightly green, yet bravely stood his ground. Michelle felt herself taking quick, jerky breaths, as Sylvia had said. Her sense of smell was beginning to vanish. She looked down at the body once more. I don't see any obvious wounds. Was it strangulation? She asked. Sylvia shook her head. I checked that first. I used a laser on the neck to look for ligature marks after none appeared evident under normal light. I thought there might be some hemorrhage into the muscles of the neck, but I didn't find any. And the hyoid bone and the thyroid and cricoid cartilages weren't fractured. They sometimes are in strangulation cases. She looked down at Jane Doe. We did the sexual assault workup. It came back negative. Whoever killed her didn't rape or sexually violate her because of the usual order of an autopsy. I didn't discover the cause of death until near the end. Up to that point, it was a puzzler. She glanced sharply at Williams. Todd, you'd already left by then. Williams stared helplessly back at her. Damn it, Doc, I'm trying here, okay? Cut me some slack. Don't keep us in suspense, Sylvia. How did she die? Exclaimed King. And in stupid people language, if you can manage it. Sylvia picked up a long metal rod and levered open Jane Doe's mouth. A .22 caliber revolver was placed in her mouth and fired. The angle of the shot was about 75 degrees. The slug ended up lodged in her midbrain. I noticed some strange residue on her teeth. It wasn't from the discharge of the gun. That would have been a dead giveaway. The killer must have swabbed the teeth and mouth with a cleaning fluid to eliminate the evidence. The wound inside her mouth was sealed from the hot gases emitted when the gun was fired, basically cauterizing it. However, the X-rays showed the bullet. We always take X-rays before making any incision, but we had problems getting the film processed, so I started the post. Once I opened her up, the wound track and slug revealed themselves. When we got the X-ray result, the bullet in the brain was there on the film. Isn't a gun in the mouth a typical method of suicide? Said Michelle. Not for women, replied Sylvia. It's classic Mars versus Venus, testosterone versus estrogen. Men kill themselves with guns or by hanging. Women favor poison or drug overdoses, slitting their wrists or putting a plastic bag over their heads. Besides, there was no trace of gunpowder residue on her hands. King mused. The person would have to know that the cause of death would be revealed eventually, even if he tried to hide it. Another interesting point, said Sylvia. The woman was not killed in the woods. She was killed elsewhere, inside some structure, and her body was later transported to the woods. Most likely in a car, and her body was wrapped in plastic. How can you be so sure? King wanted to know. As you know, rigor mortis is a plain vanilla chemical process occurring upon death. It starts in the small muscles of the jaw and neck and bleeds downward to the larger muscle groups, the trunk and the extremities, and is usually complete within 6 to 12 hours. I say usually because there are various exceptions to that rule. Body types and environmental conditions can impact the timing. An obese person may not experience rigor at death, and while cold inhibits rigor's onset, heat accelerates it. The rigidity remains anywhere from 30 hours to 3 days and then disappears in the same order it appeared. Okay, what does that tell us? Asked Michelle. A lot. Jane Doe was a young woman, well-developed and nourished but not overweight. Rigor on her would have fallen within the normal parameters, absent extraordinary environmental forces. The ambient temperatures the night before she was found had dipped into the high 40s, which would have inhibited somewhat the rigor's progression. Well, rigor on Jane Doe was fully resolved and her body flaccid when I examined her at the crime scene. That means she had been dead for 3 days at most by that time, or at the very least 30 hours. Given the resolution of rigor despite the chilly weather, I'd lean more toward her being dead 3 days when she was found. But you said rigor's not precise. Maybe there was something else. Another factor that skewed it, suggested Michelle. I had another check beyond the rigor. When I examined the body in the woods, it was already discolored and swollen with gas from the bacteria engulfing the body. The skin also was blistering, and fluids were leaking from all orifices. That almost never commences until 3 days after death. She paused. And if she'd lain in those woods for even 30 hours, much less 3 days, the insect infestation would have been dramatically different than what I saw. I expected to see heavy infestation of bluebottle and greenbottle flies, both outdoor varieties. Flies attack a dead body almost immediately and lay their eggs. Within 1 to 2 days the eggs hatch, and the cycle keeps going. Now, when I examined the mouth, nose, and eyes, I did find fly-hatched larvae, but of what turned out to be houseflies. The outdoor fly larvae hadn't yet hatched. Also, burial and carrion beetles should have been swarming the body by the time we found it. Nothing stops insects from doing their thing, and on top of that, after 3 days in those woods, wild animals should have attacked the body and removed large parts of the extremities. All that was missing were fingers. She turned the body on its side and pointed out reddish-purple patches on the front where the blood had settled post-mortem. I also had yet another way to check my theory of the bodies being moved. The position of the lividity really told me all I needed to know. As you can see, lividity gives the appearance of bruising with its darkish hues. However, here you can also see that the discoloration is on the front of the torso and the thighs and lower legs. The white streaks you see on the abdomen, lower chest and parts of the legs are where the body was lying against something hard, and the resulting pressure inhibited the process. She shifted the body so they could see the back of it. You can see that there is no such discoloration on the back or the backs of the legs. Conclusion: she was killed and then was laid face down, and the blood-settling process commenced. Lividity usually first occurs around 1 hour after death and is complete within 3 to 4 hours. If the body is moved within another 3 to 4 hours, the original discoloration may partially disappear and new ones form as the blood shifts again. However, fresh lividity patterns are not produced by position changes 12 hours after death because blood drainage becomes fixed at that time. She gently laid the corpse back down. My opinion is that she was killed indoors or perhaps in a car by the shot to the head. I believe her body remained indoors for at least 24 to 48 hours and then was taken to the place where it was discovered. She couldn't have been in the woods longer than 10 to 12 hours. And the transport by car and the plastic? Asked King. What was he going to do? Carry her in his arms down the road, said Sylvia. And neither I nor the police found any fibers on her clothing. The sorts of trace you would expect to see from the carpeting in a car or a car's trunk, and I didn't find any on the body. Plastic doesn't leave much, if any, residue, Michelle said. I found the body at around 2:30 in the afternoon. The boys would have seen it maybe minutes before that. Counting back, said King. That means the body would have been dumped there, using your 12-hour outside number, no earlier than 2:30 in the morning. Williams had stood in the background all this time, but now he stepped forward. Nice work, Sylvia. Wrightsburg is lucky to have you, he said. She smiled thinly at his praise. A post-mortem doesn't tell who committed the crime unless the killer left behind things like semen, saliva, or urine that we can test. The post just tells us how and what. Sylvia glanced at her notes and continued. As I said, there was no evidence of rape, no injury to the rectum or vagina, and she'd never had a baby. I'd put her age at about mid-20s and her health as physically sound. In life, she was a well-built woman about 5 feet 5 inches tall. She'd had breast implants and collagen injections in her lips, and she also had had her appendix removed. We'll know more when the toxicology screens come back in a couple of weeks. Sylvia pointed at Jane Doe's slit-open stomach. Todd, she was pierced on her belly button, perhaps for a belly ring, but there was none on the body. That might help you in identifying her. Thanks, I'll check it out. The only helpful identifying mark I found was this. She picked up a magnifying glass, lifted the sheet off the lower part of the body and held up one of the legs, positioning the glass at a spot toward the inside thigh, very near the woman's crotch. It's a little difficult to make out with the extensive discoloration of the body, but it's a tattoo of a cat. Michelle looked at the tattoo of the feline and the proximity of it to the woman's genitals and stood straight up. I really don't want to think about that connection. Damn, said Williams, reddening. I know not very ladylike, is it? Said Sylvia. She looked up as Kyle entered the room. There's another police guy out front, wants to talk to the chief here, Doc. Police guy? Her tone was a little strident. Try police officer. Right? This police officer wants to see the chief. Can you ask him to come back here? A malicious smile passed across the young man's features. That's the first thing I did, Doc. The police officer declined without explanation. Come to think, though, he looked a little green when I suggested it. I'll go out front, said Williams, and he hurried off with Kyle right behind. 5 minutes later, Williams returned with a nervous-looking uniformed patrolman in his wake, who was introduced by Williams as Officer Dan Clancy. Williams looked stricken. We might have an ID on the girl from the picture we circulated, he said, his voice trembling slightly as they all stared at him. Looks like she worked briefly at the Aphrodisiac. Exclaimed King. Williams nodded. As an exotic dancer. Her stage name was Tawny Blaze. Not real imaginative, I know. Her real name was Rhonda Tyler. He glanced at the paper in his hand. Tyler worked there for a while but left when her contract was up. Will the person who recognized the picture come down and attempt to make a positive ID? Asked Sylvia. Although with the state the body's in, I'm not sure that's possible, but if Williams cut in, that won't be necessary, Sylvia. Why not? She demanded. We were told she has a distinguishing mark. Williams looked embarrassed. It hit Michelle in an instant. A tattoo of a cat next to her. Williams's mouth gaped even as he nodded. Who was the person who provided the information? Asked King, the manager of the aphrodisiac Lulu Oxley. Now King's mouth gaped. Lulu Oxley? Junior Devers, Lulu Oxley? How many Lulu Oxleys do you know, Sean? Asked Williams. I know her too, said Sylvia. Well, we used to have the same gynecologist, Williams said. That's not all. We got a message from the Wrightsburg Gazette. They received a letter. What sort of letter? Asked Michelle nervously. A coded one, replied a very pale Todd Williams, with the mark of the zodiac on the envelope. Chapter 11. King accompanied Williams to the police station to look at the note while Michelle stayed behind with Sylvia and Deputy Clancy to go over the autopsies already performed on Canny and Pembroke. During the drive to the police station, King called Bill Jenkins, an old buddy of his in San Francisco. When he made his request, his friend was understandably surprised. What do you need that for? Jenkins asked. King glanced at Williams and then said, It's for a criminal justice class I'm teaching over at the community college. Oh, okay, Jenkins said. After all the excitement you and your partner caused last year, I thought you were messed up in something like that again. No, Wrightsburg is back to just being a quiet, sleepy southern town. If you decide you ever want to rejoin the big time, give me a call. How soon can you have that for me? You're in luck. We have a special running this week on classic serial killers. 30 minutes. Just give me a number to fax to and a major credit card, he said, chuckling. King got the police station fax number from Williams and gave it to his friend. How can you get it so fast? King asked. Jenkins, the timing of your call is impeccable. We conducted a long overdue office cleaning and just last week pulled that file for archiving. Copies of the school teacher's notes are in there. I was just going over them the other night. In fact, for old time's sake. That's what I'll send you the key he came up with to decipher the coded letters. King thanked him and clicked off when they reached the police station. Williams strode in with King following. Out of his professional depth or not, the chief was back on his home turf, and he was going to act like it. He bellowed for the deputy who'd called him about the coded letter and also grabbed a bottle of Advil from his secretary. King and the deputy gathered in Williams's office, where the chief plopped behind his desk and swallowed 3 Advil, using only his saliva. Before he took the piece of paper and envelope from the deputy, he said, Please tell me these have been checked for prints. They had, the deputy told him. Although Virgil Dials, the owner of the Gazette, initially thought it was a joke when he got it in the mail. We wouldn't have known anything about it, but a friend of mine who's a reporter over there phoned and told me. I went right over and got it, but it's all Greek to me. So what did Virgil do? Pass it around the damn office, shouted Williams. Something like that, replied the deputy nervously. Probably more than a few people touched it. I told my friend at the paper to keep quiet, but I think she might have told some people that she thought this was serious. Williams's big fist came down on the top of his desk so hard both King and the deputy winced. Damn it, this is spiraling right out of control. How the hell are we going to keep this on the QT if we can't even control the folks in Wrightsburg? Let's look at the message, King said. We'll worry about the media spin later. He hovered over Williams's shoulder as the lawman examined the envelope. The postmark was local, mailed 4 days before with a stamp applied very exactly. It was addressed in block letters to Virgil Dials of the Wrightsburg Gazette. On the lower right-hand corner of the envelope was the circle with crosshairs. There was nothing written in the return address block. Not much there, said Williams as he unfolded the note. Maybe there's some expert who can tell us something from how he wrote the letters, place the stamp and such, but I sure as hell can't. The message was written in blurred black ink, again using block letters, and the lines were in tightly structured columns arranged both horizontally and vertically. The blurred part is from the 9-hydrin, the deputy explained. They use that to fume the letter for prints, you know? Thanks. That never would have occurred to me, Williams said testily. All the lines were in code. Some of the characters were letters, others were merely symbols. Williams sat there for some minutes going over it carefully. He finally sighed and sat back. "You don't happen to know how to break codes, do you?" Williams asked King. At that instant, Deputy Rogers, who served with King when he'd been a part-time Wrightsburg police officer, knocked and came in, holding some pages in his hand. "This fax just came in for Sean." King took the pages and said to Williams, "I do now." He carried the letter and fax pages to a small table in the corner, sat down and began to work. 10 minutes later, he glanced up. This wasn't good, he thought. In fact, this was probably worse than having someone running around copying the Zodiac killer. "Have you deciphered it?" demanded Williams. King nodded. "I have some experience with cryptograms from my years at the Secret Service. But I recall that a high school teacher from Salinas originally broke the code to the San Francisco Zodiac's letters. I have a friend on the force there who's very familiar with the case. I thought he might have access to the teacher's notes. That's what he faxed to me. The key to the code. That made it pretty easy." "So what does it say?" asked Williams, swallowing nervously. King checked his notes. "It contains misspellings and grammatical and syntax errors, deliberate ones, I think. So did the original Zodiac." Deputy Rogers looked at Williams. "Zodiac? What the hell's that?" "A serial killer in California," explained Williams. "He was slaughtering people long before you were even born. He was never caught." A look of panic appeared in Deputy Rogers's baby blues. King began to read. "By now you find the girl, she's all cut up, but that ain't me. Cut her up looking for clues. Ain't none, trust me. The watch don't lie. She was numero uno, but more numbers to come. Lots of 'em. One more thing. I ain't repeat, ain't the Zodiac or his second or third or fourth coming. I am me. It ain't going to be that easy, don't you know? By the time I'm done, you wish it'd be just Zodiac, so this isn't the end of it," said Williams slowly. "Actually, I'm afraid it's just beginning," answered King. Chapter 12. Deputy Clancy was tall and well-built and trying hard not to look anxious as he stared between Sylvia and Michelle. "Are you going to be okay?" asked Sylvia as she watched him closely. "I don't need you passing out on me." "I'm fine, Doc," he replied gamely. Sylvia said, "Have you seen an autopsied body before?" "Of course," he answered curtly. "These are shotgun wounds to the head." Sylvia looked at Michelle, too, as she said this. Michelle took a deep breath. "I'm ready." "Part of the job," said Clancy, trying to project confidence. "In fact, next month Chief Williams is sending me to the Forensic Crime Scene School. That's a great program. You'll learn a lot. Don't let what you're about to see dissuade you from going." Sylvia walked over to a set of stainless steel doors. "This is what we unofficially call the Grizzly Room. It's for bodies that have undergone extreme trauma, burns, explosives, underwater for long periods of time, and shotgun wounds to the head," she added with emphasis. She hit a button on the wall and the doors opened. She moved inside and came back out a few moments later, pushing a gurney with a body on it. She rolled the gurney to her workstation area and clicked on the overhead exam light. Clancy coughed and put a hand up to his face mask. Sylvia quickly gave him the same lecture on sense of smell deadening. He removed his hand grudgingly but seemed to be a little unsteady on his feet. Sylvia nudged a chair over near him. Michelle noticed the movement. Clancy didn't. The two women exchanged a silent communication. "This is Stephen Canny." When she uncovered the body, Michelle's hand shot out and pushed the chair behind the deputy in time to catch him as he slumped backward, gagged and then passed out. They rolled him in the chair to a far corner of the room where Sylvia cracked open a tube of ammonia and stuck it under his nostrils. He came to, jerked up and shook his head, looking awful. "If you're going to be sick, there's a restroom right there," she said, pointing. The young man turned red. "I'm sorry, Doc, real sorry. Deputy Clancy, there's nothing to be sorry about. It's a horrific sight, and the first time I saw something like that, my reaction was the same as yours." He looked surprised. "It was." "Yes," she assured him. "It was. I have a written report that I can give you. If you want to leave, you can. If you want to rejoin us when you feel better, that's fine too. If you just want to sit here, that's okay as well." Deputy Clancy decided on the latter. although as soon as they turned away, he slumped down on the desk, his face in his hands. Sylvia and Michelle went back over to Steve Canny's corpse. "Did you really pass out your first time?" asked Michelle quietly. "Of course not. But why make him feel even worse? The men almost always pass out, and the bigger the man, the faster." Sylvia pointed out various areas of Canny's wounds with a long stainless steel rod. As you can see, the supratentorial of the brain was pretty much eviscerated, not unexpected with a shotgun wound. She put down the rod and her face clouded over. Canny's father came in to see his son. I advised him not to, that the wounds were very bad, but he insisted. That's the toughest part of this business. He was able to give a presumptive ID from a birthmark and a scar on his knee from an old football injury. We obtained a positive ID from dental records and fingerprints. Sylvia took a deep breath. My heart went out to him, although he took it pretty stoically. I've never had children, but I can imagine what it would be like having to walk into a place like this, and her voice trailed off. Michelle let the silence hold for a few moments and then said, "And Canny's mother? She died several years ago. I guess that was a blessing of sorts." Sylvia returned to her examination. Determining the firing range on shotgun wounds is tricky. The most reliable way is to fire the same ammo from the exact same gun with the same choke setting. We don't have that luxury here, but you'll note that the entrance wound has no scalloping of the margin and no satellite lesions, so the distance between muzzle and victim was contact to less than 2 feet. She covered what was left of Canny's head with a small sheet. "Do you know the make of the ammo?" "Oh, yes. The wadding from the shotgun round was recovered from the wound. All the pellets also stayed in him. That's why the wound is so devastating. All the kinetic energies used up internally." Sylvia looked at her notes. It was a 12-gauge loaded with 9 double-aught pellets of federal manufacture. And Pembroke died the same way? She was shot in the back. The injuries were instantly fatal, but not as devastating. There were numerous bits of the shattered windshield glass embedded in her skin as well. Conclusion. The killer fired the first shot through the windshield. Looking at the wounds alone, you'd think the range of weapon to victim was far greater. However, I think the barrel of the shotgun was near the windshield when it was discharged, or a total distance of about 3 feet to Pembroke. The entrance wound on her back has a characteristic scalloped margin, and there are additional satellite lesions as individual pellets separated from the main mass. Because the pellets had to break through the glass, it appears as though the shot was fired from a greater distance than was actually the case. Why do you think her back was to the windshield? "They were having sex," Sylvia said. "There was spermicidal residue from Canny's condom in her vagina. She was probably astride Canny and facing him when it happened, with her back to the windshield. That's a very natural position for intercourse in the close confines of a car. Her body acted as a shield, otherwise Canny would have been killed from the first blast as well." "You're sure he wasn't?" "There were 2 rounds total fired. The number of pellets we found showed that there were 9 in each body. Symmetry and death," she added dryly. "I suppose no ejected shotgun shells were found." Sylvia shook her head. Either the killer picked up the spent casings, or the weapon was a non-pump, where the fired casings have to be manually extracted. I guess since it was a smooth-bore barrel, there's no possibility of a ballistics matching if we find a suspected weapon. Sometimes irregularities at the end of a shotgun's muzzle will impart scratch marks on the plastic wad. That was actually the case here. I'm not a ballistics expert, but the police may have enough to do comparisons if they ever find the shotgun. And we have the slug from Rhonda Tyler's body as well for ballistic analysis. There was talk that the shotgun blast that killed Steve Canny might have stopped his watch, giving the time of death. No, the watch was placed on him post-mortem. It was stopped because the stem was pulled out. I noted that at the crime scene. I found embedded glass in his left wrist, right where the watch would have been. Any idea why the watch was put on him after death? As a calling card, perhaps? I noted that it was set to 3. Pembroke's was set to around 2. That also might confirm their order of death. And Jane Doe/Rhonda Tyler had on a watch that didn't belong to her either, and that was set to 1 o'clock. And it was a Zodiac. Sylvia looked at her. And now we have a Zodiac-style letter, and 3 people dead. So I guess the next one will be 4 o'clock, representing the fourth victim? If there is a next one, said Michelle. There's little doubt of that. The first victim was an exotic dancer. However, the next two victims were local kids making out in a car. Once they start their murders, serial killers usually stick to one segment of the population. This guy's already showing us he's not playing by the same old rules. She paused and added quietly, so the real question becomes, who will be next? Chapter 13. Outside the police station, the pale blue VW Beetle drove slowly past and stopped at the intersection. The driver glanced at the one-story brick building that housed the police department. They would have gotten the letter by now. They might have also deciphered the contents. It wasn't like he'd made it very hard. The hard would come later, as in trying to stop him. Try impossible, Mr. Policeman. Next, they'd call in the state police's criminal investigative unit. They'd want to keep things quiet, no sense panicking people. No doubt an application for profiling assistance would be submitted to the FBI's vaunted FICAP. Important people would be contacted to see that the matter was expedited, and a profile on the killer on him would be quickly forthcoming. Of course, it would be totally wrong. He'd driven past the morgue earlier, where the M.E. was probably pulling her red hair out over three bodies that represented very different things yet had common themes. The clues would be minimal. He knew what to look for and thus to remove, but no one was infallible, and forensic science could dredge up much from microscopic wreckage. She'd find some things, draw some correct conclusions, but on the key points she'd come up empty. The no-see-ums wouldn't trip him up. He drove through the intersection as several police officers ran out of the building and climbed into their patrol cars and sped off. They were probably running down irrelevant leads, wasting energy and time, which didn't surprise him considering the weak attributes of their leader, Todd Williams. However, Sylvia Diaz was first-rate in her field, and at some point, as the killings mounted, the FBI would be called in to take over the investigation. He was actually relishing the challenge. He drove to another intersection, pulled up to the mailbox, and dropped the letter in before speeding off again. When they got his next communication explaining the circumstances of Steve Caney's and Janice Pembroke's deaths, the police would know they were in for the fight of their lives. King picked up Michelle from the morgue and filled her in on the details about the Zodiac letter. She, in turn, brought him up to speed on the autopsy results for Pembroke and Caney. Unfortunately, reciting the details didn't make the puzzle any less inexplicable. So it seems the killer wants to make clear that even though he's somewhat copying the Zodiac crime with Rhonda Tyler, he's not the Zodiac, she said. What do you make of that? King shook his head. It seems these murders are just the opening salvo. Do you think we'll see another letter? Yes, and soon. And though Todd's not convinced of it, I'm sure it'll deal with Caney and Pembroke. He's going to talk to Lulu Oxley and obtain more info on Rhonda Tyler. Michelle looked out the windshield. And where are we headed? To the battles, I called and set up an appointment. He glanced at her. We've got a paying job, remember? He grew silent and then added, You've already been through a lot today. Are you sure you're up to this? After what we've seen, how bad can the battles be? You might be surprised. Chapter 14. The battle estate was set on top of an imposing hill. It was a sprawling three-story structure of brick, stone, and clapboard surrounded by acres of emerald grass and dotted with mature trees. It screamed old money, though the mounds of cash that had built it were only decades old. King and Michelle stopped at a pair of massive wrought iron gates. There was a call box set on a short black post next to the asphalt drive. King rolled down his window and tapped the white button on the call box. An efficient voice answered. And a minute later the gate swung open and King drove through. Welcome to Casa Battle, he said. Is that what they call it? No, just my idea of a joke. You said you know Remy Battle? As well as most people do, I guess. I also used to play golf occasionally with Bobby. He's gregarious and dominating, but he has balls of iron and a really nasty temper if you happen to cross him. Now, Remy's the sort who only lets you see bits and pieces and strictly on her terms, and if you cross her, you'll need a urologist and a pack of miracles to put you back together. Where'd she get a name like Remy? It's short for Remington. The story I heard was that was her father's favorite brand of shotgun. Everyone who knows her thinks the woman was aptly named. Who knew so many interesting people lived in such a small town? Michelle looked ahead at the imposing home. Wow, what a fabulous place on the outside. Yes, I'll let you be the judge of the interior. When they knocked on the front door, it was opened almost immediately by a large, well-muscled, middle-aged man dressed in a yellow cardigan sweater, white shirt, muted tie, and black slacks. He introduced himself as Mason. Mrs. Battle was finishing up a few things and would meet them on the rear terrace shortly, he informed them. As Mason led them through the house, Michelle looked around at an interior that was breathtaking. That the things she was seeing were costly there was no doubt. Yet what was also present was a sense of understatement that for some reason surprised her. "The interior is beautiful, Sean," she whispered. "I wasn't talking about that interior," he mumbled back. "I meant the ones who are breathing." They arrived on the rear terrace to find a table laid out with both hot and cold tea and some finger foods and snacks. Mason poured the beverages of their choice and then left, closing the French doors quietly behind him. The temperature was in the 70s with a warming sun and the air a little muggy from the recent rains. Michelle sipped her iced tea. "So is Mason a kind of butler?" "Yes, been with them forever. He's actually more than a butler to them. A confidant, then. Perhaps good for our purposes." "Probably too loyal for that option," King answered. "But then again, you never really know where loyalties lie until you ask. Preferably with something to give in return." They heard a splash of water, and both went to the iron railing that partially enclosed the terrace and looked out over the exquisite rear grounds. The sprawling outdoor entertainment area visible here included a stone pool house, a spa that could easily accommodate a dozen adults, a roofed-in dining area, and a massive oval-shaped pool outlined in brick and flagstone. "I always wondered how the really rich lived," said Michelle. "They lived just like you and me, except a whole lot better." Emerging from the clear blue and obviously heated waters of the pool was a young woman in a very revealing string bikini. She had long blonde hair, was about 5'7", and her curves and bosom were solidly in the range of eye-catching. There were defined muscles in her legs, arms and shoulders, and a belly ring in the navel of her flat stomach. As she bent over to pick up a towel, they could also see a large tattoo on the back of one of her partially exposed butt cheeks. "What's that tattooed on her butt?" asked Michelle. "Her name," answered King. "Savannah." King watched the young woman towel off. "It's amazing what they can write on skin. And in cursive, too. You can see that from here?" Michelle asked with raised eyebrows. "No, I've seen it before." He quickly amended this answer. "At a pool party I attended. Uh-huh. Her name on her butt. What, so the guys don't forget?" "I'm trying very hard not to think of the reason." Savannah looked up, saw them, and waved. She wrapped a short see-through robe around her, slipped on some flip-flops, and headed up the brick steps toward them. When she reached them, she gave King a hug that seemed designed to drill her large bosom right into his chest. Up close, her facial features were not quite as flawless as her body. Her nose, chin, and jaw were a bit too sharply outlined and irregular, but that was nitpicking, Michelle decided. Savannah Battle was a very beautiful woman. Savannah looked King up and down admiringly. "I swear, Sean King, you just get better looking every time I see you. Now how's that fair? We women just keep getting older." This came out in a southern drawl that Michelle thought was highly affected. "Well, you certainly don't have to worry about that," said Michelle, extending her hand. "I'm Michelle Maxwell." "Oh, aren't you sweet?" said Savannah in a tone that wasn't sweet at all. "Congratulations on your graduation," said King. "William and Mary, right? Daddy always wanted me to go to college, and I did, though I can't say I loved it." She sat down and slowly dried off her shapely legs in what Michelle interpreted as a seductive gesture aimed at King. Then she dug into the tiny sandwiches. "What'd you major in?" asked Michelle, thinking that the young woman must have gotten her degree in either cheerleading or throwing parties, or perhaps both. Chemical engineering was her surprising if mumbled reply. Apparently no one had taught the girl not to talk with her mouth full. "Daddy made his fortune as an engineer, and I guess I took after him." "We were sorry to hear about Bobby," said King quietly. "He's tough. He'll pull through," she said confidently. "I heard you might be heading out on your own," said King. Savannah's expression darkened. "I expect people are having a good time trying to figure out what I'm going to do." Trust fund baby battle, she added bitterly. I didn't mean it that way, Savannah, said King gently. She waved off his apology with a dismissive karate chop through the air. I've been dealing with that all my life. Why stop now, right? I have my own way to make in the world, and it's not always easy with parents like I have. But I'll make something of myself. I'm not going through life using my credit card to buy happiness. As she listened, Michelle felt her opinion of the young woman turning more positive. Savannah wiped her mouth with her hand and said, I know why you're here. It's about Junior Deaver, right? I can't figure why he would have done anything so stupid. I mean, like my mother's going to just look the other way while he walks off with her wedding ring. I don't think so. Maybe he didn't do it, said King. Sure he did, said Savannah as she toweled off her wet hair. From what I heard, he left so much evidence behind, he might as well have just sat on the floor and waited for the police to show up and arrest him. She shoved another piece of sandwich into her mouth and crammed in a handful of potato chips as a chaser. Stop eating like some damn pig, Savannah, the voice said sharply. And while you're doing that, try and halfway sit like a lady if your imagination can possibly grasp such a concept. Savannah, who'd been slouching in her chair with her legs spread wide like a hooker on the prowl, instantly straightened up and cemented her thighs together, stretching the robe over her knees. Remington Battle strode onto the terrace with as much presence as a Broadway legend convinced of her ability to effortlessly dominate an audience. She was dressed impeccably in a dazzling white pleated skirt that fell several inches below the knee. On her feet were stylish, if conservative, low-heeled pumps. A patterned blouse of cool blue was partially covered by a white sweater that was draped around her shoulders. She was taller than her daughter by several inches, around Michelle's height, and her touched-up auburn hair and makeup were expertly done. Her features were strong, indeed almost visually overpowering. Michelle guessed that Remy in her youth had probably been even more beautiful than her daughter. Now in her 60s, she was still a very handsome woman. Yet with all that, it was the eyes that caught and held you, part eagle, part buzzard, and intimidating as hell. Remy shook hands with King and then was introduced to Michelle. The latter felt the woman run a severe gaze over her and suspected that Remy Battle found much to find fault with in her very casual clothes, non-existent makeup, and windswept hair. She didn't have long to ruminate on that, though, as Remy turned her attention to her daughter once more. In my day, we didn't greet guests without any clothes on, she said icily. I was swimming mama. I don't usually go swimming in my debutante gown. Savannah shot back, but her fingers flew to her mouth and she chewed nervously on a nail. Remy gave the young woman such a penetrating stare that Savannah finally grabbed another sandwich and a fistful of chips. Rose muttered something under her breath that to Michelle sounded pretty close to old bitch and stalked off, her wet flip-flops smacking against the brick in a series of exclamation points. Then Remy Battle sat down and turned her full attention to King and Michelle. They each drew a deep breath as her gaze bored into them. To Michelle, it was quite an introduction to Casa Battle. Now she understood exactly what King had meant about judging the interior. Chapter 15. I have to apologize for Savannah, said Remy. I love her, but some days I can't believe we're actually related by blood or anything else for that matter. It's okay, Mrs. Battle. She's just a kid, said Michelle. They all do crazy stuff, Remy snapped. She's not a child. She's 22. She's a graduate of one of the finest schools on the East Coast, rings in her belly and tattoos on her butt. I didn't send that girl to college so she could lose her damn mind. Michelle looked at King for help. Remy, we were sorry to hear about Bobby. How's he doing? He asked. His condition is still critical, Remy answered in the same harsh tone, and then her hand crept to her lined forehead and she said in a more restrained voice, I'm sorry. Here I am complaining about Savannah, and I'm not exactly being Miss Hospitality myself. It's just that a lot has happened lately. She paused and said slowly, Bobby was in a coma for the longest time. The damn doctors didn't know when or even if he'd come out of it, but then he did. They were even able to take him off the ventilator. 2 nights ago, he said his first words. That must be encouraging, said King. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Thing is, he was incoherent. Spouting off names. Nothing he said made any sense. Hell, they don't know for sure if he slipped back into the coma or not. I guess that's hard for the doctors to determine. With what they charge, I expect them to walk on water and have a direct line to God, she replied bitterly. Is there anything we can do? Right now, a prayer or two couldn't hurt. Mason came out carrying a tray of coffee. He poured a cup for Remy and offered some to Michelle and King. Both declined before retreating once more. There's nothing like a soothing cup of coffee in the afternoon. Remy took a long sip and then settled back in her chair. Harry Carrick's a damn fine lawyer, and Junior's lucky to have him. She paused, took another drink of her coffee, and added, But Junior did it? I know it as though I'd seen him do it myself. King pounced. But that's the point, Remy. You didn't see him. No one did. She waved this comment off in a way that reminded Michelle of Savannah's earlier chopping gesture. The evidence is overwhelming. Right, too overwhelming. He could have been framed. Remy looked at King as though he were speaking a language not of this earth. Who in their right mind would want to frame someone like Junior Deaver? Whoever really broke into your home and stole all that property, replied King. And do you really see Junior fencing bearer bonds and fine jewelry? He didn't know what was in there. He got cash too. It doesn't take an Einstein to spend cash now, does it? She retorted. All we want to do is look around and talk to a few people, and even though we're working for Harry and Junior, I'm presuming you want the guilty party caught. Remy smiled, but there was a dangerous glint in her eyes. You presume correctly, Mr. King, although they've already caught the guilty party. She suddenly roared, firing the words off like a .50 caliber gone haywire. And if that big dumb son of a bitch would tell me where the hell my wedding ring is, I might persuade the Commonwealth's attorney to drop the charges. Why don't you go back and tell Harry that? And then maybe we can put an end to this horse shit. Michelle noted that the woman's southern drawl was far more pronounced when she was angry, and, unlike her daughter, there was absolutely nothing affected about it. Michelle set her iced tea down because she'd almost dropped it after Remy's eruption. She silently thanked God that Remington Battle wasn't her mother. Unfazed, King said in a calm voice. Duly noted, Remy, but can we look around now? Remy stared at him for a long moment. Her lips twitched as she apparently tried to master her anger. For an instant, Michelle actually thought the woman was going to hurl her cup of soothing coffee at King's head. Maybe you should switch to decaf, Michelle thought. Finally, Remy rose from her chair and motioned for them to follow. Hell, I'll show you myself. Chapter 16, Remy Battle led King and Michelle inside and up the main staircase to the third floor. The house seemed to have been added onto over time, observed Michelle, with new wings extending out from the older central block. Remy apparently read her thoughts because she said, This house has been a work in progress for decades. Many of our friends have several beautiful estates around the world, but this is the only one Bobby and I ever wanted. It's something of a mishmash at times, and some hallways just stop at a wall, but she corrected herself instantly, we love it. They arrived at a door that Remy opened and ushered them through. It was a large and nicely furnished room, painted in comfortable colors with a row of windows. One of those windows looked new. Remy pointed to it. That's where he got in. The police said he used a crowbar. They finally gave me the okay to have everything fixed. King stared down at a cracked picture frame that was on one of the nightstands. The glass had been pulled out. He picked it up. What happened to this? Remy scowled. That picture was on a table over by the window. It was broken when Junior came through there. I haven't had it repaired yet. King and Michelle looked at the drawing of a young boy inside the broken frame. The drawing was ripped right down the middle. Who is it? Asked King. It's a drawing of Bobby Jr. I'll never forgive Junior for destroying it. King put the picture down. I understand there was some sort of hidden drawer in your closet. Remy nodded and motioned for them to follow. Her closet had elaborate mahogany built-ins throughout, and clothes, bags, shoes, hats, and other accessories were arranged in precise order. King looked at the meticulous display with unabashed admiration. He kept his own possessions in perfect order, a fact well known to Michelle. His expression of unmitigated delight clearly registered with her. For while Remy wasn't looking, Michelle tapped King on the arm, gave an orgasmic shudder, and then pantomimed, having an after-sex cigarette. "Where was the hidden drawer, if you don't mind my asking?" said King after he finished scowling at his partner. Remy pulled one drawer out slightly and then tapped on the front of a flat piece of wood right below it. This popped open, revealing a small space about 18 inches across and 2 feet deep. "A false front," explained Remy. "Looks like a piece of filler wood, but pulling out the drawer above primes a lever in the false front. Then tapping on the right upper corner of the false front triggers that lever, and it opens." King examined the mechanism closely. "Pretty clever." "Always wanted a secret drawer in my closet," said Remy, "ever since I was a little girl." "But the person who robbed you didn't know how to open it?" said Michelle. "Junior Deaver didn't know how to open it," she corrected. "Just about every drawer in here was clawed and busted up. Cost me a pretty penny to fix it. I'll be taking that out of Junior's hide in civil court, be sure and tell Harry that. But how did anyone other than you even know there was a secret drawer in here?" Michelle wanted to know. "Over the years I might have let that fact slip. I didn't think anything of it. Because we have at least what I thought was a first-rate security system." "And was the system on?" asked King. "Yes. Only there are no motion detectors on the 3rd floor, and the windows up here aren't wired either. The system was put in years ago after a near tragedy. I guess the philosophy back then was that second-story men don't venture to the 3rd floor," she added, in disgust. "What near tragedy?" asked King. Remy turned to him. "My son Eddie was kidnapped." "I never heard about that," he said. "It happened over 20 years ago while he was still in college?" "But everything turned out all right, obviously," said King. "Yes, thank God. We didn't even have to pay the $5 million ransom." "Why not?" asked Michelle. "The FBI tracked down the kidnapper and killed him in a shootout. In fact, Chip Bailey, the FBI agent who rescued Eddie and killed the kidnapper, lives near here. He still works for the FBI over in Charlottesville." King said, "So no one was here when the burglary happened?" Remy sat on the edge of the large canopied bed, drumming her long, slender fingers against the carved bedpost. Savannah was still at college. She'd graduated over the winter but decided to stay down there and have some postgraduate fun. "I'm sure you could tell that my little girl truly loves her good times." Eddie and Dorothea were out of town. Mason, the household help, and Sally, the girl who handles the stables, live in the house in the far rear grounds. They wouldn't have noticed anything anyway. My bedroom windows face a pretty isolated part of the rear grounds. "So you stay in the house by yourself?" asked Michelle. "Bobby and me," she said defiantly. "Our children are raised. We've done more than our share of giving friends and relatives a place to stay in our time. More often than not, this big old house was full over the years. Now it's just our home." "But the night of the burglary the house was empty," said King. "I understand you were at the hospital with Bobby." "That's right, at Wrightsburg General. But we were told you didn't arrive back here until around 5 a.m., said Michelle. "Those are pretty long visiting hours. I slept there in a private room down the hall from him that the hospital provided," explained Remy. "That was pretty accommodating of them," said Michelle. "Our names on the building, sweetie?" Remy said in a falsely polite tone. In a far more blunt voice she added, "Frankly, for $15 million, I thought it was the least they could do." "Oh," said Michelle sheepishly. "The police told me all the evidence leads to Junior, including his fingerprints. But he was doing work here," said King. "That could account for the print. They found it on the outside of one of the panes of the busted window." She added, "I hired Junior to work in my bedroom, not outside my damn window. And I understand that things were stolen from Bobby's closet as well. It was broken into." "And what was taken?" asked Michelle. "Come on, you can see for yourself." She led them out of her room and down the hall, where she opened another door. They found themselves in a room that reeked of cigar and pipe smoke. It was an intensively masculine room. Michelle noted, a shotgun rack hung over the fireplace, although there was no weapon on it. A pair of antique swords hung on another wall. They were crossed one over the other, forming a large X. There were several oil paintings of splendid horses. A pipe rack stood against one corner with a number of well-chewed pipes hanging from it. In another corner was a campaign desk and chair. The bed was small, and the nightstand next to it was stacked with magazines on fishing, hunting, and science. One entire wall was devoted to photos of Bobby Battle. He was a tall, thick-chested man with dark, wavy hair and features seemingly cast in iron. In most of the photos he was either fishing or hunting, but there was one of him jumping out of a plane and another where he was piloting a chopper. Remy waved her hand in front of her nose. "I'm sorry for the smell. We've aired it out for days and the smell's still there. It must be in the carpet and furniture by now. Bobby loves his pipes and cigars." As Michelle looked around at Robert E. Lee, Battle's lair, images of the man seemed to flow to her apart from the photos. A bear of a man who lived life hard and took no prisoners. That such a man was lying now in a coma, with bleak prospects of ever coming back, made her very depressed, even though she'd never met him and was disgusted by his womanizing reputation. Michelle pointed to several photos of Battle with large groups of people. "What are those of some of Bobby's employees?" He was an engineer turned businessman, holds over 100 patents. "Looking at this room, you might think my husband was all play and no work, but Bobby is, above all else, a hard worker. The things he invented, they all made money." "When did you two meet?" asked Michelle. She added quickly, "I know it's a personal question, but he seems such a fascinating man." Remy actually smiled at this. "He walked into my daddy's clothing store in Birmingham, Alabama, 45 years ago, and announced that he'd seen me at several events, and I was the prettiest thing he'd ever laid eyes on, and he was going to marry me. And he just wanted my daddy to know, although he said he wasn't seeking permission, which was and in many ways still is the custom down there. He said the only person he had to convince of his intentions was me. Well, he did. I was only 18 then and hadn't seen anything of life, but I was no pushover. Yet he eventually won me." "Quite the whirlwind," said King. "He was 10 years older than me. When we got married, he hadn't made much money, but he had the brains, too, and the drive. He was special, and yet he wanted me." This last part was said with surprising humility. "Well, it's not like you weren't quite a catch," said King sincerely. "I suppose I was one of the very few to stand up to him. Oh, we had our peaks and our valleys like most folks," she added quietly. Remy opened a door and motioned them in. Bobby's closet. The space was far smaller than his wife's closet, but was still elaborately built out. Remy pushed back some pants hanging on rods and pointed to the side of one of the cabinets where a panel of wood had been broken out. "There's a secret cupboard there, about the same size as the one in my room. One of the drawers in this large cabinet doesn't go all the way back. You see, it's pretty clever, because from the front it's almost impossible to judge how deep the drawers are, and you can't see the little keyhole on the side unless you're looking for it. I've been in here a million times and I never noticed it." King shot her a glance. "So you didn't know Bobby had a secret drawer?" Remy looked like a woman who'd realized far too late that she'd said far too much. "No, I didn't," she said. "What was stolen?" "What does it matter?" she snapped. "I know what was stolen out of mine, Remy?" "You mean you don't know what Bobby kept in there?" asked King. She didn't answer for a long moment. When she did, her tone was far more subdued. "No, I don't." Chapter 17. "Okay," said Michelle. Once they'd left the house, a psychiatrist could write an entire textbook on just Savannah and Remy's relationship. "Her not knowing what was in Bobby's secret drawer is bugging the hell out of the woman," said King, as he glanced back at the mansion, and while her closet was all broken up, Bobby's wasn't. "That's significant." "Right. The person knew where Bobby's secret cache was, but didn't have the key to open it. Before leaving the house, they'd spoken with Mason and the other household help. Their answers were incredibly consistent. They'd all been in the house in the rear grounds and had seen and heard nothing when the burglary occurred. King and Michelle got in the car, but instead of leaving, King steered his Lexus down the asphalt road leading to the rear of the property. "Where are we going?" she asked. "I met Sally Wainwright, the woman who handles the stables at a horse event last year. Let's see if she saw and heard nothing that night, too." Sally was in her mid-20s, cute, petite, but wiry, with long brown hair that she kept in a ponytail. She was mucking a stall when King and Michelle drove up. She wiped the sweat from her face with a cloth and came over to the car. "You probably don't remember me," began King. "I spent the day with you at the charity dressage event in Charlottesville last year." Sally smiled broadly. "Of course I remember you, Sean." She glanced at Michelle. "You and Ms. Maxwell here are pretty famous now." "Or infamous," replied King. He looked around at the stables and horses. So do many of the battles still ride, he asked. Dorothea never has. Eddie does quite a bit. He's into Civil War reenactments and has to saddle up sometimes in those. Are you into that? Asked Michelle. Sally laughed. I'm from Arizona. I couldn't care less about the Civil War. I see Savannah's home. She used to ride in competition, didn't she? Asked King. A slight look of annoyance crossed Sally's face. She used to. King waited expectantly to see if Sally would put a defining exclamation point on that comment. She's a great rider. Not so handy with mucking, grooming, and dealing with people who didn't grow up with silver spoons in their mouths. Sally suddenly looked scared as though she'd spoken out of turn. Not to worry, Sally, said King supportively. I know just what you mean. He paused and added, Does Mrs. Battle ride? I've been here 5 years and she hasn't saddled up once in that time. Sally leaned on her muckrake. I saw you drive in earlier. You just visiting? King told her why they were there, and Sally's brow clouded as she anxiously glanced in the direction of the main house. I don't know anything about that, she said. So you were in your house with Mason and the rest the whole time, I suppose. Right, she said. I go to sleep early. Have to get up at the crack of dawn. I'm sure. Well, if anything occurs to you, let me know. He handed her one of his business cards. She didn't even look at it. I don't know anything, Sean. I really don't. Okay, you ever see Junior Deaver around here? Sally hesitated and then said, Couple times when he was working here. You ever speak to him, maybe once? She said evasively. Well, you have a good day, Sally. They drove off. King looked in the rearview mirror at a very nervous Sally. She's not telling us something, said Michelle. That's right, answered King. Where to now? King pointed to a large house on the other side of the board-on-board fencing. 2 more battles to go, and then we can call it a day, he said. Chapter 18. So this is a carriage house, said Michelle as she climbed out of King's car and stared at the approximately 5,000-square-foot red brick structure. I always imagined them to be bigger, she added sarcastically. I guess it depends on the size of your carriage. King glanced at the late-model silver Volvo station wagon parked in the motor court. That's Eddie's car? Let me guess, you're clairvoyant. No, but I see a Confederate soldier's uniform and a painting easel in the back. Eddie Battle answered the door and ushered them in. He was a big man, at least 6'2", and packing over 220 very muscular pounds. He had unruly, thick, dark hair and striking blue eyes, and his features were strong and weathered by the elements. The hair came from his father. His mouth and eyes came straight from his mother, Michelle observed. However, there was nothing of her sternness and cold reserve about him. Indeed, his boyish manner was ingratiating. He reminded her of a handsome, albeit older, California surfer dude. He shook their hands and sat them down in the living room. His heavily muscled and thickly veined forearms were spotted with paint, and he was wearing what appeared to be cavalry boots with his faded jeans tucked inside them. His white work shirt had several holes in it and numerous paint stains. He was also unshaven. He seemed the antithesis of a rich man's son. He chuckled when he noted Michelle staring at his footwear. I was killed last week during an ill-advised charge against a fortified Union position in Maryland. I wanted to die with my boots on, and I can't seem to muster the energy to take them off. Poor Dorothea is growing very annoyed with me, I'm afraid. Michelle smiled and King said, You're probably wondering why we're here. Nope. My mother called a few minutes ago. She filled me in. I'm afraid I can't tell you much. We were gone when the burglary happened. Dorothea was at a realtors convention in Richmond, and I fought in a fierce 2-day reenactment in Appomattox, and then drove straight over to Tennessee to catch the early morning light over the Smoky Mountains. I was painting a landscape, he explained. Sounds pretty exhausting, said Michelle. Not really. I get to ride around on horses and play pretend soldier and cover myself in paint. I'm a little boy who never had to grow up. I think it pains my parents to see what's become of me. But I'm a good artist, though. I'll never be a great one, and on weekends I play soldier. I'm privileged and lucky, and I know that. And because of that, I try to be modest and self-deprecating about. He smiled again and showed teeth so perfect in shape and color that Michelle concluded they were all capped. You're certainly frank about yourself, she said. Look, I'm the son of fabulously wealthy parents, and I've never really had to work for a living. I don't put on airs, and what I do as well as I can. However, I know that's not why you're here. So go ahead with your questions. Had you ever seen Junior Deaver around here? Asked King. Sure, he did a lot of work for my parents. Junior's also done work for me and Dorothea, and we never had a bit of trouble with him. That's why I can't understand the burglary. He was making good money off the family, but maybe not good enough. I understand there's a lot of evidence tying Junior to the crime. Maybe too much, answered King. Eddie looked at him thoughtfully. I see what you mean. I guess I haven't given the matter a lot of attention. We've been pretty preoccupied with family issues lately. Right. We were sorry to hear about your father. It's funny, I always thought he'd outlive all of us. Mind you, he still might. The man's used to getting his way. There was a pause before King said, "This question might seem a little awkward, but I have to ask it." Well, I guess the whole situation is a little awkward, so fire away. Apparently your father had a secret drawer in his closet that things were taken from. Your mother didn't know about the drawer and thus didn't know what might have been in it. Did you know about any of that? No, as far as I knew, my parents didn't have any secrets from each other. Yet they kept separate bedrooms? Said Michelle abruptly. Eddie's sunny smile faded. That's their business. It didn't mean they didn't sleep together or didn't love each other. Dad smoked cigars and liked his room a certain way. Mom can't breathe around cigars and she likes her things a certain way. It's a big house, and they can do anything they damn well please in it. King looked apologetic. I told you it was awkward. Eddie looked ready to bark at them again, but then seemingly mastered this impulse. I didn't know about any secret drawer Dad had, but I'm not his confidant. Does he have a confidant like that? Maybe Savannah? Savannah? No, I'd cross off my little sister as a potential inside information source. I guess she'd been away at college, prompted Michelle. She's been away all right, and it started long before college. I take it you two aren't that close, said Michelle. Eddie shrugged. It's no one's fault, really. I'm nearly twice her age and we have nothing in common. I was in college when she was born. Your mother mentioned to us what happened to you back then, said King. Eddie spoke slowly. I don't remember much about it, to tell the truth. I'd never even seen the person who kidnapped me until they showed me his body. He blew out a long breath. I was really, really lucky. My mother and father were so happy when I got back. They conceived Savannah. At least that's the official family anecdote. Your mother said Chip Bailey became a good friend. He saved my life. How do you ever repay that? King glanced at Michelle. I know what you mean. They heard a car driving up and it screeched to a stop near the front door. That would be Dorothea. She doesn't like to waste time getting places, said Eddie. Michelle glanced out the window and saw the big black Beamer. The woman who got out of the car was dressed in a tight, short black skirt with black shoes and black stockings, and her wavy hair color matched that ensemble. She took off her sunglasses, glanced sharply at King's car, and then headed to the door. Dorothea strode into the room in a pail of jet black, imitation of Remy Battle, it seemed to Michelle, and then she wondered if the younger woman had consciously patterned herself after her mother-in-law in that regard. Fashionably thin with curvy hips, a round firm bottom and slender sexy legs, the woman possessed a disproportionately large bosom that had doubtless seen professional work. Her mouth was a little too wide for her face, and the lipstick a little too red for her pale complexion. The eyes were a dull green but shrewd-looking. Greetings and introductions were made all around, and then Dorothea drew out a cigarette and lit it, while Eddie explained why King and Michelle were there. She said, I'm afraid I can't help you, Sean. Dorothea kept her focus on him and seemed to make a point of ignoring Michelle. I was out of town when it happened. Right? Either everyone was gone or no one who was here seemed to notice anything, said Michelle, baiting the woman on purpose. The dull green eyes shifted slowly toward her. I'm sorry if the family and its hired help didn't work their collective schedules around Junior Deaver's felonious pursuits, she said in an icy and condescending tone. If she closed her eyes, Michelle would have sworn it was Remy Battle speaking. Before Michelle could return fire, Dorothea looked back at King. I think you're hunting the wrong fox here, just trying to make sure an innocent man isn't sent to prison again. I think you're wasting your time, she shot back. King rose. Well, I certainly won't waste any more of yours, he said pleasantly. As they left, Michelle and King heard raised voices behind them. Michelle looked at her partner. I bet Battle Holiday get-togethers are just a hoot. I hope I never find out for sure. So now we call it a day, asked Michelle. No, I lied. Next up is Lulu Oxley, replied King. Chapter 19. King and Michelle pulled up in front of a double-wide trailer set on a permanent cinder block foundation at the end of a gravel drive. Electrical and phone lines running to the trailer were the only signs of a connection to the outside world. Scraggly pines and stunted wild mountain laurel formed a weary backdrop to the very modest home of Junior Deaver and Lulu Oxley. An ancient, rusted Ford LTD with a cracked vinyl top, an ashtray full of butts and an empty quart of Beefeater on the front seat, and sporting dirty West Virginia plates sat in front of the trailer like a cheap sentinel. As they climbed out of the Lexus, however, Michelle noted that flower boxes lined the windows of the trailer and more pots covered with brilliant spring blooms sat on the wooden steps leading up to the front door. The trailer itself looked old, but the exterior was clean and in good repair. King glanced at the sky. What are you looking for? Tornadoes. The only time I got caught in one, I was in a trailer in Kansas. There wasn't a single blade of grass disturbed in the whole area. But that twister picked that trailer up and deposited it somewhere in Missouri. Luckily, I got out before the ride started. The guy I had gone to question about a counterfeiting ring chose to stick it out. They found him in a cornfield 10 miles away. King didn't head to the front door. Instead, he went around to the side of the trailer, directly behind the double-wide, about 40 feet back, and enclosed on 3 sides by leafy trees, was a large wooden shed. It had no door, and inside they could see walls lined with tools and a large air generator on the floor. As they approached the structure, an unkempt dog, ribs showing, lumbered out of the shed, saw them and commenced barking and baring its yellowed teeth. Luckily, the animal appeared to be chained to a deeply set stake. Okay, enough snooping around, King declared. As he and Michelle mounted the steps to the trailer, a heavy-set woman appeared behind the screened front door. The woman's hair was big and black with silver streaks. Her dress resembled a purple sandwich board glued over her immense, square-cut frame, and her face was composed of doughy cheeks, 3 chins, small lips, and closely set eyes. The skin was pale and virtually unwrinkled. Except for the hair color, it would have been difficult to guess her exact age. "Ms. Oxley?" said King with his hand out in greeting. She didn't take it. Who the hell wants to know? I'm Sean King, and this is Michelle Maxwell. We've been hired by Harry Carrick to handle an investigation on behalf of your husband. That'd be quite a feat considering my husband's been dead for years, was her surprising reply. You must be wanting my daughter, Lulu. I'm Priscilla. I'm sorry, Priscilla, said King, glancing at Michelle. She's gone to get him. Get Junior, I mean. She took a sip of something in a Disney World coffee mug she was holding. I thought he was in jail, said Michelle. The woman's gaze swiveled to her. He was. That's what bail's for, Shug. I come up from West Virginia to help out with the kids till Junior gets himself out of this mess. If he can, she shook her large head, stealing from rich people. Ain't nothing dumber but dumb is what Junior's been his whole life. Do you know when they'll be back? Asked King. They were picking up the kids from school, so ain't gonna be too long from now. Priscilla looked at them in distrust. So exactly what are you doing here? We've been retained by Junior's attorney to dig up evidence proving his innocence, explained King. Well, you got yourself a long road ahead, so you think he's guilty? Said Michelle, leaning against the banister. Priscilla looked at her in unconcealed disgust. He's done shit like this before. King spoke up. Well, maybe Junior didn't do this? Yeah, and maybe I'm a size 6 and got me my own TV show. If they're going to be back soon, can we come in and wait? Priscilla raised the pistol that she held in her other hand. It had been hidden from their view behind an outcropping of fleshy hip. Lulu don't like me letting people in, and I don't have no way of knowing if you are who you say. She pointed the gun at King. Now, I don't want to shoot you 'cause you're kinda cute, but I sure as hell will, and your little skinny plaything there too, if you try anything funny." King held up his hands in mock surrender. "No problems, Priscilla." He paused and added, "That's a fine pistol you've got there. H&K 9mm, isn't it?" "Hell if I know, belonged to my husband," said Priscilla. "But I sure know how to shoot it." "We'll just take a stroll around outside and wait," said King, backing down the stairs and pulling Michelle with him. "You do that? Just don't steal my Mercedes over there," said Priscilla as she shut the door. Michelle said, "Skinny plaything?" "I'd like to stick that pistol right up her." King gripped her shoulder and led her away from the trailer. "Let's just be cool and live to play detective another day." As they headed away from the trailer, King bent down, picked up a rock and sent it sailing into a ravine. "Why do you think Remy Battle left the hole in the secret cupboard in Bobby's closet? She hired someone to fix the damage in her closet. Why not fix Bobby's at the same time? Maybe she's pissed at him and didn't want to deal with it. And you think she's upset because she didn't know there was a secret drawer in his closet, or what was in it?" "While we're at it, there's something bugging me too," she said. "Why was her wedding ring in that drawer? She tells us what a great man her husband is. So why wasn't she wearing her ring?" "It couldn't be because of the secret drawer. She didn't find out about that until after her ring and the other things were stolen. She might have suspected Bobby was hiding something from her, or maybe they were having problems, like Harry said. Bobby slept around, or she could have been lying to us." Michelle had a sudden thought. "Do you think Junior was hired by someone to break into the house and steal what was in Bobby's secret drawer? Who would know about it other than Bobby? The person who built it." King nodded, "and that person could presume that valuables would be kept in there. In fact, it might be the same person who built Remy's. Bobby might have hired him to do his without bothering to tell his wife." Michelle said, "Well, I guess we can rule out Remy's hiring Junior to break into the house and steal what was in her husband's drawer. If she knew where it was, she could have done it herself. If she knew where it was, maybe she didn't or couldn't find it on her own, and hired Junior to find it for her and make it look like a burglary. But if she had hired him, she never would have called the police." King shook his head. "Not true if Junior double-crossed her and stole her things while he was looking for Bobby's secret cache. And maybe Junior's not telling everything just yet, because he wants to see how the cards fall. Why am I suddenly thinking this case is far more complicated than people think it is?" said Michelle wearily. "I never thought it was simple." They both turned in the direction of the van pulling up to the trailer. King glanced at the occupants of the vehicle and then looked at Michelle. "Lulu must have scored the bail. That's Junior Deaver in the passenger seat. Let's see if we can get the truth out of him. With the way things have been going so far, don't hold your breath on that. Straight answers seem to be in short supply." Chapter 20. Junior Deaver looked like a man who made his living with his hands. His jeans and t-shirt were streaked with paint smears and seemed permanently coated with drywall dust. He was over 6'4", and his arms were thick and powerful, deeply bronzed by the sun, and bore numerous scars, scabs, and at least 5 tattoos, by Michelle's count, covering a variety of subject matter from mothers to Lulu to Harley-Davidson. His hair was brown and thinning, and he wore it long and pulled back in a ponytail that unfortunately emphasized his graying and receding hairline. A small bristly goatee covered his chin, and his bushy sideburns had been grown down past his Santa Claus cheeks. He lifted his smallest child, a 6-year-old girl with beautifully soft brown eyes and slender pigtails, out of the van with a tenderness that Michelle would hardly have given him credit for. Lulu Oxley was thin and wore a crisp-looking black business suit and low heels. Her brown hair was done up professionally in a complicated braid and bun, and she wore chic eyeglasses with slender gold frames. She held a briefcase in one hand and in the other the small hand of what looked to be an 8-year-old boy. The third child, a girl of about 12, followed behind carrying a large school bag. All the children wore the uniform of one of the local Catholic schools. King stepped forward and extended his hand to Junior. "Junior, I'm Sean King. Harry Carrick hired us to work on your behalf." Junior eyed Lulu, who nodded, and then he very grudgingly took King's hand and squeezed. Michelle saw her partner wince before the big man let go. "This is my partner, Michelle Maxwell." Lulu studied both of them very closely. "Harry said you'd be coming by. I just got Junior out and I don't want him to go back in." "I ain't going back in," growled Junior, "'cause I ain't done nothing wrong." As he said this, the little girl in his arms began to quietly cry. "Oh, dang," he said. "Mary Margaret, now don't you cry no more. Daddy ain't going no place 'cept home." The little girl continued to sob. "Mama," called out Lulu, "come and get the children, will you?" Priscilla appeared at the door, minus the gun, and shooed the older children inside before holding out her arms for Mary Margaret and taking the sobbing girl. She glared at Junior. "Well, I see they let anybody out of jail these days, Mama," exclaimed Lulu sharply. "Just go inside and see to the children." Priscilla put down Mary Margaret, and the little girl fled into the trailer. Priscilla nodded at King and Michelle. "This slick-talking feller and his chickie come round asking a bunch of questions. Say they're working for Junior. I say you should fire a bullet over their heads and tell them where they can go." At the chickie slur, King automatically grabbed Michelle's arm to hold her back from throttling the older woman. "Miss Oxley," he said, "like I said, we're here on Junior's behalf. We've already been to see Remy battle." "Well, la-di-da," said Priscilla Oxley, who finished this statement with a snort. "And how's the Queen today? Do you know her?" asked King. "I used to work at the Greenbrier Resort over in West Virginia. She and her family came there right regular, and she was demanding," said King. "She was a royal pain in my fat ass," declared Priscilla. "And if Junior was dumb enough to steal from a witch like that, he deserves whatever he gets." Lulu pointed a finger at the woman. "Mother, we have things to discuss with these people." She looked up at the front door of the trailer where Mary Margaret was listening and trembling in her distress. "Things the children don't need to hear. Don't you worry about that, honey," said Priscilla. "I'll fill 'em in on all their daddy's shortcomings. Only take me a couple of months." "Now, Mother, don't be going and doing that," said Junior as he studied his large feet. He was a good foot taller than Priscilla Oxley, though he didn't outweigh her by all that much, and yet it was clear to both King and Michelle that the man was terrified of his mother-in-law. "Don't you call me Mother. All the things Lulu and me done for you, and this is how you repay us? Getting yourself in trouble, maybe go into the electric chair on this." Mary Margaret's sobs turned into ear-splitting wails, and Lulu erupted into action. "Excuse me," she said politely but firmly to King and Michelle. She marched up the steps, grabbed a fistful of her mother's dress, and pulled the larger woman into the trailer along with Mary Margaret. From behind the closed door they could hear muffled cries and angry voices, and then all became quiet. A few seconds after that, Lulu re-emerged and closed the door behind her. "Mama sometimes goes on when she's been drinking." "Sorry about that," she said. "She doesn't like me much," said Junior unnecessarily. "Why don't we sit over here?" said Lulu, pointing to an old picnic table on the right side of the trailer. Once settled there, King filled them both in on the visit to the battles. Lulu said the problem is that she pointed to the large shed behind the trailer. "I've told Junior 1,000,000 times to put a door and lock on that thing." "Old story," he said sheepishly. "Working on everybody else's house. Ain't got time for my own." "But the point," continued Lulu, "is that anybody can get in there?" "Not with old Luther back there," Junior said, nodding at the dog that had emerged once more from the shed and was barking happily at the sight of his owners. "Luther," said Lulu incredulously. "Sure, he'll bark, but he won't bite, and he'll roll over like a baby when somebody brings him food." She turned to King and Michelle. "He has buddies coming over all the time to borrow tools. When we're not here, they leave little notes and let us know when they're going to be bringing the things back, and sometimes they never do, and Luther sure as hell never stopped one of them." "They'll leave a six-pack as a thank you," offered Junior quickly. "They're good old boys." "They're old boys all right, just don't know how good they are," said Lulu hotly. "One of them might have set you up." "Now, baby, ain't none of them going to do that to me," King cut in. "But all we have to show is reasonable doubt. If the jury thinks there's an alternative out there, well, that's good for you." "That's right, Junior," said his wife. "But they're my friends. I ain't gonna get them in trouble. I know they ain't done nothing to hurt me." "Hell, there ain't no way they could have broke into the Battle's place. And let me tell you, they ain't gonna go up against Miss Battle. That's for damn sure. I ain't got no college degree, but I'm smart enough not to take the woman's damn wedding ring. Shit, like I need that grief." "You don't have to do anything against your friends," said King emphatically. "Just give us names and addresses, and we'll check them out very discreetly. They probably all have ironclad alibis, and we can move on. But look, Junior, friends or not, unless we find other possible suspects, the evidence against you is pretty persuasive." "Listen to him, Junior," said his wife. "You want to go back to jail?" "Course not, baby. Well then?" She looked at him expectantly. Junior very reluctantly gave the names and addresses. Now Junior said King delicately, "I need you to be straight with me here. We're working for your attorney, so everything you say is confidential. It goes no further." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Did you have anything to do with that break-in? Not that you did it yourself, but might you have done something to help somebody else do it? Maybe even unknowingly." Junior stood, his hands balled into big fists. "Okay, asshole, how about I mess up that face of yours?" He roared. Michelle half rose, her hand sliding to her holstered gun, but King motioned for her to stop. He said calmly, "Junior, my partner here was an Olympic athlete. Holds multiple black belts and could kick both our butts with her feet alone. On top of that, she's holstering a 9mm cocked and locked and could put a round between your eyes at 50 feet, much less 5. Now it's been a long day and I'm tired, so sit down and start using your brain before you get yourself hurt." Junior glanced in surprise at Michelle, who stared back at him without a trace of concern or fear on her features. He sat, but his gaze kept skipping to her as King continued. "We don't want to be surprised down the road, so if there's anything you haven't told us or Harry, you need to correct that right now." After a long moment, Junior shook his head. "I've been straight with you. I didn't do it, and I got no idea who did, and right now I'm going to go see my kids." He rose and stomped into the trailer. Chapter 21. When King and Michelle walked back to their car, Lulu went with them. "Junior's a good man. Loves the kids and me," she said. "He works hard, but he knows things don't look good for him, and it's drilling a hole right through his belly." She let out a long sigh. "Things were going good, maybe too good. My job's going great, and Junior's got more work than he can handle. We're building a new home, and the kids are doing real good in school." "Yeah, maybe it was all going too good." "You kept your maiden name?" said Michelle. "I don't have any brothers," Lulu replied. "My sisters took their husbands' names. I just wanted to keep the Oxleys around, at least so long as I'm alive." "You work at the Aphrodisiac, don't you?" asked King. She looked a little startled. "That's right. How'd you know?" She suddenly smiled. "Don't tell me you've been there." King smiled back. "Once, years ago. When I first went to work there, it was more a whorehouse than anything else. It was called the Love Shack back then, you know, after the B-52s song. But I saw a lot more potential than that. Over the years, we've turned it into a nice club. Okay, we still have the dancers and stuff, but that's only in one section, the original part of the place. Junior did a lot of the new construction work. You should see some of the millwork in there now. Wood columns, nice moldings, classy drapes and wallpaper. We got a real nice restaurant with linen and china, a billiards room, and a place to play cards, a movie theater, and a first-class bar with a special ventilated place so the men can smoke cigars. And we just started a club for local business people, you know, a place to come and network. We got internet access, a business center. Revenue up 86% over last year. And last year was the best year we'd had in the last 10. And I've been pushing to change the name to something a little more." "Tasteful?" said Michelle. "Yeah," said Lulu. "I own a piece of the place, so that's me and Junior's retirement. I want it to be as profitable as possible. I got the costs in line, manageable debt levels, and strong cash flow with little direct competition. And our target demographic is golden, male high-income earners who don't care how much they spend. You should see our EBITDA level compared to what it was." "You sound like quite the businesswoman," said Michelle. "Didn't start out that way. I didn't even finish high school. My daddy had an aneurysm when I was only 16. Dropped out to help nurse him. Guess I wasn't much of a nurse. He died anyway. But then I married Junior, went back and got my GED and took business courses at the community college. I started working at the Love Shack part-time as a waitress." She added quickly, "I don't have the necessary physical equipment to be one of the dancers. Worked my way up, learned the business, and there you are, and one of your dancers was just killed," said King. Lulu stiffened. "How'd you know about that?" We're sort of informal consultants to Chief Williams, explained King. She was one of our former dancers, corrected Lulu. Did you know her? Asked Michelle. Not really. We got lots of dancers come through. Most don't stay all that long, nature of the business, and we play it by the rules. We don't allow anything but the dancing. We're not looking to lose our license to operate because some girl wants to make some cash on the side by spreading her legs. Did Rhonda Tyler want to do that? Is that why she left? Asked Michelle. I already told the police all this. Is there some reason I got to tell you too? No reason at all, said King. Good, 'cause I got enough on my mind without worrying why some gal got herself killed. I doubt she intended that to happen, said Michelle. Honey, said Lulu, I've been in this business long enough and seen enough that nothing, and I mean nothing, would surprise me anymore. I was thinking the same thing, said King. As they drove off, Lulu watched them and then went inside the trailer. Michelle eyed her movements in the side mirror. She says she didn't really know the woman, and yet she was able to ID her off an artist's composite sketch, and she knew about the crotch tattoo. Come on, I'd call that a little inconsistent. Could be, said King. And while Junior may be too dumb to know what to do with bearer bonds and jewelry, I think his wife is plenty sharp enough to sell that stuff and make some decent returns. If that turns out to be correct, our client is guilty. Michelle shrugged. Those are the breaks sometimes. What next? We track down who installed those secret drawers in the Battle's closets. We check out the alibis of Junior's friends, and we fill in Harry on what we've done so far. And we wait for the next murder to happen, added Michelle, sighing. Chapter 22. Diane Hinson left her downtown law firm, as she nearly always did. At 7 in the evening, she climbed into her late-model Chrysler Sebring and drove off. She picked up some carry-out dinner at a local restaurant, drove to her gated community, waved to the elderly guard inside who carried no weapon and could have been easily overpowered by a couple of husky 12-year-olds, and proceeded to her townhouse situated at the end of a pipe-stem street. Things had been going well for Hinson this year. A newly minted partner at Goodrich, Browder & Knight, Wrightsburg's second-largest law firm. She'd finally met a man she thought might be the one, a 6'3" accountant 4 years her junior, who liked to whitewater raft and could beat her occasionally on the tennis court. She felt that any day he might pop the question, and her answer would be an immediate yes. She'd also brought a new client into the firm with billings well into the 6 figures that would add significantly to her personal income. She was thinking of moving into a single-family house. To do so with a ring on her finger and a husband to grow old with would be a dream come true for the 33-year-old lawyer. She parked her car in her garage and went inside. She placed her dinner in the microwave, changed into her running clothes, and headed out. 3 miles and a little over 20 minutes later, she arrived back a little sweaty but barely short of breath. A decent middle-distance runner in college and dedicated amateur tennis player, she'd kept in excellent shape over the years. She showered, ate her meal, caught a TV show she'd been looking forward to seeing, and received a phone call from her accountant Beau, who was in Houston on a corporate audit. After some breathy promises of truly memorable sex once he returned home, she hung up, watched the late news, noted it was nearly midnight, and turned off the TV. She stripped down to her panties in the bathroom, pulled on a long T-shirt she kept hanging on the door there, and headed to bed. She sensed the presence behind her, but before she could scream, the gloved hand closed around her neck, cutting off her wind and with it her voice. A very strong arm encircled her body, pinning both her limbs to her sides. Stunned, Hinson found herself being shoved face down on the floor, unable to move or scream as a gag was placed in her mouth and her hands bound behind her with telephone cord. As a criminal lawyer, she defended accused rapists, getting some men off who should have gone to jail. She'd considered those professional victories, lying face down on the floor with a crushing weight on top of her. She steeled herself to be raped. With suffocating dread, she knew that at any moment her underwear would be pulled down, and the humiliating and painful violation would commence. Nauseous with fear, she told herself not to resist. Let him have his way, and possibly she would survive this. She hadn't seen his face. She couldn't possibly identify him. He would have no reason to kill her. Please, she tried to say through the gag, don't hurt me. Her plea went unheeded. The knife plunged into her back, grazed the left side of her heart, was pulled free and plunged in again, tearing a 2-inch gash in her left lung and slicing into her aorta on the way out. By the time it was over, a dozen wounds mottled her back. However, Diane Hinson was dead by the fourth. The man in the black hood bent over her, careful not to step in the pool of blood forming on the carpet, and turned Hinson over on her back. He lifted her t-shirt, took a Sharpie pen from his pocket, and drew a symbol on her flat belly. He made the same symbol on the wall behind her bed. He drew it large since he didn't want anyone to miss it. The police could be such imbeciles. He went back to the body and carefully unhooked the woman's anklet, the one he'd admired in the shopping mall parking lot, and placed it in his pocket. He left the knife by the dead woman's side. It couldn't lead back to him. He'd pulled it from her kitchen drawer when he'd entered the house earlier. He'd been hidden behind the bushes in the darkness next to her garage door, waiting for her to come home. When she opened the garage, he waited until she had gotten out of the car and gone inside. Most people closed the garage door on their way inside the house using the remote button near the door leading into the house. She'd never seen him slip inside. He untied her hands and wedged her arm against a partially open bureau drawer. He'd observed at the shopping mall that she wore a watch, so he hadn't bothered to bring one. He set the watch hands to where he wanted them and pulled out the stem, freezing it at that number on the dial. He said no prayer over the body. Yet he did mumble something about this being a lesson to keep one's ATM receipts. He methodically went through the room looking for potential evidence of his presence but found none. Fingerprints and palm prints were out of the question. Not only had he worn gloves, but he'd glued felt pads to each of his fingertips and palms. He slipped a small handheld vacuum out of his coat pocket and ran it over the floor and under the bed where he'd been hiding. He did the same in the coat closet where he'd initially hidden, and continued that process on the stairs and finally the garage. After that, he took off his hood, slipped on a beard and hat, and left out the back door. He made his way to his car, which he'd parked on a side road outside of the fancy gated community with its elderly, weaponless security guard. The VW started up. He drove fast but within the legal speed limit. He had another letter to write, and he knew exactly what he wanted to say. Chapter 23, Cian King woke eerily on the 40-foot houseboat that was parked at his dock. The rented houseboat was home, at least until he could finish building a new house to replace the one that had disappeared into a man-made crater. He donned a wet suit, drew a quick breath, and then dove headfirst into the water. After a spirited swim of several hundred yards, he returned to the houseboat and embarked on a 2-mile trek in his loon kayak. His partner's energetic ways were rubbing off on him, he had to grudgingly admit. As he was paddling through the water thinking this, he looked up and saw her. He wasn't surprised. Even at this hour, he often wondered if she ever slept. Could it be that his partner was really a vampire who happened to have no problem with sunlight? Michelle was in her skull, rowing with a skill, strength, and intensity that King could only dream about. She was moving so fast that anyone unacquainted with the woman would have assumed her craft was under motor power. He called out to her, his words carrying far over the calm waters. "Time for coffee, or are you heading for the Atlantic this morning?" She smiled, waved, and headed over. They drew their crafts up to his dock and secured them. On the houseboat, King fixed coffee while Michelle took out an energy bar from her fanny pack and started to devour it. She looked around the well-organized interior. "You know this boat's almost bigger than my cottage," she observed between bites. "And it's far neater, I know," he said, pouring out juice and coffee. It had been 2 days since their interview with Lulu and Junior. They'd reported back to Harry Carrick, who seemed pleased with their progress, but had in turn informed them that the grand jury had, not surprisingly, indicted his client. They'd tracked down the man who had installed the secret drawers in the Battle's closets. He was elderly, retired, and seemed to have no earthly reason to break into his former client's home. That had seemed a dead end until King asked him when Robert Battle had asked for his secret drawer to be installed. The old man had looked a little uncomfortable at that. "Don't like keeping secrets from folks," he had said. "Mrs. Battle is a fine lady, none finer in my mind. So Mr. Battle didn't want her to know about it," prompted Michelle, when the old man seemed disinclined to continue. "Sneaking in and out when she wasn't there, didn't like it." "No, sir," he said, avoiding directly answering her question. "Any idea why Mr. Battle wanted that drawer installed?" asked King. "Didn't ask because it wasn't my place to?" He said stubbornly, "Around what time period was that?" Michelle inquired. The man took a minute to consider this. "Must have been about 5 or so years ago. Put Mrs. Battle's drawer in a few years before that." King mused for a moment and then said, "And Mr. Battle knew about his wife's hidden drawer?" "Don't know if he did or not." "Here he's near death's door." "You never know with a man like that," replied King. They'd checked out the alibis of all of Junior's friends. The men were either in a bar drinking at the time or sleeping with their wives, girlfriends, or mistresses. The ladies could have been lying, of course, but it might be hard to break their testimony without a lot of digging. And in each case, King had sensed they were telling the truth anyway. None of Junior's friends seemed remotely capable of carrying off such a burglary and setting up Junior so cleverly in the process. Their expertise seemed limited to driving nails, drinking beer, and betting women. "Are you going to live on this houseboat the whole time while you're rebuilding?" asked Michelle. "I don't have much choice. My cottage has an extra bedroom." "Thanks, but I don't think my neatness gene could survive. I've gotten better." "Better. The last time I was there, you had everything from water skis to shotguns piled on a card table in your dining room, a stack of dirty laundry in the kitchen sink, and unwashed dishes on a chair in the living room. You served dinner on paper plates on a wakeboard resting on 2 chairs, a first for me, I assure you." "Well," she said in a hurt tone, "I thought you'd appreciate that I cooked for you. Do you know how many cans I had to open?" I'm sure it was a true ordeal. He was about to say something else when his cell phone rang. It was Todd Williams. The conversation was brief, but when King clicked off, he looked badly shaken. "Another murder?" asked Michelle as she set down her coffee and looked at him. "Yes. Who was it? Somebody I happen to know," he said. Chapter 24. The brutal murder of Diane Hinson had not set very well in her posh, gated, and supposedly safe community. When Michelle and King arrived there, a small yet vocal crowd of angry folks had surrounded several beleaguered men in suits representing the management of the upscale compound. Also in the middle of this siege was an elderly security guard who appeared so distraught he looked ready to cry. Police cars and other emergency vehicles lined the pipestem road to Hinson's home, and a yellow police tape barrier stretched across the small strip of grass in front of the home. Not that many people were inclined to take a peek. Uniformed officers came and went through the front door and garage. King pulled to a stop and he and Michelle got out. Chief Williams waved to them from the front stoop. They hurried to meet him and then all three went inside. If possible, Todd Williams looked even more miserable than he had at the morgue. Gravity seemed to be sucking the lawman right into the earth. "Damn," he said. "What I did to deserve this?" "I don't know. There's been a positive ID on Hinson?" asked King. "Yeah, it's her." "Why do you know the lady?" "It's a small town. We're both lawyers. Did you know her well?" "Not enough to be any help with the investigation." "Who found her?" "She was supposed to be at work early this morning, preparing for a deposition or something. When she didn't show, people from her firm called her house and cell phones. There was no answer. They sent someone over. Her car was in the garage, but no one answered the door. They got worried and called the police." William shook his head. "This is the same guy who did Tyler, Pembroke, and Canny, no doubt about it." Michelle picked up on the confident tone in his voice. "Did you receive a letter about the high school kids?" Williams nodded, pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket and passed it to her. "Here's a photocopy. Damn newspaper sat on it because it was addressed to Virgil and he was out of town. Apparently not one single person over there thought to open it, and they call themselves reporters. My ass." "Was it in code like the first one?" asked King. "Nope, that's just as we received it, and no symbol on the envelope." King said, "So there goes the Zodiac theory." He looked at Michelle. "What does it say?" Michelle scanned the letter and began reading. "Okay, one more down with others to follow. I told you the first time I wasn't the Z-Man, but you're probably thinking that kid bit the dust under the Z's hand. Think again. I left the dog collar behind because the dog didn't make me do it. I don't even have a dog. I wanted to do it all by myself. And no, I'm not him either. Until next time. And it won't be long. Not SOS. She looked up at King with a puzzled expression. "Dog collar?" "And the dog made me do it? You're showing your age or lack thereof, Michelle," replied King. "So, and the dog made me do it." That son of Sam, David Berkowitz, the New York City killer in the 1970s. He was dubbed the Lover's Lane Killer because some of his victims were young dating couples killed in their cars. "Lover's Lane, like Canny and Pembroke," said Michelle. Williams nodded. Berkowitz said his neighbor was some sort of demon who communicated his orders to kill through his pet dog. "Crock of shit, of course," King said, "but our guy knows exactly what he's doing. He said so." Michelle broke in. "But I'm not getting this. Why commit murders in similar styles to past killers as a copycat would and then write letters making it clear you're not them? I mean, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, right?" "Who knows?" said Williams. "But he killed those two kids." King stared at the chief and then looked at the letter again. "Wait a minute. He didn't say that. He says one more down." "Don't split grammatical hairs with a psycho," complained Williams. "He just lumped them together is all. Look at the letter again. He also uses the singular, kid, not kids." Williams scratched his cheek. "Well, maybe he just forgot and left off the last letter. It could be as simple as that." "If it was intentional, which kid is he talking about?" asked Michelle. Williams sighed deeply and then pointed up the stairs. "Well, come up and see this. I don't think it'll clear anything up, though. And I don't need a damn letter to tell me who he's not trying to impersonate this time." They made their way up the stairs and entered the bedroom. Diane Hinson remained where she'd been killed. There was a blur of activity in the room as forensic techs, police officers, men and FBI windbreakers and Virginia State Police homicide investigators attended to the business of preserving the crime scene and absorbing every valuable morsel from it. If their hollow looks were any indication, however, helpful clues were apparently very hard to come by. King observed Sylvia Diaz in one corner in deep conversation with a beefy man in an ill-fitting suit. She looked up, gave him a weary smile, and then turned away. When King's gaze caught on the symbol on the wall, he jerked back. It was a five-pointed star, but drawn upside down. "Yep, same thing I did." He turned to see Williams staring at him. The police chief bent down and lifted Hinson's shirt. "And it's here, too." They all studied the drawing on the woman's belly. Michelle had seen the symbol on the wall as well. "It's an upside-down pentagram," she said. She drew in a sharp breath and looked at King and Williams. "That one I know. Richard Ramirez, right?" "The Night Stalker," said King, nodding, "who, unless I'm mistaken, currently resides on death row almost 3,000 miles from here. He drew an upside-down pentagram on some of his victims, and also on walls of at least one of his victims' bedrooms, just like here." Williams turned Hinson to the side, and they all looked at the multiple bloody stab wounds covering her back. "Sylvia says it looks like she was held face down, stabbed in the back, and then presumably turned over, and her hand wedged against the bureau drawer." The lawman laid her back down without any indication that he might soon forfeit his breakfast. Williams's resistance to nightmarish sights seemed to be growing stronger. "Any clues?" asked Michelle. "The killer used a knife from her kitchen to stab her and telephone cord from one of her phones to bind her. There are marks on her wrists that show that. But he took off the restraints to prop up her arm. There are lots of prints in here, but I'd be real surprised if the bastard wasn't wearing gloves. And we're sure it's a man. No sign of a struggle. She was overpowered pretty quickly, and even if a woman did that maybe with a gun in hand, it'd be a little risky to tie her up. Hinson might have been able to get the upper hand. She was in great physical shape." King looked puzzled. "And no one saw or heard anything?" "These are attached residential units. Somebody had to have seen or heard something. We're looking into that, of course, but it's too early to tell. We do know that the unit to the right of Hinson's was for sale and empty." "When was she killed?" asked Michelle. "You'll have to ask Sylvia that, if that FBI fellow will let her go." King glanced over once more in Sylvia's direction. "Is he with VICAP? To tell you the God's honest truth, I'm not sure. I've had so many people in here I don't know who's coming or going." "Todd," said King. "Make sure you don't say that within earshot of a defense counsel." Williams looked confused for a moment and then said, "Oh, right, gotcha." They went and looked at the watch. "It's set to 4 o'clock, said Williams miserably. King bent down and took a closer look. "No, it's not." "What? exclaimed Williams. "It's set to 1 minute past 4. Williams knelt beside him. "Come on, Sean. I think under the circumstances that's close enough. This guy's been pretty precise up to now, Todd." Williams looked skeptical. "He just killed a woman and wanted to get out as fast as possible. He's probably operating in the dark. Unlike with the other crime scenes, he's smack in the middle of lots of potential witnesses. In his rush, he probably just didn't notice he was barely 1 minute off." "Maybe," said King with equal skepticism. "But a killer who's careful enough not to leave any usable trace behind doesn't strike me as the sort to write kid when he really meant kids, or set a watch to 4:01 when he meant 4. "Well, if he did mean to make it 1 minute past, why?" asked Michelle. King had no answer for that. He looked down at the dead woman for a long moment as Williams went off to check something else in the room. Michelle put a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Sean, I forgot you knew her. She was a good person and a fine lawyer, and she sure as hell didn't deserve this, not that anyone does." As they walked past Sylvia on their way out, she stopped them. The man in the suit had joined another group hovering over the body. He was a little shorter than King, but thicker and very strongly built. His shoulders seemed to be splitting out of his suit. He had thinning brownish-gray hair, cauliflower ears, and a boxer's flattened nose resting between two intense brown eyes. Sylvia said, "Well, number 4 and counting. The Night Stalker. Who would have thought?" She shook her head. "Who's the guy you were talking to?" King asked. "FBI agent. Chip Bailey from Charlottesville." "Chip Bailey?" King said slowly. "Do you know him?" asked Sylvia. "No, but I think I'd like to. I can arrange something later, of course. People are pretty busy right now." "That's fine." He paused and then added, "Did you note the time on the watch?" Sylvia nodded. 1 minute past 4. Like Pembroke's what? What? King and Michelle said together, "Pembroke's watch was set to 1 minute past 2. Didn't I tell you that?" "No," said Michelle, "and neither did Todd. He seems to think it was close enough to discount any significance." "What do you think?" King asked her. "I think it's important. I just don't know why." "Anything else jump out at you?" asked King. "I did a rectal temp on Hinson. After I checked for evidence of sexual assault, of course, that turned out negative. She's been dead 8 to 9 hours. There are 12 stab wounds, though." Michelle picked up on the tone in Sylvia's voice. "That equals overkill." "Yes, it also equals rage," said Sylvia. "There were no defensive wounds on her hands or forearms. She was obviously surprised and quickly overpowered. She picked up her bag and nodded toward the door. "I'm heading back to the office. I've got patients to see, and then I'll do the post on Hinson. We'll walk out with you," said King. They headed out into brisk air that was being quickly warmed by the sun. "I meant to ask you, how's your investigation coming with Junior Deaver?" King glanced at her in surprise. "How'd you know about that?" "I ran into Harry Carrick at the grocery store. I told him you two were looking into these murders, and he told me you were doing work for him. I still can't believe Junior Deaver could have done it. He's done work at my house. I always found him very courteous and accommodating, if a little rough around the edges. We met with Remy, Eddie, Dorothea, and Savannah and the household staff. And didn't get too far, I'm sure," noted Sylvia. "Remy's really torn up about Bobby," said King. "I heard he was in very bad shape." "Well, there's hope," said Michelle. "He recently regained consciousness, even spoke, but he just rambles, apparently. He's not really coherent, just spouting off names and such. But still, that's a positive thing, I suppose." "Strokes are completely unpredictable," said Sylvia. "Just when you think someone's recovering, they suddenly pass away or vice versa." King shook his head. "Well, for Remy's sake, I hope he makes it." He glanced at Sylvia. "You let us know what you find on Hinson." "Todd told me to, and he's the boss, at least until the FBI or the state police take over the investigation. Do you think that's probable?" asked Michelle. "For purposes of finding this maniac, I think that actually would be a positive development," said Sylvia firmly. Chapter 25. The 4 Serial Murders. In Wrightsburg hit the national news pipeline that afternoon and continued on into the evening. Most citizens of the small town sat in front of their TV screens as dour anchorpersons went about dutifully explaining where the rural Virginia municipality was and how it had been devastated by a series of violent and apparently random murders. State and federal authorities were on the scene. The TV people said, and hopefully the killer would be stopped soon. Left unsaid was the fact that no one actively involved in the investigation thought that was a very real possibility. Like their fellow townspeople, King and Michelle sat in front of a TV in King's office and watched and listened to the stories documenting what a slaughterhouse their humble domicile had become. When the fact that 2 letters had been sent to the Wrightsburg Gazette by the killer was announced to the nation, King exclaimed, "Shit!" Michelle nodded in understanding. "Do you think the killer's watching?" "Of course he is," snapped King. "The notoriety's all part of it." "Do you really think the killings are random?" "There's no obvious connection among any of the victims." King fell silent for a moment, except the reference to only one kid in the Canny and Pembroke letter. "The question is, which kid? I'm not following." He looked at her. If Pembroke was targeted specifically, for example, and Canny just happened to be there when it happened, that means there was a reason for Pembroke to die. Now, if there was a reason for her to die, then maybe there's a reason why the others died too. And maybe those reasons are connected somehow. And the watches? The guy's trademark, obviously. But maybe there's more to it. Hopefully, Sylvia will have some answers soon. King checked his watch. "I've got a dinner I need to get to. Where?" "The Sage Gentleman, with people in from out of town. You want to tag along?" "Nope. I've got some stuff to do too. Date." He smiled at her. "Yeah, with my kickboxing instructor. Our plan is to sweat and groan a lot with our clothes on." They headed off in opposite directions. As was typical for her, Michelle clocked an average of 20 miles over the speed limit in her white Toyota Sequoia that she'd nicknamed the Whale, in honor of Melville's fictional creation, Moby Dick. She passed the last little-used intersection about 30 seconds before she would reach the gravel road that wound through the woods to her cottage. As soon as she cleared the intersection, the lights of the pale blue VW came on, and the driver put the bug in gear, turned right, and started following her. He slowed as she turned onto the gravel road and watched as her wheels kicked up dust and bits of rock, and then she was quickly out of sight in the gathering darkness. A quarter-mile up and then to the left, he knew, having been up there already while Michelle wasn't at home, there were no other residences within a half-mile of the place. It backed to the lake where she kept a scull, kayak, and sea-doo at her small floating dock. The cottage was around 1,500 square feet and designed with an open floor plan. He'd ascertained that she lived alone with not even a dog to keep her company and safe. However, she was a former federal agent with specialized skills, a person not to be underestimated. He drove a little farther down the main road, parked his car on a dirt patch behind a screen of trees, and set off on foot through the woods toward the cottage. When he arrived there, he saw that the Sequoia was parked in the roundabout by the front door. The lights were on in the house. He pulled out his binoculars and ran them over the front of the cottage. No sign of her. Keeping well back in the trees, he made his way to the rear of the house. A light was on in one of the rooms back there, upper floor. Her bedroom, he surmised. There was a sheet across the window, but he caught her silhouette twice. The movements were straightforward. She was undressing. He lowered his binoculars while she did so. She came out a few minutes later dressed in workout clothes, jumped in her truck, and spun dirt as she headed off. He came back around in time to see her taillights winking at him before disappearing in the darkness as she rounded the curve, and then was out of sight. She certainly moved fast, he thought. He eyed the front door. It was locked. But that didn't pose much of a problem. There was no security system. He'd checked on that too. He pulled out the appropriate pick and tension tool from the set he carried. A couple of lock-picking minutes later, he was inside and looking around. The house was a mess. He marveled at the woman's ability to function amid such chaos. He placed the device behind a pile of books and CDs gathering dust in one corner of the living room. It was an FM test transmitter about the size of a quarter. He'd soldered a microphone to the transmitter, which was illegal under U.S. law because it turned the transmitter into a surveillance bug, not that he was concerned about that violation of law and privacy. He hustled upstairs to Michelle's bedroom where he scanned her closet and found several black pantsuits, 2 white blouses, a trio of battered dress heels, and also an abundance of jeans, sweatshirts, and workout clothes, and a variety of athletic shoes. He went back downstairs. She didn't have a formal office area here. Still, he sorted through the stack of mail haphazardly scattered on the kitchen table. Nothing unusual there, so long as one considered subscriptions to the shooting magazine and Iron Women normal. He slipped outside. He had one last task to perform. Because he was hiding these bugs at different locations, he wouldn't be able to be present at all of them at the same time. Thus, he'd modified the transmitter such that it would connect wirelessly with a voice-activated digital micro-recorder that he was now hiding outside of Michelle's cottage. The transmitter had an open range of 100 meters inside a building, and the recorder had a hard drive that would allow it to store hundreds of hours of recording. He went back inside the house, spoke, and then hurried back out to check the micro-recorder. His snatch of conversation had been captured on it. Satisfied, he drove off. He'd already bugged King's houseboat as well as the private investigator's office and phones. He had quickly discovered that Chief Williams was using King and Maxwell in the investigation. He realized how very helpful that could be to him. So now at least two of the people trying to find him would unwittingly provide him with advance information. As King had predicted, he had been listening to the news. He was well aware that an army of lawmen was being assembled to capture him. Well, he'd die first, and he'd take as many others with him as possible. Chapter 26. Later that night, Kyle Montgomery, Sylvia's assistant and rock star wannabe, parked his Jeep in front of the morgue and got out. He was dressed in a dark hood coat with UVA printed across it, rumpled dungaree pants, and hiking boots without socks. He noted that Sylvia's navy blue Audi convertible was also parked in front. He checked his watch, almost 10 o'clock. Pretty late for her to be here, but there was the latest victim to dissect the lawyer woman, he recalled. His boss had not requested his help on that one, a decision for which he was very appreciative. However, her presence here tonight made what he'd come to do a little dicey because he didn't know which facility she was in. Probably the morgue, yet if she was in the medical office, he could always make up an excuse if she discovered him. He swiped his security card in the slot by the front door, heard the lock click open, and went inside Sylvia's medical office. Only the low-level emergency lights were on. He threaded his way through the familiar surroundings, pausing only when he passed Sylvia's office. The light was on, but there was no one in there. He slipped into the pharmacy area of the office, used his key to open one of the cabinets, and withdrew a number of bottles. He took one pill from each, taking care to segregate them into baggies which he'd earlier labeled with a black magic marker. He'd hack into the practice's computer system later and fudge the inventory numbers to mask his theft. Kyle only took a few pills each time, so it was easy to cover his tracks. He was about to leave when he remembered he'd left his wallet in his locker at the morgue earlier that day. He put the pills away in his backpack and quietly unlocked the door that separated the two offices. If he ran into her, he could just tell the truth that he'd left his wallet. He passed Sylvia's office at the morgue. It was unoccupied. He went on to the scrub area. The autopsy room was at the very back of the facility. That's where Sylvia would be attending to her silent companion. He wasn't going anywhere near there. He listened intently for a few seconds, straining to hear the sounds of the striker's saw water running or sterilized instruments clattering on metal, but there was only silence. That was a little unnerving, although much of what happened during an autopsy involved such quiet. The dead were not going to complain about all the poking and prodding after all. There was a sound now, distinctly, he thought, from the rear of the place. His boss might be on the move. He quickly grabbed his wallet and withdrew into the shadows. He was suddenly fearful that if she happened upon him here, she might start asking uncomfortable questions. She could be that way, direct and blunt. What if she asked him to open his bag? He pushed farther back into the recess of the wall, his pulse knocking in his ears. He silently cursed his lack of nerve. Minutes passed. He finally found the courage to come back into the scant light. 30 seconds later, he was out of the building and driving down the road. The stolen prescription drugs safely in his bag when he reached the place. The parking lot was full. He wedged his Jeep between a pair of fat SUVs and went inside. The aphrodisiac was full of life and activity, with virtually every table and stool at the bars taken. Kyle showed his ID to a sleepy-looking bouncer at the entrance to the room where the dancers were, and spent a few minutes admiring the ladies. The shapely, barely clothed women were performing acts so lewd against the metal dancing poles that it would have caused their poor mothers to die of humiliation after they had strangled their shameless daughters. That is, Kyle loved every minute of it. He checked his watch and then made his way up the stairs to the second floor and down a hallway toward a thick red curtain that hung across the passageway. Beyond the red curtain was a maze of small rooms. He went to the first door, rapped out an agreed-upon signal, and immediately received permission to enter. He closed the door behind him and stood nervously, unwilling to advance far into the darkened space. This was not the first time he'd done this, but each time held its own share of risk and uncertainty. "Do you have them?" the woman asked in a voice so low he could barely hear it. Kyle nodded. "Right here, all the stuff you like." He dug his hand in his coat pocket and pulled out the baggies. He held them up like a small boy proudly displaying a dead bird to his mother. As always, the woman was clothed in a long flowing dress with a scarf wound around her head. Her eyes were hidden behind dark glasses, even though the room was poorly lit. She obviously didn't want to be recognized. Kyle had often wondered who she was, but had never worked up the courage to ask. The voice seemed familiar, but he couldn't definitively place it. There'd been a note left in his Jeep one evening saying that if he'd like to make some extra money, he could call the number written on the paper. Well, who didn't want to score some extra cash? He answered affirmatively and was told that the small pharmacy Sylvia kept in her office could be a very lucrative source of income for him. Potent painkillers and other potentially mind-altering drugs were the items on the purchaser's wish list. With no scruples impeding him, Kyle had agreed to look into it, had done some homework to see the best way to access this potential gold mine, and had concluded that it was doable. Terms were agreed to, the deliveries commenced, and Kyle had significantly increased his income. The long dress did not totally obscure the comely figure of the woman facing him. The private surroundings, the bed in one corner of the room, and the fact that they were in a strip club always made Kyle's blood race. In a recurring fantasy, he'd stride into the room far bigger and more masculine than he actually was. He'd hold out the pills like he was doing now, but when she went to take them, he'd grab her, lift her up, laughing at her puny resistance, and throw her roughly on the bed. Then he'd fall on top of her and have his way far into the night. His sexual savagery would rise with the anguished pitch of her screams until she finally shrieked in his ear that she wanted it. She wanted him. She wanted Big Kyle so badly. Even now he felt a rise in his pants as this wistful scenario played itself out once more in his head. He wondered if he would ever actually have the nerve to execute upon it. He doubted it. He was far too much of a chicken shit. She laid the cash down on the table and took the baggies, then motioned with her hand for him to leave. He immediately did so, folding the money over twice and sliding it into his pocket with a big smile. Kyle wouldn't realize until later that something he'd seen was of great significance, chiefly because it made no sense, and it would eventually cause him to wonder. And at some point, that wonder would lead to action. For now, all he wondered was what to do with the money he'd just earned. Kyle Montgomery wasn't much of a saver. He was far more of a spendthrift. Instant gratification was very much a way of life for him. A new guitar, perhaps? Or a new TV and CD-DVD combo for his small apartment. By the time he'd made it back to his Jeep and driven off, the new guitar had won out. He'd order it tomorrow. Back in the room, the woman locked the door, unwound her scarf, and took off her glasses. She slipped off her shoes and then removed her dress, revealing a silk camisole underneath. She examined the labels on the baggies, took out one of the pills, crushed it, and downed the powder with a glass of water followed by a chaser of straight Bombay Sapphire. She put on some music, lay back on the bed, crossed her arms over her chest and allowed the power of the medication to send her to another place, one where she might at least for a few brief moments be happy. Until tomorrow, that is, when the reality of her life would come shrieking back. She trembled, jerked, moaned, and then lay still. The sweat was shooting through every pore in her body as she hit the highest high and then plunged to the lowest low. In one of the heat-charged spasms, she tore off her sweat-drenched camisole and dropped to the floor in only her panties, her breath coming in huge bursts, her breasts slapping together as she rolled back and forth in a convulsion of manufactured ecstasy, Her nerves fired and misfired under the delicious stress of her potent concoction, but she was happy, at least until tomorrow. Chapter 27. King finished his dinner with friends around 9:30 and decided to call Michelle to see if she was interested in a nightcap at the Sage Gentleman to discuss the case some more. She was there in about 10 minutes when his partner arrived. King watched in amusement as many male heads in the bar turned at the sight of the tall, striking brunette striding confidently through the bar wearing jeans, a turtleneck sweater, boots, and a Secret Service windbreaker. The fantasies they must have been playing with, he thought. If they only knew she was armed and dangerous and independent as hell. How was the dinner, she asked. Predictably boring. How about the kickboxing? I need a new instructor. What happened to the one you have? He's just not challenging enough. As they looked around for a table in the bar area, Michelle spotted a familiar face in the far corner. Isn't that Eddie Battle? At that instant, Eddie looked up, saw them, and waved them over. They sat down at his table, the remnants of a meal still there. Dorothea not cooking tonight? Asked King with a smile. That would be correct, in fact. That would be right for most of our marriage. I actually do most of the cooking, he added, with a boyish grin. A man of many talents, said Michelle. He was dressed in corduroy pants and a black sweater with brown elbow patches. Michelle looked down at his feet and saw loafers. I see you finally got the cavalry boots off. Not without effort. Your feet really swell up in those things. When's your next reenactment? Asked King. This weekend? At least the weather's been cooperative. Those wool uniforms are really scratchy, and if it's really hot, it's a killer, although I'm thinking about retiring from it. My back's about gone from all the horseback riding. Sold any paintings lately? Asked Michelle. 2, both to a collector in Pennsylvania who happens to be a reenactor. Only he fights for the Union, but I won't hold that against him. Cash is cash after all. I'd like to see your work sometime, said King. Michelle said the same thing. Well, I have it all in the studio behind the house. Give me a call whenever. I'll be glad to give you a tour. He waved to the waiter. You two look thirsty, and as my mother would say, it's bad manners and a damn shame to drink alone. As they waited for their cocktails, Eddie said, So have you solved the case and gotten Junior Deaver off the hook? He paused and added, Although I guess you can't tell me. We're sort of on opposite sides. It's not an easy nut to crack, said King. We'll see. Their drinks came. King tasted his whiskey sour and then said, So how's your mother doing? Eddie looked at his watch. She's at the hospital, although it's around 10, so they'll be kicking her out of Dad's room soon. She'll probably sleep there, though. She usually does. What's your dad's prognosis? Actually, that's taken a turn for the better. They think he's past the worst of it. That's great news, said Michelle. Eddie swallowed some of his drink. He's got to make it. He's just got to. He looked at each of them. I don't know if Mom could survive his dying, and while death awaits us all, I just don't see him riding off into the sunset right now. He looked down, embarrassed. Sorry, too many gins, and I start sounding pretty cliché-ish. Probably a reason why drinking alone with your problems is never a good idea. Speaking of drinking alone, where's Dorothea? Asked Michelle. At some function, said Eddie wearily. He hastily added, A realtor has to do all that crap, but you can't argue with her success. True, Dorothea has been very successful, said King quietly. Eddie raised his glass to Dorothea, the world's greatest real estate agent. Michelle and King looked at each other uncomfortably. Eddie lowered his drink. Look, she has her thing and I have mine. There's a certain balance to that. Do you have any children? Asked Michelle. Dorothea never wanted kids, so that pretty much settled that. Eddie shrugged. Who knows? Maybe I didn't want them either. I probably would have been a lousy dad. Michelle said. You could have taught your kids to paint, ride horses. Maybe they would have gotten into reenactments too. And you still could have kids, added King. To do that, I'd have to get another wife, said Eddie with a resigned smile. And I'm not sure I have the energy. Besides, battles aren't supposed to divorce. It's unseemly. Hell, if Dorothea didn't kill me, my mother probably would. Well, it's your life, commented Michelle. He looked at her strangely. You'd think so, wouldn't you? He finished his drink and said, So I heard on the news that they've called in the big guns to help, including your old friend Chip Bailey. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. I'm sure your parents were really grateful to him." "Oh yeah. My father offered him a position as head of security in one of his companies. Big bucks." "I didn't know that," said King, "but he obviously didn't take it." "No, I guess he liked being a cop." Eddie tapped his spoon against his fork. "I remember when I was a kid and this area was nothing but hills and woods. It was great. We never worried about anything happening." "And now?" asked Michelle. "And now people are getting killed in their homes, left in the woods, shotgunned in their cars. If I ever did have a family, I don't think I'd do it here." "Well, I guess you could live anywhere," said King. "I'm not sure my mother would be very happy about that." "Again, it's your life, Eddie, right?" said Michelle. This time, Eddie Battle didn't bother to answer her. Chapter 28. While Kyle Montgomery was committing his felony, and Eddie, King, and Michelle were in the bar. Bobby Battle lay in his hospital bed under a mass of IV lines. Remy Battle sat next to him, her right hand clasped inside her husband's still pale one. Remy's eyes were on the array of monitors that vividly detailed the slim grasp her husband had on life. He'd had a minor setback and gone back on the ventilator machine, and it emitted its unnervingly high-pitched screech whenever Bobby's breathing veered off course. Remy's own breathing rose and fell erratically with the squawks of the infernal contraption. The nurse walked in. "Hello, Mrs. Battle. Everything all right?" "No, he doesn't know me," she snapped back. "He doesn't know anyone. But he's getting stronger. The doctors said so. It'll just take time. His vitals are much better. Even though he's back on the ventilator, things are looking up. They really are." Remy's tone changed. "I thank you for telling me that. I really do, honey." She looked down at the large man in the bed. The nurse smiled and then seemed uncomfortable. "Mrs. Battle," she began in a deferential tone, undoubtedly reserved for those fortunate few who had their names on buildings. "I know," Remy said quietly. "Are you going to sleep here tonight?" the nurse asked. "If so, I'll get your bed made up." "Not tonight. I'll be back in the morning. But thank you." Remy rose and left. The nurse made a quick check on her patient and then exited the room a few minutes later. Battle was the only patient on this short hallway that was otherwise largely taken up with storage rooms. The rest of the unit's 10 beds emptied out onto a central area across from the nurse's station. Remy Battle had demanded this particular room for her husband because it allowed for more privacy. There was also a rear entrance at the end of this hall that enabled her, with a special access code, to come and go without having to pass by a large number of rooms, nurses and prying glances. The room that she sometimes slept in was down this hall from her husband. It was a few minutes after 10, and this part of the hospital, isolated from the rest, was undergoing the nightly shift change of personnel. The nurse attending Battle would spend the next 45 minutes in the staff room with her replacement, going over the current status of the patients under her supervision, as well as pertinent medication and physician instructions. Each patient room in this unit was monitored by camera, with the live feed going to the unit's central nurses' station. The TV monitors at the nurses' station were supposed to be watched constantly, although during shift change this procedure was not observed for about 20 minutes as the nurses, overworked and stretched to their limits, struggled to cram an hour's worth of work into a third of that time. However, the machinery helping keep the patients alive in each of the rooms had warning devices that would immediately alert the staff to any drastic changes in condition. Shortly after Remy had left, a person came in the same rear entrance that Remy had passed through minutes earlier, dressed in scrubs and white hospital coat, with a protective mask covering the lower part of the face, and looking very much a part of the hospital world. This individual passed by the door of Bobby Battle's room, glanced inside, and saw that it was empty except for the patient. A quick peek around the corner showed that the nurse's station was unattended. The intruder entered Battle's room and closed the door. Wasting no time, the person slightly moved the camera bolted to the wall across from the bed such that the live feed wouldn't show the area to the left of the bed. Then the masked figure hurried across to the IV stand next to the bed, removed the hypodermic needle from a coat pocket, and stabbed one of the medication bags above the fluid line with the needle, shooting the entire contents of the hypo into it. The person glanced once at Battle lying there, features peaceful, even with a tube down his throat. The intruder picked up his hand, placed the wristwatch on it, and set it to 5. Finally, the person pulled the object from another coat pocket and laid it carefully on Battle's chest. It was a single white bird's feather. Moments later, the person had shot out the rear entrance, clambered down the stairs, slipped out into the parking lot, and climbed in a car. The vehicle sped from the hospital. The driver had a letter to write and mail. Barely 10 minutes after the car had driven off, a warning bell sounded on one of the machines in Bobby Battle's room, followed by another. Within seconds, all were screaming their collective and ominous warnings. The nurses rushed en masse to the room. A minute later, a code blue was broadcast over the PA, and a highly experienced medical crash team dashed into the room. It was all for naught at 10:23 p.m. Robert E. Lee Battle was pronounced dead. Chapter 29. At first, it was assumed that Battle had simply succumbed to the after effects of his stroke. The white feather left on his chest by his killer had fallen to the floor unnoticed as the medical team attempted to resuscitate him. When the feather was later discovered by a hospital technician, he placed it on the table next to the dead man's bed, perhaps assuming it might have come from a pillow. The watch the killer had placed on Battle's wrist was covered under IV lines and also obscured by Battle's ID and medication wristbands. An anguished and angry Remy Battle came and went and didn't take note of the watch or the feather. It wasn't until a nurse called into question the feather that people began to wonder. It hadn't come from a hospital pillow since they didn't contain feathers. In addition, the swift and unanticipated change in Battle's condition was puzzling and certainly not above scrutiny. However, it wasn't until around 3 in the morning when they were about to move Battle's body to the hospital morgue that the watch was finally observed on the dead man's wrist, prompting a much closer examination of the body and subsequently the IV bags. That's when the attending physician saw the puncture in the bag where the hypodermic had plunged through. "Dear God," was all he could manage to say. Todd Williams was roused from his bed, and on the way in he called King, who in turn called Michelle. All three arrived at the hospital at about the same time. They were surprised to see Chip Bailey there. Williams quickly introduced King and Michelle to the FBI agent. "I was staying at a local motel, had my police scanner on," Bailey explained. "Damn, Todd, you must have your whole force here at the hospital." "This is Bobby Battle," Williams shot back, a leading citizen of the area. King silently finished the man's unspoken thought. "And now you're going to receive the full wrath of the widow." The hospital personnel escorted them to Battle's room. The dead man was lying there with the IV lines still in him and the ventilator tube down his throat. Although all the life support machines and monitors had been turned off, their squawks and digital readouts no longer needed. Michelle found herself constantly looking over at Battle, someone she'd heard much about but had never met. For some reason, and not simply the manner of his death, he seemed as fascinating dead as he had been in life. The head nurse and attending physician gave a brief overview of what they'd discovered regarding the feather watch and the hole in the IV bag. "This is all highly unusual," said the doctor in the understatement of the year. "We were pretty sure it didn't happen every night," King said. Williams examined the watch. "Not a zodiac," he said quietly to Michelle and King. "But it's set to exactly 5 and the stem is pulled out." When Chip Bailey was shown the bird feather by Todd Williams, the agent's reaction was palpable, but he said nothing until the doctor and nurse had left the room. "Mary Martin Speck," he told them when they were alone. "A nurse, she was nicknamed Florence Nightingale. The lady killed 23 patients in 6 states over a 10-year period. Speck's currently serving a life sentence in a Fed penitentiary in Georgia. Her calling card was a white bird's feather. She claimed she was doing the Lord's work. So we can expect another letter," said King. "We haven't even had time to get the one on Hinson," complained Williams. Why Bobby Battle? Why would the killer want to add him to the list? It was damn risky, coming in here like this. However, as they quickly learned after consulting once more with the head nurse, coming in the rear door was not as difficult as they'd originally thought. The code was a simple one, 4321, and hadn't been changed in years. There were numerous people in the hospital who knew it and quite probably had let others know. "Do we have any idea of what was shot into the IV bag?" asked Michelle. "The lab will analyze and run tox on the contents," said Williams. "Luckily, somebody had sharp eyes and discovered the hole in the bag before everything was taken down and discarded." "Where's Sylvia?" asked King. Williams shook his head. Home sick as a dog. She finished up Hinson last night, caught a bug, and is right now throwing up into the toilet. At least that's what she planned to do when I hung up. She'll be here as soon as she can." Bailey spoke up, the FBI too. "This is the 5th connected death, at least that we know of. We're going to take a more active presence, Todd. Sorry." "Then maybe you can talk to Remy. When that woman finds out about this, she's going to have a piece of my hide." King said, "I wouldn't do that until we receive a letter from the killer. The presence of the watch and feather makes it seem certain Bobby was another victim, but we need to be absolutely sure before we open that can of worms with Remy." "Good point," agreed Bailey. "Were there any items missing from Bobby's room?" asked Michelle. "The guy we're looking for took something from all the other victims." "We really won't know for sure until we talk to Remy," said Williams. "Now I want to nail down the chain of events." He stepped out for a moment and returned once more with the attending physician and head nurse. "Can you run over the timeline again for us?" Williams asked. "Yes, sir," the nurse answered. "Mrs. Battle was here from 4 until right around 10. She was in the room the whole time. Mr. Battle was alive and doing fine at a few minutes after 10 when his nurse last checked him. There were no other visitors during that time." "How about before Mrs. Battle got here?" asked Michelle. "His daughter, Savannah, came and stayed for a while early in the afternoon. I don't know the exact times, and also Dorothea Battle came in after that, say around 2:30. "Did they come through the rear entrance?" asked Bailey. "Savannah did. Dorothea Battle came in the front," answered the nurse. "We'll need exact times on those visits," Williams told them. "Fine, we'll get them," said the doctor stiffly. "Now can you excuse me? I have other patients to attend to." The man was surely contemplating the lawsuit that was heading right at his and the hospital's wallets, thought King. "Hope you have better luck with them," fired back Williams, who'd obviously read the same message in the man's tone. After he'd left, Williams continued questioning the nurse. "So at 10:15, Battle's condition changed." The nurse nodded. "He went into cardiac arrest. He was flatlined when the first nurse arrived. The crash team tried to resuscitate but was unsuccessful." King said, "So in the 10 or so minutes between the nurses checking him and his flatlining, the killer struck and the poison, if that's what we're looking at here, took effect." "Looks that way," agreed Bailey. "I noticed that the room has a video camera," said King. "They all do. That way we can monitor all the patients from the nurses' station." "But no one saw anyone else come in the room after Mrs. Battle left?" The nurse looked nervous. "Sometimes the nurses' station isn't manned." "Like during shift change," said King. "Yes. Now if someone did come in after Mrs. Battle left, they had to come through the rear door or else someone would have seen them." "Understood," answered King. "Pretty ballsy to do it with people all over the place," commented Williams. "Well, if someone were going to try something like that," said the nurse, "they picked the right time to do it." "Yes, they certainly did," said King. As King and Michelle were leaving the unit, King stopped at the nurse's station. "Mind if I take a look?" he asked the head nurse. He went behind the large console and studied the live video feeds appearing on the monitors. "These aren't on tape, are they?" he asked. "No, it's not for security, just for the welfare of the patients." "Well, you might want to rethink that philosophy." "What was that about?" Michelle asked, after they'd left the hospital unit. "It occurred to me that someone familiar with hospital procedure would also know about the cameras. You don't want to be caught on TV when you're killing someone. It really puts a crimp in your legal defense." In all the other rooms, the camera was positioned such that the entire bed and all the apparatus on either side of the bed were shown. In Battle's room, the feed was only of the bed and the right side. Michelle said the killer moved the camera so he wouldn't be shown doing the deed in case someone was looking at the monitor. "That's right." On the way out of the hospital, Harry Carrick met them at the exit. Though it was very early in the morning, Carrick was neatly dressed in a tweed jacket and dress shirt with an open collar. "Harry, what are you doing here?" asked King. "Bobby Battle and I are old friends." "Well, we were old friends, and I'm also the general counsel for the hospital. They called me at home. I've just finished meeting with them. It's a conflict that I readily admit." "But there you are. Have you seen Remy?" "No, she'd already come and gone by the time we got here," Carrick said. "I know some of what was found in Bobby's room. I'm assuming there's more to it." "There is. We just don't know what really. Well, I won't keep you, but we need to reconvene shortly on Junior's case. How's it going? What you've discovered up to this point are things I needed to know but aren't particularly helpful for our cause. I felt out the Commonwealth's attorney regarding a plea deal of some sort and got stone-cold silence for my troubles. Remy is most definitely calling the shots. She was upset before, and now with Bobby's death I don't see her aggression abating. Probably increasing, said Michelle. Probably, said Carrick glumly. Well, I won't keep you. If you hear anything more about Bobby's death, let me know. He turned and left them. They watched as he climbed into a perfectly restored British MG convertible and sped off into the reddish glow of the ascending sun. Michelle turned to King. I really feel for Harry. He's friends with the Battles, and yet he's representing Junior Deaver and the hospital where Bobby died. King nodded. I definitely see a lawsuit coming Wrightsburg General's way. Pretty ironic suing a place that has your name on the outside of the building. I don't think that would deter Remy Battle in the least. I wasn't thinking it would, he stretched and yawned. I'm debating whether to go to the office or back to the boat to sleep. I'm going to go for a run, said Michelle. Why don't you come with me? Endorphins are good for the brain. Running. You just did kickboxing, he exclaimed. That was yesterday, Sean. God took a day off, you know. If he was a woman, he wouldn't have. Okay, you convinced me. She looked pleased. You're going to run with me? No, I'm going back to the boat to rest. If it was good enough for God, it's good enough for me. Chapter 30. The post office was under strict instructions to immediately forward any suspicious letters addressed to the Gazette to the police. The Hinson letter came the day after Bobby Battle had been murdered. It was simply worded, one lawyer less. Who cares? I trust you know who I'm not this time. See you soon. Meanwhile, Sylvia Diaz had risen from her sickbed and finally performed the autopsy on Robert Battle. At the moment she was sitting with King and Michelle in her office, Chief Williams and Chip Bailey had both attended the Battle autopsy, she told them. I think Todd is now thoroughly comfortable with postmortems, unfortunately simply from sheer numbers, commented Sylvia. So what killed Bobby? Asked King. I won't know for certain until the toxicology screens come back in a week or so, but it looks like someone shot a large quantity of potassium chloride into his nutrition IV bag. In less than 10 minutes, it would work its way through the TPN solution, into the tubing, and then into his body. As soon as that happened, his heart would go into ventricular fibrillation. In his already weakened condition, the end would have been quick, at least, and painless. All that suggests some medical knowledge, said King. Sylvia considered this for a moment. It's true that potassium chloride isn't often used to kill someone. However, if the person did have medical expertise, he was a little sloppy. What do you mean? Battle had the standard array of IV lines, the blood thinner heparin, a saline sugar solution, a TPN or nutrition solution bag, an antibiotic to combat the pulmonary infection he caught from being on the ventilator for so long, and the drug dopamine to control his blood pressure. Okay, so what does that tell us? Asked King. Well, if the person had shot the potassium chloride directly into the tubing instead of into the TPN bag, the same fatal result would have occurred, but it would have been undetectable. You have to understand that the TPN solution already has potassium chloride in it, and thus so did Battle's system. I was able to determine that someone had placed additional potassium chloride into the bag only by comparing the levels present there to a normal TPN bag mixture. There was over triple the standard amount, easily enough to kill him. So you're saying if the potassium chloride had gone into the tubing directly and not the bag, you never would have noticed it? Yes. The residue in the tubing would be insufficient to raise suspicion. In fact, it would have only been suspicious if there hadn't been residue of potassium chloride. And as I said, Battle already had potassium chloride in his body. It's naturally absorbed, which is why an autopsy alone wouldn't have resulted in an overdose confirmation. So it was like the person had some medical knowledge, but wasn't an expert, said King. Or else, said Michelle, he wanted it to be discovered that Battle had been murdered, as if the watch and the feather weren't enough. It almost wasn't enough, King reminded her. The feather had fallen to the floor and the watch was covered under the IV lines and hospital tags. That doesn't make sense, though, said Sylvia. I mean, isn't the first rule in murdering someone to try and make it like the perfect murder? And if so, how more perfect can you get than by making it look like no murder was even committed? Michelle and King both shook their heads, unable to come up with a theory that would account for the killer's behavior. Sylvia sighed. Not that it matters, but Battle showed evidence of arteriosclerosis. There was also some unusual wrinkling on the surface of the aorta. He also had a small tumor on his right lung, perhaps the beginnings of lung cancer. Not surprising for a smoker of his age. "What about Diane Hinson's cause of death?" asked King. He quickly added, although it seemed pretty obvious, she died from massive internal bleeding from the multiple stab wounds. They severed her aorta and punctured her heart chamber and left lung. It would have been over in minutes for her, too. She added, though not nearly as painless as Battle's death. Was she raped or sexually assaulted? Asked King. No evidence of that at autopsy, but lab results are still pending. I heard about the Florence Nightingale connection, by the way. I guess we'll get a letter to that effect. The Hinson letter indicated we'd see him soon, and we did, said Michelle. At least he's a man of his word. King added, first an exotic dancer, then high school kids, then a lawyer, and now Bobby Battle. It's as though the killer is taking a greater risk with each one, commented Sylvia. To go from an exotic dancer he might have picked up in a bar and then shot and left in the woods to poisoning an immensely rich businessman lying in a coma in a hospital bed. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, said King. Not to sound callous, but how's the guy picking his victims? One-night stands or the social register? Like I said before, this guy's operating outside the box, said Sylvia, rubbing at her bloodshot eyes. King looked at her closely. You look like hell, he said with a disarming smile. You should be in bed. Thanks for noticing. I'll try to get to that any week now. Where's Kyle? Asked Michelle. Can't he pick up the slack? He's not a pathologist, he can't do the posts, and to answer your question, he called in sick. I wish that had been an option for me. I was hugging the toilet most of last night, and I have a full load of patients waiting. Thank God for antibiotics. What do you make of the killers choosing to emulate Mary Martin Speck? Asked Michelle. Meaning a woman instead of a man? Michelle nodded. Well, I'm not sure what to make of it, Sylvia said. A woman could have killed Battle. It obviously takes no physical strength to shoot a solution from a syringe into an IV bag. However, I'd stake my reputation on the murders of Rhonda Tyler and Diane Hinson being committed by a man. A woman couldn't have carried Tyler all that distance through the woods, and the knife wounds on Hinson were very deep. It was either a man or a woman so strong, I'd hate to run into her in a dark alley. So Michelle began slowly. It's possible we have two killers here, a man and a woman. Not necessarily, argued King. The only evidence to that effect is the reference Bailey made to Speck and the bird's feather. Until we get the letter, we won't know if the killer was mimicking Speck at all. The feather may symbolize something else, something unique to the killer. That's true, conceded Michelle. Sylvia nodded in agreement. King looked at the two women. Want to hear a really off-the-wall suggestion? I'll bite, said Michelle quickly. Bobby Battle was a very wealthy man. I wonder who benefits under his will. There was a long silence, and then Sylvia said, Are you suggesting a family member killed him for money and tried to make it look like one of the serial murders? It couldn't have been Eddie. He was with us at the Sage Gentleman until after 11 o'clock, said Michelle. That's right, said King, but Dorothea and Savannah were at the hospital earlier. They couldn't have put the poison in then because he would have been dead long before Remy showed up. But suppose one of them stashed the potassium chloride in the room during their earlier visit that day, then snuck back in when she saw Remy leave, did the deed and ran like hell. Eddie said Dorothea was at some function. Michelle reminded him. We'll need to verify that. Well, many a murder has financial gain as the motive, said Sylvia. You might be onto something, Sean. While I'm at it, here's another one to think about. Remy was in the room with Battle for hours. Who's to say she didn't shoot that stuff into the IV bag before she left? What possible motivation would Remy have? Asked Sylvia. She's rich. What if Bobby had taken up his old womanizing ways and Remy had simply had enough? There might not be enough money in the world to counter that. That's a different story, of course. Do you have evidence supporting that? King thought about Battle's secret drawer and Remy's not wearing her wedding ring, but decided not to mention that to Sylvia. I'm not saying we have anything to support it. I'm just throwing out what-ifs. And maybe even more than money, a woman scorned is one of the oldest motivations for murder there is. So she exits with a built-in alibi and leaves the feather and watch as misdirection. The serial killer's M.O. has been all over the news, so she'd know those types of details. But the fact she was even there makes her a suspect, particularly with the delayed manner of death by poisoning, argued Sylvia. You could make a case that if she were going to do something like that, she'd have slipped in another time, done it and left before anyone saw her. As it stands now, she really has no alibi at all. Well, said Michelle, if I were the person who killed Battle and tried to pin it on our neighborhood serial killer, I'd be looking over my shoulder big time. What do you mean, said Sylvia. If I were the real killer, I'd be pretty upset about that. I'm still not following, said Sylvia. Look at it this way. The serial killings have been meticulously planned and executed. We have follow-up letters from the killer taunting the police. Clearly this guy is a control freak and has some grand plan in mind. Now, if another person killed Bobby Battle and tried to pin the blame on the serial killer, our control freak may see it as tainting his masterpiece. He'll want to take out his revenge on the person who killed Battle. So, in effect, we may have one killer going after another, said King. Exactly, said Michelle, Chapter 31. I'm deputizing you both, said Chief Williams as he sat eyeballing King and Michelle at their office the next day. They stared back at him, clearly stunned. Excuse me, said King. I was one of your deputies once. I have no desire to re-up Todd. I'm not giving you the option. I need you. They outlawed indentured servitude a long time ago, King shot back. What's going on, Todd? Asked Michelle. I'm getting squeezed out by the feds, that's what. But you wanted their help, exclaimed King. But I also didn't want to be shoved off the case right here in my own town. I don't want folks to think I can't do the job. I'm willing to work with the feds, of course, even let them jointly run the investigation with me, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let them push me out of investigating my very own crime spree. King shook his head in bewilderment. Todd, I think you've been attending too many autopsies. Why don't you let them handle it? They've got the manpower and the experience. Let it be their headache. There's something to be said for pride, Sean, rejoined Williams in an offended tone. And you two have put in a lot of time already on this thing. You've got theories and ideas. Who's to say if we work together we can't crack this thing faster than the almighty FBI? Hell, Chip Bailey's running around already like he's king of the hill. I'm just waiting for him to tell me to make him some coffee. That'll be the day I'll shoot the son of a bitch first. He looked at them pleadingly. Come on, you two have just as much experience as any of those guys. I know together we can get this done, and remember, we live here. They don't. We need to make Wrightsburg safe to live in again. It's our home. Everybody's counting on us. Michelle and King exchanged glances. Michelle spoke first. Well, it is a challenging proposition. So's hang gliding. That doesn't mean you should do it, King shot back. Come on, Sean, this case is intriguing you. You can't deny that, she pointed out. You'll be thinking about it whether you're working on it or not. At least if we're deputized, we can investigate with some official status. We might make more progress that way. And what about our investigation firm? You can still do that, answered Williams quickly. I'm not asking you to spend all your time on this, but what I'm willing to do is give you access to everything. You won't have to tag along after me everywhere. You can go and talk to people and snoop around all by yourself under my badge. I've got the power. I can deputize anybody I damn well want to. And Bailey won't have a problem with that? Said King skeptically. Come on, Todd, you know better. So what if he gets his back up? He can't argue with your credentials. But you just leave him to me. I'll go to the mat on this one, even if I have to call the governor. I don't know, said King. This could turn out to be one big turf war nightmare, and I went through enough of those with the service. Michelle punched him playfully in the arm. Come on, what could it really hurt? We could get killed by this psycho, I bet that would hurt. Michelle looked at Williams and winked. I'm in. The police chief glanced nervously at King. Sean. A long moment passed. All right, he finally muttered. Good, Williams said in a relieved tone. He took a pair of silver badges out of his pocket, recited 2 sentences of official legalese, swearing them in, and handed them the badges. "Okay, you're officially deputies. Now, look at this." He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it across to them. They read it simultaneously. The letter from Bobby's killer. The Mary Martin Speck wannabe. "Only not," said Michelle as she glanced up. King read the letter aloud. "Another one down. That makes 5. It was a big one this time, but more to come. And no, I'm not Mary. No Florence Nightingale here. The feather was just that, a feather for the featherweights that all of you are. See you soon, not MMS." He looked up with a thoughtful expression. Was there a zodiac symbol on the envelope? This letter came in? No, it was clean like the Canny Pembroke letter and the Hinson letter. We've already checked it for prints and other traces. Nothing. This letter says that Battle was victim number 5, said King. "Well, he is number 5, Sean," replied Williams, "but the Pembroke Canny letter only mentioned the death of 1 kid, taken literally. That would make Battle only victim number 4. That's an inconsistency that's inexplicable right now." Williams slapped his thigh with his hand. "See, that's why I want you 2 on board. You see things, deduce things." "We may be entirely wrong in our deductions," countered King. "Or you may be exactly right," rejoined Williams. "Another thing you need to know, Hinson wore an anklet, a gold one. It wasn't on the body, and it didn't turn up anywhere in her house," King said. "Pembroke's ring, Canny's St. Christopher's medal, possibly Tyler's belly ring, and now Hinson's anklet. Maybe he wants them as souvenirs," said Michelle. "Trophies from his kills. Maybe, was there anything missing from Bobby Battle?" "Nothing that we know of." Williams studied King closely. "So what's your next move?" King pondered this for a bit. Finally, he said, "It's time we determined once and for all if there's any connection between the killings." "But Sean, we know they were killed by the same person," said Williams. "No, we don't know that," said King sharply. "But that's not what I meant anyway. I mean, we have to find out if there's some common thread among the victims, if somehow they're connected to each other. But in serial killings they aren't," protested Williams. "This one might be the exception to that rule," said King. "And while we're doing that, we're going to have to go back into the lion's den." "Lion's den," said Michelle. "What's that mean?" "We need to go see the Battles again," replied King. "I think I'd rather face down Priscilla Oxley," said Michelle. "And let me tell you, if that woman calls me chickie or plaything again, it won't be pretty." After Williams had left, Michelle asked King, "So what do you really expect to find out at the Battles?" "With luck, an answer to your question of why Remy wasn't wearing her ring. Also the truth as to what was in Bobby's secret drawer. But all that's connected to the burglary, not the killings, right? Except Battle could have been killed because of what was in that drawer. Even if he was murdered by someone else, we need to find that someone." "Okay, but if one of the Battles did poison him when we go to interview them, we're going to be talking to a murderer at some point, and the sooner we find out who, the better. So if one of them did do it, who's your money on? Eddie was with us, so is it the iron wife, the slutty daughter, or the viper-tongued daughter-in-law? I'll withhold judgment for now. But if Battle's death was simply a copycat murder with a separate motive, that still doesn't lead us to the person who's killed 4 other people and counting. So you think there'll be more victims? Who knows?" He slapped her on the shoulder. "Just be careful out there. You know, I can look out for myself, Sean. That's not what I meant. I want you around to protect me." Chapter 32. Bobby Battle's murder was front-page news throughout the area. The headlines were made much more sensational by the fact that his death was attributed to the serial killer. What had been kept from the press and public were the thefts from each of the victims and the precise contents of the letters. The citizens of Wrightsburg were locking their doors, cleaning their guns, setting their house alarms, and scrutinizing their fellow citizens. The look in their eyes was clear. If someone like Bobby Battle could be killed in the middle of a busy hospital, no one was safe. In that assumption, they were actually correct. The cave was set far back into the rolling hills east of Wrightsburg and on the way to Charlottesville. Its entrance was covered by fallen pines and sheets of thick ivy and other forest clutter, and there was no discernible trail leading to it. The hole in the rock was large enough to house several clans of black bear which it had in the past. However, now there was only one occupant. and it walked on two legs, although it was no less a predator. He sat brooding at a rough-hewn table in the center of the cave. It had been outfitted with enough supplies to make it livable for extended periods of time. The only illumination was from a battery-powered lantern. The man held up the hood that he'd worn when he had killed 4 people. He fingered the material lightly. An executioner, that's what he was, pure and simple. Yet executioners only carried out a sentence justly imposed. He looked down at the newspaper. Staring back at him was a grainy photo of Robert Battle taken years ago. The headline read, "Millionaire businessman and philanthropist, Robert E. Lee Battle slain in hospital, serial killer suspected." Serial killer. Those 2 words beat into his brain until he balled up the paper and hurled it away. Enraged, he grabbed the lantern and slung it against the wall, plunging himself into darkness. He stood and lumbered around the room, slamming into objects, falling down, getting back up, and beating his hardened fists against the rock and dirt walls until they were numb. Finally exhausted, he slumped to the cold cave floor. He suddenly screamed so loudly that he felt his heart would burst. Eventually, the sweat broke over his skin. His breathing grew more regular, and he finally calmed. He crawled back over to a trunk set against one wall, found the latch, opened it, and pulled out another lantern, an oil-burning one. He fumbled for a match in his pocket, lit the wick, turned up the light, looked around, and found the newspaper. He sat down at the table once more and studied the story, his gaze averted from the grainy photo of the now dead man. This was a setback, a major one, he had to admit, but life was full of disappointment. He'd just do what he'd always done, turn an obstacle to his full advantage. The great Bobby Battle might be dead, but there was still more to do. There were more people to be killed. No, executed. He quickly corrected himself. He stared at the headline, the last part of it anyway. Serial killer suspected. This impersonator had stolen his thunder in the worst possible way, stolen it and then blamed him for it. In a way, he had to admire the bastard's professionalism. Admire, yes. Forgive, no. He pulled out a piece of paper upon which was written in code a list of his victims, ones already dead and ones he'd kill in the future. He took up a pencil and wrote a question mark on the last line of the page. He'd find this impersonator before the police did, and he'd kill him. Justice demanded it. Chapter 33. "Kyle, what are you doing?" asked Sylvia as she walked into the administrative office of her medical practice and saw Kyle sitting in front of the computer terminal. He spun around in the chair. "Oh, hey, Doc. Didn't expect you in this early." "Apparently not. So what exactly are you doing?" "Just accessing the internet. I've told you before that you cannot use this computer for personal business." "I wasn't. I was going to order some new scrubs and surgical masks that we need both for the morgue and here. I found a much cheaper deal on the web than we're getting through our current supplier." "Kyle, that's okay for my medical practice, but the morgue is a government entity. There are procurement procedures in place, very rigid ones. You can't just order something on your own and have a government check issued to pay for it." "Geez, Doc, I'm trying to save us some bucks here." "I appreciate your initiative. I'm just telling you there are certain channels we have to go through. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother. Nothing but red tape. You think I like dealing with it? Look, just shoot me an email about it, including comparison costs, and I'll put it in the system. If it's that good of a deal, we'll do it, both here and next door." Kyle brightened. "Okay, Doc. That's cool." She folded her arms across her chest and stared at him. "You look like you fully recovered from being sick. Must have been a really fast bug." "It was? How about you feeling better?" "No," she said bluntly. "But I don't have a choice about showing up." "Come on, Doc. It's not like dead people are going to know if you're a little late. Morgues around the country have bodies stacked up, and every minute that goes by, the victims deteriorate further and further. Vital evidence is lost, and the chances increase dramatically that a criminal will go free. I refuse to let that happen here." "I hear you, Doc. You're the best." "Uh-huh. Finish up there. We need to complete the reports on the Hinson and Battle posts, and we have a full slate of patients scheduled today." "Right, you are." After Sylvia had left, Kyle quickly completed what he was actually doing, manipulating the pharmacy inventory records to cover up his theft. Finished, Kyle reminded himself that he'd have to find a deal on the internet for scrubs to present to Sylvia. One thing he'd learned about the woman, she never forgot anything. If he didn't come up with it, she'd ask. And if he didn't have an answer, she'd grow suspicious. He wasn't supposed to have the passcode to get into these files, but he had scammed it from the woman who handled that part of the operation. The woman only came in 3 days a week, which gave him plenty of opportunity to cover his tracks each time he made a withdrawal from the pharmacy. However, Kyle hadn't given Sylvia Diaz enough credit. She was already suspicious of him, and that suspicion would only deepen as time went on. As Kyle rose to join her, he glanced at the newspaper lying on the desk next to the computer. The headline was the same one the man in the cave had ranted about. Battle murdered and the serial killer blamed. He quickly read through the accompanying story. It had happened on the same night he'd taken the woman the drugs at the aphrodisiac. In fact, according to the newspaper account, it had occurred at the same hour Kyle had driven past the hospital on his way to the men's club. He could have passed the killer on the way, a realization that made him squirm in his seat. As his thoughts returned to that night, it suddenly struck him what he'd seen, and as Kyle had been wont to do his whole life, he immediately started to wonder how this knowledge might best serve him. Chapter 34. Junior Deaver heaved. A flat of asphalt shingles off his pickup truck, they landed with a thump that broke the quiet of the morning. Junior jumped off the truck and took a look at the home he was building for his family. It was all framed. The roof was on, and it would soon be under shingle. It had been slow going, though. He'd done most of the work himself, calling in favors from buddies from time to time. It wasn't a large house, but it was far bigger than the double-wide trailer they were currently living in. He pulled his tool belt off the truck, put it on, and headed over to fire up the gasoline generator that would power the air gun he'd used to drive the shingle nails. It was only then that he heard the stealthy footsteps coming toward him. He spun around. He'd expected no visitors at this isolated place. No one knew he was here other than his wife, and he hadn't even heard a car pull up. The sight of the woman drew the blood from his face. Remy Battle was dressed in a full-length black leather coat with the collar turned up. She had wide sunglasses on. Boots covered her feet and she was wearing gloves, though it wasn't chilly. "Mrs. Battle, what are you doing here?" She stopped about a foot from him. "I wanted to talk to you, Junior, just you and me. How'd you even know I was here?" "I know a lot, Junior, far more than most people think. That's why I wanted to talk to you." Junior held up his hands. "Look, I got me a lawyer. You better talk to him. I have talked to him. Now I want to talk to you." He eyed her warily and then looked around as though he expected to see police officers swooping in to arrest him. His expression turned stubborn. "I don't see that we got anything to talk about. You already had me put in jail." "But you're out now, aren't you?" "Well, yeah, but we had to put up bail. Almost broke us. We ain't got that kind of money." "Come on now, Junior. Your wife makes good money over at that club. I know that for a fact. My husband frequented the place. She probably earned a small fortune just off him. I don't know nothing about that." She ignored this. "My dead husband, I heard." Junior mumbled in reply. "He was murdered, you know," she said in an oddly flat tone. "Heard that, too. You get out of jail and then he ends up dead." He looked at her wide-eyed. "Look, you ain't gonna pin that on me, lady." "Oh, I'm sure you have an alibi." "You bet I do." "Good for you, but that's not why I'm here." She drew even closer and took off her glasses. Her eyes were red and puffy. "So why are you here?" he asked. "I want it back, Junior. I want it back now. Damn it, Mrs. Battle. I didn't take your wedding ring." She suddenly shouted, "I couldn't give a shit about the damn ring. I want the other things. You give them back to me. You give them back to me right now." Junior slapped his thigh in frustration. "How many times do I have to say this? I don't have that stuff because I didn't break into your house. I'll pay you whatever you want," she persisted, ignoring his denial. She looked at the half-built house. "I'll pay for a first-rate crew to come here and finish this house for you. I'll double its size, give you a damn swimming pool, whatever you want." She drew right in front of him, one of her hands seizing his faded jean jacket in a very firm grip. "Whatever you or Lulu want, I'll give you. But in return, I want those things back. Just give them to me, and all the charges go away, and you have yourself a really nice house, and you can keep the damn ring, Mrs. Battle-Eye." She slapped him across the face, stunning him into silence. He would have killed any man who did that to him, yet he made no move to retaliate. "But if you don't give them to me, I'll make you wish for 20 hard years in prison. You'll beg for that after I get through with you. I know people, Junior, don't think I don't. They'll come see you. You'll never forget their visit." She let go of his jacket. "I'll give you a little time to think about it, but not too much." She turned to leave, but then looked back at him. "One more thing, Junior. If you try to use any of it in any way at all, or if you show it to another human being, I will come and see you myself with a 12-gauge shotgun that my daddy gave me right before he died. And I will blow your big, ugly head off your shoulders. Do you understand me, son?" This was all said in such a calm yet chilling tone that Junior could hear every one of his heartbeats smacking in his ears. Remy Battle didn't seem to think an answer to her question was necessary. She put her glasses back on, turned and left as quietly as she'd come. Junior just stood there, his big belly heaving, and watched her go. He'd been in many a bar fight in his life against some very large men intent on doing him bodily harm. He'd even been cut up a few times. He'd been scared during those incidents. However, that was nothing compared with the terror he was feeling right now, for he had no doubt the crazy woman meant every word she'd just said. Chapter 35. Later that week. Chip Bailey of the FBI called an early morning meeting of all law enforcement personnel engaged in the search for the murderer or murderers of 5 people. It was held at the Wrightsburg Police Headquarters, which King, who was in attendance along with Michelle, Todd Williams, and assorted Virginia State Police and FBI folks, thought made a cheap-shot statement as to who was now running the show. The FBI, after all, was the 800-pound gorilla. His resulting bad temper exhibited itself rather quickly. "We have a profile," said Bailey, as his assistant handed out folders to those situated around the table. "Let me guess," said King. "Caucasian male in his 20s to 30s, at least a high school education and possibly even some college IQ. Above average, but has trouble holding a job. Firstborn to working-class parents, childhood trauma, dominant mother, possibly illegitimate, who showed interest in law enforcement, and is a loner control freak who also expressed early enthusiasm for sadomasochistic pornography, voyeurism, and torturing of small animals." "Did you already get a copy of the report?" growled Bailey. "No. But most of them say that or something pretty damn close. That's because serial killers share those sorts of traits. That's been clearly established over time." Bailey fired back. "In fact, everything in this profile has been substantiated over time. Unfortunately, we've had lots of experience. Over 3/4 of the serial killers in the world are in this country, with well over 1,000 murders to their collective credit since 1977, and 2/3 of the victims were women. The only interesting thing about this guy is, he seems to be a mix of organized and disorganized in his approach. Restraints used in one case but not in the others. One victim transported, the others not. One body hidden in the woods, the others left where they fell, weapon absent in one case but not in the others. This is based on hard data, Sean. Most of them probably do fit that profile, but not all. Some don't fit neatly in any box." "And you think this is one of those times?" asked Williams. "Think about it. None of the victims have been sexually assaulted or mutilated. In serial killings, that's almost always a component. And let's look at the targets. Most serial killers aren't exactly brave. They grab for the low-hanging fruit. Children, runaways, prostitutes, young homosexual males, and the mentally afflicted." Bailey shot back. "One of the victims was an exotic dancer, and maybe a prostitute at some point, and 2 others were high school kids, and another was lying in a coma in a hospital bed. That's pretty easy pickings if you ask me. We don't know if Rhonda Tyler was a prostitute, and even if she was she killed because she was a prostitute or for some other reason? And Canny and Pembroke weren't runaways. And do you really think a Ted Bundy-type killer is going to sneak into a hospital room and shoot stuff into an elderly stroke victim's IV bag?" He paused to let this all sink in and then added, "And Bobby Battle was a very wealthy man. There might be other people who wanted him dead." "Meaning 2 killers out there?" said Bailey skeptically. "Meaning we don't know, but we can't ignore that possibility," shot back King. Bailey was undeterred. "I've had a little more experience doing this than you, Sean. And until something else turns up that causes me to change my mind, this is the profile we're using, and we're going under the assumption that we only have one killer at work." He eyed King closely. "I understand that you two have been deputized," he nodded at Michelle. "I want you to know that I have no problem with that. In fact, in my book, having two more seasoned professionals on the case is a good thing." "But," said King to himself. "But," said Bailey, "we have established protocols for how we do things. We need to coordinate and keep each other informed. We all need to be on the same page." Williams said through clenched teeth, "And of course the Bureau will be the central clearinghouse for everything." "That's right. If any promising leads come up, I want to know about them pronto. Then we can evaluate who's best suited to run them down." King and Michelle exchanged brief glances. They seemed to be reading each other's mind. That way Bailey and the Bureau can call all the shots, make the arrest, and get all the credit. "Speaking of leads," said King, "do you have any?" Bailey leaned back in his chair. "It's a little early to tell, but now that we've got the manpower out there, something will pop." "Anything turn up on the Zodiac watch?" asked Michelle. "Dead end," said Bailey. "There was no other trace of any significance at the crime scenes or on the bodies. We canvassed Diane Hinson's neighborhood. No one saw anything. We've talked to the families and schoolmates of Canny and Pembroke. There's no jealous rival out there with a guilty conscience." "And Rhonda Tyler?" asked King. "What's her backstory?" Bailey leafed through his notes. "Contrary to what you might think, the FBI does know how to assemble the facts, Sean," he said. "She was born in Dublin, Ohio, dropped out of high school, and hit the road to L.A. to become an actress." "Right. After that dream popped, she developed a drug habit, headed east, did a little time in jail for a couple of misdemeanors, and headed south. She'd been an exotic dancer for about 4 years in a string of clubs from Virginia to Florida. Her contract at the Aphrodisiac was up about 2 weeks before she was killed." "Where was she staying when she disappeared?" asked Michelle. "Not sure. The club has some rooms that the girls use when they're performing there. They're on the house and they come with 3 squares a day, so they're pretty popular with the strippers. Excuse me, exotic dancers. I spoke with Lulu Oxley, the manager. She said that Tyler had stayed in one of those rooms for a while when she first came there, but then found another place." "While she was still working at the club?" asked King. "Right. Why?" "Well, these dancers can't make all that much money, so free room and board must be pretty hard to give up." "Did she have any friends or family in the area she might have been staying with?" "No, but we're trying to find out where she was staying during that time." "That really needs to be followed up on, Chip," said King. "If she found herself a sugar daddy close to when she was murdered, we need to know who he is. It could very well be the guy who put a pistol in her mouth and left her for the wolves." "Funny, we had the same thought," said Bailey, unable to hold back a sneer. "Did you talk to the Battles yet?" asked Williams. "I was going over there today," said the FBI man. "Care to join me? Why don't you take Sean and Michelle along instead?" "Fine," Bailey said, frowning after covering other points of the investigation. The meeting was adjourned while Bailey gave additional orders to his men. Williams buttonholed King and Michelle. "Okay, I was right. The feds call the shots and take the glory." "Maybe not, Todd," said Michelle. "I can't say they're being unreasonable. And it's more important that this psycho be caught regardless of who does it." "True. Still, it'd be a lot better if the people who nabbed him were us." "We'll go to the Battles and see what we can find out," said King. "But don't expect miracles, Todd. This guy knows what he's doing." "The killer or Bailey," he said irritably. They drove over to the Battles in separate cars, King and Michelle and the Whale and Bailey in his big sedan provided by the Bureau. "The FBI always had better cars than the Secret Service," said King, eyeing Bailey's vehicle. "Yeah, but we have better boats. That's because we snatched them from DEA, which confiscated them from South American drug lords. Hey, you do what you have to?" She glanced at him. "By the way, what bee got into your bonnet at the meeting?" Bailey had been pretty cooperative up until this morning. "It was like you deliberately tried to piss him off." "Sometimes that's the only way you find out what someone's really like," as the large gates to the Battles estate clanged shut behind them. King said, "The one I'm worried about is Savannah." "Savannah? Miss Party Girl? What makes you say that? Were you Daddy's little girl?" "Well, yeah, I guess I still am. Well, once Daddy's little girl, always Daddy's little girl. And Savannah's daddy's gone." Chapter 36. There were several cars parked in the motor court when they pulled up. Mason answered the door. Both King and Michelle detected it at the same time. As they followed the man in, she turned to King and whispered, "Does Mason look happier?" "No," King whispered back. "More like he's gloating." Remy received them in the large library. They sat on big leather couches and watched as the lady of the house assembled herself in front of them, a queen before her court. She didn't look like a woman who had just lost her husband to murder, thought King. Yet Remy rarely did things the way others would. "A sad day for you, Remy, I know," began Chip Bailey in a suitably sympathetic tone. "I'm getting used to them," answered Remy. "We won't take too much of your time." "I think you know Sean and Michelle." "Yes, their last visit here was quite memorable." King caught the edge to the woman's voice. What exactly was memorable about it? Bailey cleared his throat. "You understand that Bobby's death was not from natural causes? You're sure about that? It wasn't some medication foul-up?" King briefly wondered if she'd asked, because she was contemplating a lawsuit against the hospital, but quickly decided she was after something else. If he could just figure out what. No, it was a deliberate overdose. The interaction would have been pretty quick. In fact, whoever did it probably entered your husband's room shortly after you left. Very shortly, added King. "Remy, did you see anyone on your way out?" "I left by the rear door as always. I saw some people when I got to the parking lot, but that's all. No one suspicious looking or anything, if that's what you mean. How about anyone you recognized?" asked Michelle. "No." "And you arrived back here around what time?" asked Bailey. Remy looked at him pointedly. "Chip, should I take that question as meaning I'm under suspicion in my husband's death?" There was an awkward silence until King broke it. "Remy, this is an investigation agent. Bailey here is only doing his job. If you don't mind, I'd like to handle this," said Bailey firmly. "Okay," thought King, "I tried to be your friend. You're on your own now, buckaroo." "Remy, I have to establish where everyone was when Bobby was killed. Just answer my question and we can move on." At that moment, Mason came in carrying a tray of coffee. King noted that he'd already poured one for Remy and now handed the cup to her. Remy said, "Thank you so much, Mason." Mason smiled, did a half bow to the lady, and departed. Remy said, "I left the hospital around 10 and drove home." "Okay," said Bailey as he noted this down. "What time did you get here?" "Around 11 or so." "But the hospital's no more than 30 minutes from your house," King pointed out. "I took a back road. I needed air. I drove slow, needed time to think." "Can anyone verify when you got home?" asked Bailey. Remy seemed to bristle a bit, but said, "Mason was still up and opened the door for me." She took a long sip of coffee. "Before I could even get my clothes off and get into bed, the phone rang and my husband was dead." She paused for a moment, seemingly studying the depths of her drink. "I called Eddie, but he wasn't home." "He was actually with us at the Sage Gentleman until a little after 11, said King. "He was having dinner there and we joined him for a drink." Remy's left eyebrow hiked at this information. "Where was Dorothea at some function in Richmond?" Eddie said. Remy snorted. "Function? She sure as hell goes to lots of those." She paused and said in a calmer tone, "I went right back to the hospital and saw my dead husband." She looked at all of them one by one, as though daring them to challenge one word of what she was saying. "That ended the longest day of my life." "Was there anything missing from Bobby's personal effects in the hospital?" "No. I'm particular about that. Even made the hospital put together an inventory list." Bailey cleared his throat. "Remy, this is going to be a difficult question to answer, but I want you to try." Remy seemed to stiffen. "What is it?" she said imperiously. Bailey shot King a sideways glance before he spoke. "The other murders that seem connected to Bobby's death may not be. It's just possible that someone else killed him." She put her cup down, sat forward and placed her hands on her knees. "What exactly is your question?" "Just this. Do you know anyone who'd want to hurt Bobby?" She looked disappointed and sat back. "Every man has his enemies. A rich, successful man has more than most. Do you have anyone in particular in mind?" "No, I don't." "Remy, we're just trying to get to the truth." "So am I," she retorted. King said, "With enemies, are you referring to business or personal?" The woman's gaze swiveled to him now. I'm sure I couldn't say. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have funeral arrangements to attend to now that I've finally gotten back my husband's body from that place, she said, undoubtedly referring to the undignified invasion of her husband's remains at the morgue. Remy, we have more questions, said Bailey. And you know where to find me when you want to ask them, she said. Okay, we'll need to talk to Savannah. Is she around? Remy had half risen and now stopped. Why do you want to talk to her? She was at the hospital on the day Bobby died. So what? So that makes her someone I need to speak to, said Bailey very firmly. You know, Remy, I saved your son's life. I thought by that you'd realize I know what I'm doing. King was waiting for her to erupt at this statement, but all she said was, it might take a while. My daughter has never been an early riser. She left the room. King couldn't help himself from asking, so you're not discounting the two-killer angle, Chip. In a murder investigation, I don't discount anything. The fact that nothing was missing from Battle's room doesn't jibe with the other killings. He looked at King and Michelle. So what do you two think? I think the woman has her own agenda and is trying to get as much information out of us as we're trying to get out of her, answered Michelle promptly. And I think she won this round handily, said King with his gaze on Bailey. Chapter 37. On the morning that the interrogation of the Battles was taking place, Kyle Montgomery sat in his apartment and fingered the new acoustical guitar he'd purchased with his drug profits. He strummed a few chords and sang a few words, his normal procedure when thinking intently. He finally put the guitar aside, slipped gloves on, and pulled out a pencil and piece of paper and sat at his kitchen table. He thought about what to write, and then how to write it. After several more minutes of contemplation, he began to etch out large block letters. He made it halfway through, balled up the paper, and threw it away. He did that twice more before settling on the final wording, chewing down a pencil in the process. He sat back and read over it 3 times. It would no doubt get the person's attention. However, his dilemma was he didn't know if he actually possessed any blackmail information. Yet the beauty of it was that if the person were guilty, the wording of the letter would surely do its work. And his next message would carry with it a request for money, to be delivered in a very safe way that he'd think of in the meantime. He wondered how much it would be worth, and then ultimately decided he couldn't determine that yet. He looked at his new guitar. 1 hour's work had brought that to him. 1 hour, when he slaved during the day for pennies. Well, maybe not too much longer. He put the letter in an envelope, addressed it, and then walked down to the corner mailbox and dropped it in. When the metal door of the postal box clanged shut, Kyle wondered for one terrifying second if he'd just made a huge blunder. However, that dread quickly left him. It was replaced by an even stronger emotion, greed. They waited for 45 minutes, and Bailey was just about to leave the room and find one of the household staff when Savannah Battle finally tottered into the library, where the mother had been all stone and ice. The daughter looked like a burning photograph, a few seconds from curling up and disintegrating. "Hello, Savannah," said King. "We're sorry we have to bother you now." If she said something in response, none could hear it. She just stood there dressed in baggy sweatpants and a William and Mary t-shirt with no bra underneath. She was barefoot, her hair a tangled mess. Her nose and cheeks were so reddened it looked like she'd dived headfirst into a bottle of rouge, and she was chewing on her nails. Savannah, you want to take a seat?" asked Bailey. The woman just stood there staring at the floor, her finger in her mouth. Michelle finally rose, guided her to the couch, poured her a cup of coffee, and handed it to her. "Drink it," she said firmly. Savannah cradled the cup in both hands and took a sip. The ensuing interview was very frustrating. Savannah, when she did answer their questions, mumbled when asked to repeat. She mumbled again. She'd gone to the hospital around lunchtime to see her father on the day he died. That much they managed to glean after several tedious attempts and misfires. She stayed about 30 minutes, saw no one, and left. Her father was not conscious during that time. They didn't bother asking her if she had any reason to believe someone might want to kill her father. That required a level of mental acuity that the girl simply wasn't capable of right now. She'd been home the night of Bobby Battle's death, but wasn't sure if anyone saw her as she slowly walked out of the room. Michelle touched King on the arm. "You were right. Daddy's little girl is rocked. But are we sure why? Chip Bailey received a phone call that caused him to have to make a hasty departure. King and Michelle followed him to the front door where King said, "We'll just hang here." You know, deputy stuff. Bailey didn't look too pleased, but he had no grounds to argue the point. "You're enjoying baiting him, aren't you?" said Michelle after the man had left. "I look for the small pleasures of life wherever I can find them." King and Michelle returned to the library, where Mason was clearing the tray. "Here, let me help you." King reached over and pushed the coffee cups together, spilling the remains from one in the process. "Sorry," said King. He dabbed up the spill with a napkin. "Thanks, Sean," said Mason as he picked up the tray. They followed him into the enormous kitchen that was outfitted with professional-grade appliances and every gizmo a cook would need to transform food into art. King whistled. "I wondered how the Battles could dish up all that wonderful cuisine at those functions I attended." Mason smiled. "First class, Mrs. Battle wouldn't have it any other way." King perched on the edge of a table. "It's a good thing you were still up when Remy came home that night. What with everything she's had to go through and all." "It's been hard for the whole family," said Mason. "I bet it has. So she got here around 11? Just that. I remember looking at my watch when I heard her drive up." Michelle noted this down while King continued. "Were you still in the house when she got the phone call that Bobby had died?" He nodded. "I was just finishing up some things and about to head out when she came running down the stairs. She was frantic, half-dressed, words coming out all jumbled. Took me a full minute to calm her down to where I could even understand her. She said she called Eddie to come get her, only he wasn't home. I wanted to drive her to the hospital, but she told me to stay here in case anyone called. She left about 10 minutes later. When she got back, she looked like a ghost, no light in her eyes at all." Mason looked down, apparently embarrassed at his choice of words. "Anyway, then it turns out he was murdered. Now, Mrs. Battle's a strong person. She can take a shot with the best of them. But 2 shots, and that close together, that's another story." "She seemed very composed this morning," commented Michelle. "She's resilient," he said, bristling, "and she has to be strong for everyone else." "Yes, Savannah seemed a little out of it. I guess she and her father were really very close," said Michelle. Mason offered no comment, "although she hasn't been home that much over the last few years." "Hardly at all," said Mason. "Whether that's a good or bad thing, I'm sure I couldn't say. You already have, Mason," thought King. "Apparently Savannah was home that night. I'm surprised that she didn't go to the hospital with Remy. I don't know if she was home or not. If she was, I didn't see her." "Can I speak frankly, Mason?" said King. The man turned to him, looking a little surprised. "I guess so. Bobby's death might not be connected to the other killings." "Okay," said Mason slowly. "So if he was killed by someone else, we have to start looking at motivations." Mason didn't say anything for a few seconds. "You mean one of the family?" "Not necessarily, but that can't be discounted." He eyed the man keenly. "You've been with them a long time. It's easy to see you're far more than the hired help." "I've been with them through the good and the bad," Mason said. "Tell us about the bad," said King. "Look, if you're trying to get me to say something that'll hurt Mrs. Battle," King interrupted. "All I'm trying to do is get to the truth, Mason. She would never have done anything like that," he said sharply. "She loved Mr. Battle, and yet her wedding ring wasn't on her finger." Mason started for a moment and then said, "I believe it needed repairs. She didn't want to risk further damage. I wouldn't read any more into it." "Nice comeback," thought King. "Anyone else you can think of?" Mason thought about this, but then shook his head. "I really couldn't say. I mean, I don't know anything like that," he added quickly. "Is it the former or the latter?" wondered King. He produced one of his cards. "If something does occur to you, give us a call. We're far nicer than the FBI," he added. As Mason walked them out, King stopped in front of a bookcase containing numerous photos. One in particular had caught his eye. He showed it to Mason. "That's Bobby Jr., Eddie's twin. He was about 14 when that picture was taken. He was born first by a few minutes. That's why he was the junior." "You can't have been with the Battles that long," said Michelle. "No. They'd bought this property and were building the house, and they had the boys, and they needed some help. I answered an ad, and I've been here ever since. Other staff have come and gone, but I've always been here." His voice trailed off. He snapped back and looked at King and Michelle staring at him. They've treated me really well. I could retire if I wanted. Any plans to do that? Asked Michelle. I can't exactly abandon Mrs. Battle now, can I? I'm sure your presence here means a lot to her, said King. Michelle looked at the young man's unnatural features in the photo. What was wrong with Bobby Jr.? He was severely mentally retarded. He was in bad shape when I started working for them. Then he got cancer and died soon after his 18th birthday. He was Eddie's twin, but Eddie's fine, said King. Isn't that unusual? Well, that's what happened. They were fraternal twins. How did Eddie get along with his brother? Did everything for him? Couldn't have been nicer. I think Eddie knew it was only by the grace of God that it wasn't him. And Bobby Sr.? Mr. Battle was really busy back then, traveling all over. He wasn't even here when Bobby Jr. died, he added quickly. I have no doubt he loved the boy, though. It must have been pretty traumatic for Remy when Eddie was kidnapped. If it hadn't been for Agent Bailey, she might have lost both her sons. Lucky he's on the case again, said King. They left the house. But when Michelle started to walk over to the car, King took her arm. It's a beautiful day. I feel like a stroll, he said, giving her a look. Where? You'll see. He took out of his pocket the tissue he had used to clean up the coffee spill and sniffed it. He smiled at the result. What is it? Asked Michelle. Not a huge surprise, but Remy enjoys a little bourbon with her coffee. Chapter 38. King's choice of venue took them to the rear grounds. They wandered over to the spot where they could see Remy's bedroom window. King gazed at the house where the servants lived and then back at their employer's window. If someone were really looking, he said vaguely. Michelle said, Mason definitely has a thing for Remy. Maybe he hopes to become the new man of the estate. King glanced over and saw the woman walking toward the stable. Let's go talk horses. As he was turning away, an image at one of the second-story windows caught his attention. It was Savannah staring at them. Yet she was gone so quickly that for an instant King wasn't even sure she'd really been there. Yet she had been. And the look on her face was clear. She was terrified. They both greeted Sally Wainwright over by the stable. Her cheerful disposition wasn't evident today. God, I'm thinking about quitting, she said. Because Battle was murdered? Asked King. And 4 other people, said Sally, as she looked over her shoulder as though for an attacker. This was a nice, quiet town when I got here. Right now, I'd probably be safer in the Middle East. I wouldn't do anything rash, said Michelle. You'll probably live to regret it. I just want to live. Sally shot back. King nodded. Well, then maybe you can help us find the killer before he strikes again. Sally looked shocked. Me, I don't know anything. You may know something important, only you don't know that it is, said King. For instance, can you think of anyone who might have intended Bobby Battle harm? Sally shook her head too quickly in King's mind. Come on, Sally. Whatever you say goes no further. Sean, I really don't know anything. He decided to try a different tack. Why don't I throw out some possibilities, and then you can jump in if they trigger anything? She looked doubtful. Well, Battle was a wealthy man. People benefit from his death, right? But I suppose Mrs. Battle would get most of it, and Savannah has her trust fund. I don't think she needs any more money. Eddie? Sally glanced in the direction of the carriage house. They don't appear to be scraping dimes together. And I know for a fact that Dorothea Battle makes big bucks. How do you know that? Asked Michelle. My best friend does her nails. Dorothea likes to brag. Well, some people never have enough money, suggested King. I just don't see that being the reason, said Sally stubbornly. If not money, then what else? He stared pointedly at the young woman. I guess you probably haven't been here long enough to know about Bobby's adulterous past. Oh, I know more than you think, blurted out Sally. I mean, she stopped and looked at her dirty boots. It's okay, Sally assured King, hiding his pleasure that she'd bit on his bait so quickly. Do you know a lot about that because maybe Bobby made advances toward you? Sally shook her head. No, it was nothing like that. So what, then? Pressed King. It really could be important, Sally. She remained silent a bit longer and then said, Come on with me. They walked past the stables and servant's house and down a paved roadway, eventually arriving at a large brick 2-story building with 8 old-fashioned wooden garage doors. There was an antique gas pump with a glass bubble top out front. This is Mr. Battle's private garage. He has, or had, a collection of antique cars, I guess. Mrs. Battle owns them now." She pulled out a key and they entered. The floor was covered in a black and white checkerboard pattern. The shelves held dusty trophies from antique car shows. In front of 7 of the doors, sitting perfectly aligned with one another, were vintage cars ranging from a Stutz Bearcat to an imposing vehicle with cloth top and a round grille that the placard on the stand in front proclaimed to be a 1906 six-cylinder Franklin. "I'd heard that Bobby collected old cars, but I didn't know his collection was this extensive," said King as he looked around. "He has a bunch more on the second floor." "There's a special elevator that takes them up and down," said Sally. "He used to have a full-time mechanic to take care of them." She walked down to the last space and stood. King and Michelle joined her. There was no car here. They looked at her questioningly. She hesitated for an instant. "Look, you didn't hear this from me," she said. They both nodded in agreement. "Well, there used to be a car that sat right here. It was huge, you know, one of those big Rolls Royces you see in the old movies." "What happened to it?" asked Michelle. Sally hesitated again as though debating whether to tell them. Sensing this, King said, "Sally, you've gone this far. Okay, it was over 3 years ago. It was late at night and I'd slipped down here just to look around. I wasn't supposed to have a key, but the mechanic who used to work here took a liking to me and gave me one. I was inside looking around when I heard a car coming. It was then that I noticed that one of the cars wasn't there. The door started opening and I saw the headlights. I was scared to death and sure I was going to be fired if they found me here. I ran and hid over there." She pointed to a tower of 50-gallon oil drums that sat in one corner. The Rolls pulled into the garage and the motor was cut off. Mr. Battle got out and he looked bad. "I mean, really bad? How could you tell?" "Wasn't it dark?" asked King. "There's an automatic trigger on the doors at night. When the doors go up, the lights come on in here." "When you say he looked bad, how do you mean?" asked Michelle. "Sick? Drunk?" "No, like he was really upset, worried." "Did you ever find out what about?" asked King. "No, anyway, like I said, he looked bad. But then all of a sudden he started smiling and then he started laughing." "Laughing? Well, he did, until she showed up." "She? Who? Remy?" said King. Sally nodded and said in a hushed tone, "If she'd had a gun, I think Mr. Battle would have been dead a long time ago." "What happened then?" asked Michelle. "They started arguing. Well, at first, she just was screaming at him. Not much of it made sense, but from what I could hear, there was another woman involved." "Did it seem like Remy knew who?" asked King sharply. "If she did, she never mentioned her name, at least not that I heard," said Sally. "What did Bobby do?" "He started yelling. Told her it was none of her damn business who he slept with." "And to think I was halfway admiring the man," said Michelle in disgust. "Well, he said something else I'll never forget," said Sally. She paused, drew a quick breath, and looked at them anxiously. "Go ahead," said King. "I don't think anything will surprise us now." "Mr. Battle said he wasn't the only one in the family who practiced that philosophy." "Of sleeping around?" said King, and Sally nodded. Michelle and King looked at each other. "And you think he was referring to Remy?" she asked. "I just assumed he was, but Mrs. Battle always seemed so proper and supportive of her husband," suggested King. "Yes, exactly. Public faces can often be deceiving," he commented. "And the Rolls?" asked Michelle. "It just disappeared after that night. I don't know what happened to it. In fact, Billy Edwards, he was the mechanic who used to take care of the cars. He was gone too. That's when Mr. Battle lost interest in his collection. He never came down after that, as far as I know. You never saw this Billy Edwards before he left." "No, his place was cleaned out the next day. I don't know who came and took the car. It must have been at night or else someone would have seen it driving off." "Thank you, Sally. You've been a big help." They left Sally and headed back to the front of the house. "So what do you make of that?" asked Michelle. "It creates lots of questions. Who was Bobby seeing back then? Was the reference to sleeping around actually directed at Remy? And why get rid of the car?" King looked pensive. "I wonder if there's any chance of tracking down this Billy Edwards and asking him about it. What about going directly to Remy? She'd want to know how we found out about it. And Sally's obviously not good at hiding her feelings. One look from Remy, and she'd crack. We may have to at some point, But for now, we'll look for another way. We keep uncovering more questions and no answers, said Michelle. At some point, the tide has to turn. We just may not like the answers we find, though. Chapter 39. Dorothea and Eddie. Battle weren't home. So King and Michelle drove to the Aphrodisiac that afternoon to speak with Lulu Oxley about the murdered exotic dancer, Rhonda Tyler. The parking lot was already filling up with the lunch crowd when they arrived. As they walked past one of the bar areas, they caught glimpses of the nearly naked ladies dancing and the men staring and catcalling. I just don't get the attraction, said Michelle. The product isn't exactly directed at someone like you. Come on, are you saying you find watching something like that enjoyable? No, but I'm afraid I'm in a minority among my gender. He smiled and added, that comes with being intelligent, sophisticated, and sensitive. They were directed back to Lulu's small, cluttered office, where they found her hard at work and not looking happy about being interrupted. I've told the FBI and Chief Williams everything, said Lulu as she snapped her lighter shut and took a drag on a fresh cigarette. Well, we're deputies now, so you can tell us too, said King pleasantly, as he showed her his badge. She sighed, took another puff, and sat back in her chair. In case you hadn't heard, the Surgeon General has proclaimed cigarette smoking really bad for you, said Michelle, waving the fumes away from her face. The Surgeon General doesn't run a gentleman's club. Lulu shot back. We'll be happy to breathe the second-hand smoke so long as you tell us about Rhonda Tyler, said King. Okay, for the third time in counting, Rhonda Tyler, a.k.a. whatever the hell her stage name was. Tawny Blaze, said Michelle helpfully. Right? Good memory, said Lulu, eyeing the woman keenly. Anyway, she came to work here under contract. She stayed in one of the club's rooms, but shortly before her stint was up, she told us she had another place to crash. She did her contract time, and that was the last I saw of her. We'd used her before, and she'd always acted like a real professional. Never any problem. Did she mention whether she had friends or family in the area? Not to me. But with her line of work, family tends to shy away from you. How about a man she might have met? Prompted Michelle. Lulu tapped ash off her cigarette into an empty paper coffee cup on her desk. Not that I know of. Anyone else she might have confided in? Asked King. She might have talked to some of the girls. Can we speak with them? If you can wake them up, the ones who work nights don't get out of bed until late in the afternoon. The lunch shift girls are out on stage now. We'll give it our best shot, said King. You do that, said Lulu again, watching Michelle closely as they headed to the door. Michelle glanced back and saw Lulu's hand disappear inside her desk drawer. When Lulu pulled it out, there was nothing in it. Michelle looked away before the other woman could see her staring. Lulu said, by the way, here's a piece of information you might find interesting. The high and mighty Remy Battle threatened Junior. Both of them stared at her as she summarized the meeting between the two, including Remy's offer to pay off Junior if he returned the stolen items. So she wanted something that was in the drawer, but didn't care about her wedding ring? Asked a confused King. Apparently the lady has something to hide. Where will Junior be today? Working a job in Lynchburg. You won't be able to see him. But this evening, he'll be at the house he's building for us. Let me have the directions. And give me Junior's cell phone number? As she did so, King asked one more question. Did Bobby Battle ever come here? Lulu seemed to be trying hard not to look surprised at the question. I think I saw him around here a few times recently. What do you consider recently? In the last couple of years? I couldn't say for sure. I'm sure you couldn't, thought King. Well, thanks again for all your help. I'll show you where the rooms are, offered Lulu. She led them upstairs and pointed to the hallway fronted by the red curtain. Good luck, she said in a tone that didn't sound like she actually meant it. As King and Michelle started off, Lulu touched Michelle on the arm. Can I ask you a question, she said. We've asked you enough, so go ahead. You ever consider pole dancing? Excuse me, said Michelle, clearly stunned. It's just that you've got the perfect all-American girl next door come-hither thing going on. That's pretty rare in this business. You're leaner than the other gals and a little light in the chest. But I don't think the guys will mind once they see what you do have. Michelle's face reddened. You must be kidding. The pay's better than you think. And you keep all the tips you get. And you can pull the night shift and still work your regular job during the day. State law doesn't allow total nudity in any strip club, so you can keep your G-string on. But the top has to come off. That's club policy. No boobs, no bucks. Michelle smiled tightly. Let me put it this way. The day you see me pole dancing with only a G-string on in front of a crowd of drunken morons is the day the sky falls and kills all of us. I don't know, said King, who'd listened intently to this exchange. I'd tip at least $20 to see that. Chapter 40. King and Michelle walked down the hallway, slipped behind the heavy red curtain and started knocking on doors. Several rooms were unlocked and unoccupied. From the others issued either a string of profanities or sleepy groans whenever a door was unlocked and opened, always by a scantily clad young woman with an extremely weary look. Michelle asked the same question while King averted his eyes. Didn't really know her, was the constant refrain. However, at the next to last room on the hall, the voice said, "Come on in." Michelle did so. When she exited a couple of minutes later, she appeared truly shaken. "You okay?" asked King. "I was just propositioned by a 6-foot-tall naked woman named Heidi. I can wait out in the car if you want." "Shut up." Must have been the come-hither look. At the last room, the door was opened by a young woman wearing a long robe that didn't entirely hide her heavy curves and inflated bosom. Her dyed blonde hair was in a ponytail, and her feet were bare. She was sipping a cup of black coffee. She introduced herself only as Pam, and after they had told her what they wanted, she actually invited them in. They sat at a small table around which were placed 4 chairs. The room looked comfy enough, although King caught himself staring at the rumpled bed in the corner and the array of lingerie piled there. He turned to find Michelle's severe gaze on him. "So you knew Rhonda?" asked King. "Yes, sir." King ran his eye over her. She was so young-looking that had he seen her half-naked rubbing against a pole, he would have probably thrown a blanket over her and called her father to come retrieve her. "Have the police already talked to you?" "Yes, sir. The FBI, actually. That's what they said they were, anyway. Can you tell us what you told them?" "Yes, sir. You don't have to call me Sir Pam. I'm Sean. This is Michelle." Pam looked at her stubby toes with a cracked polish and crossed one pudgy foot over the other. "Sorry, I guess I'm sorta nervous, Sean." Michelle patted her hand. "There's nothing to be nervous about. I mean, with Rhonda getting killed and all, I guess it could have been any one of us, though Rhonda took chances I never would." "What sort of chances?" asked King. "We worked the same clubs together. She'd go off with men she didn't even know if they were nice to her. I only been doing this a couple of years, and I know better than that, but she always came back." Pam dabbed at some tears. "Only this time she didn't." "Do you have any idea whom she went off with this time?" asked Michelle. "No, like I told them others sometimes. She tells me before she goes, other times not. This time she didn't." She took a sip of her coffee and wiped her thick lips with the back of a shaky hand. King noted that her red nail polish was chipped. "When was the last time you saw her?" "Couple of weeks before they found her. Our contracts were up here, but I signed on for another month. I like it here. The pay's good and the folks here treat us nice. Not that many places give you a room and meals and all. And no customers back here to bother you?" "I take it," said King. "No, sir, none of that," she said. "They're real particular about that." "Did you ever see her with anyone, a man you didn't know? Did she mention anyone she was seeing?" "No, nothing like that, sorry." He handed her one of his cards. "If you remember anything else, give us a call." Both lost in thought, King and Michelle walked outside to her truck. King was eyeing the full parking lot. "Hard to believe people find the time in the middle of the day to come here. It's pretty sick if you ask me," said Michelle. She was still frowning as she settled behind the wheel. "Do you know you have to be 21 to watch strippers, but you only have to be 18 to be one? How does that make sense?" King lowered himself into the passenger seat. "Granted, it's ridiculous and degrading. Is that why you're in such a bad mood?" "No, the legendary aphrodisiac was a complete waste of time. That's why." "How can you say that? Not only did you get a job offer as a pole dancer, which could actually come in handy when our firm's going through the inevitable lean times, but you also might have a real friend in Heidi." A second later, King was rubbing his arm where she'd slugged him. "Damn, that really hurt, Michelle," he complained. "And it'll hurt even more if you keep it up." Chapter 41. Junior Deaver stepped outside his half-built house and looked at the dark sky. The man was tired, having worked all day on other people's jobs before heading here to drive nails into shingles and plywood. He'd finished right before the light was gone, and then worked some on the inside. They were all looking forward to getting out of the cramped trailer. However, the upcoming criminal trial was weighing heavily on his mind. Lulu never stopped talking about it. "Could be the ruin of all our dreams," she kept saying. What if Mrs. Battle sued them? It would all be over. Then his mother-in-law would start in, and once started, Priscilla Oxley never shut up. Junior had experienced many lows in life. This one ranked right up there with the worst. He thought about Remy Battle's offer. If only he had something to give her. It pissed him off that no one seemed to believe him. Yet with all the evidence stacked against him, he could understand how the woman thought he was guilty. As he munched on a sandwich and sipped a beer he'd pulled from his cooler, he mulled over some things in his head. He could end this thing right now if he wanted. Just tell the truth of what he'd been doing that night. But he'd rather go to jail. He just couldn't do that to Lulu. It'd been stupid, really stupid, but he couldn't take it back now. He finished his sandwich. His cell phone was vibrating with a box full of messages. He hated the damn thing. Everybody wanted something right now. He checked the list of calls. One had him puzzled. Sean King. Wonder what he wants, Junior thought. Well, it would have to wait. He went back inside. It was almost 8 o'clock, definitely time to call it a day. He'd been up since 4 in the morning. His back was killing him from climbing up and down the ladder with the shingles. He was getting too old for this kind of labor. Yet he expected to be doing it until he dropped. What else was there for a guy like him? The blow came from directly behind him, actually cracking his skull and staggering the big man. Junior clutched his head and in the same motion wheeled around. Through the blood pouring down his face, he saw the black hood coming at him, shovel upraised. He managed to block the blow with his forearm. Though it shattered it, he fell back, yelling from the pain. As he lay on the cold wooden floor, he saw the shovel coming at him again. He managed to swing out his right leg and knock the person's feet out from under him. The man landed hard but sprang back up. Junior sat back on his butt holding his broken arm, his big belly heaving. He kept kicking at his attacker, trying to keep him back as he scuffled away. His sandwich and beer came back up on him, covering the wooden subfloor with vomit. He managed to half raise himself, but another blow caught him across the back, and he went down again. Junior Deaver was over 6'4" and weighed about 270 pounds. If he could just get in one shot on his smaller opponent, he knew things could change quickly. He'd kill the son of a bitch. Considering how badly he was already injured, Junior figured he had only one chance at this. Having been in his share of bar fights, he had some experience to draw on. He plotted to sucker his attacker in. He knelt down, his head almost touching the floor as though helpless. When he saw the shovel rise, he shot forward and hit his attacker directly in the gut, carrying them both across the room, where they crashed through a wall of studs. They both hit the floor and sprawled away from each other. Junior tried to hold on to the smaller man, but the pains in his arm and shoulder were too intense, and blood was leaching through the fissure in his skull, putting pressure on his brain and causing his motor skills to rapidly deteriorate. Junior struggled to reach his feet, but the other man was quicker. He rolled away, picked up a piece of one of the broken studs, and repeatedly beat Junior over the head with it, his blows becoming harder and more savage. The 2x4 splintered, popping out bent nails, and finally split in half. Junior moaned, went down, rolled over, and didn't get back up. His belly heaving, blood flowing from multiple head wounds. He just lay there, his eyes closed. The man in the hood approached cautiously, wary of another trick. He first cursed Junior and then himself for having so underestimated his target. He was sure a direct blow from a shovel to the back of the head would have felled the man. He calmed, cleared his head, told himself he had to finish the job, so get on with it. His own stomach heaving, his throat cottony, and a swell of lactic acid in his muscles making him dizzy. He knelt next to Junior and slipped the rounded piece of wood and length of rope out of his coat. He placed the tourniquet over Junior's head, settled it around his thick neck and slowly started to tighten until he could hear Junior gurgling for air. He kept turning it steadily, keeping constant pressure. A few minutes later, the big belly heaved once more and then stopped. The man let go of the wood and sat back on his haunches. He felt his shoulder where the impact with Junior and the studs had done him injury. He could live with that. Far more problematic was that the fight had put potential evidence in play. Using Junior's generator light, he methodically examined himself. He was covered in the man's blood, retch, and mucus. Fortunately, he was wearing his hood, gloves, and long sleeves, because even one pulled-out hair with DNA root attached from his head or arms could prove a forensic nightmare for him. He scoured the area and then the dead man for anything that would give him away to the likes of Sylvia Diaz. He spent much time probing under Junior's fingernails for any telltale human debris that might have ended up there. Finally comfortable that he hadn't left significant traces of himself lying around, he pulled the clown mask from his other coat pocket and placed it next to the body. It had crumpled upon Junior's impact with him. But even so, the police could hardly miss the intended meaning. He checked Junior's pulse to ensure there was none, then sat there for 5 more minutes and checked it again. Subtle changes in the body upon death were well known to him, and satisfyingly, they were all taking place here. The man was gone. He reached over and gingerly raised Junior's left hand. He pulled out the watch stem and set it precisely to 5 o'clock, the same reading the imposter had set Bobby Battle's watch to. This would send a clear message to the police and to the imposter. He wanted them both to be informed. Instead of propping up the arm, he laid the hand back down and then pulled a black marker out from Junior's tool belt and drew an arrow on the plywood floor pointing directly to the watch. Lastly, he removed Junior's big belt buckle with a NASCAR logo and slipped it into his pocket. The sound startled him badly until he realized what it was. Junior's cell phone was buzzing. It had fallen off in the fight. He looked at the screen. The caller ID showed that home was calling. Well, they could call all they wanted. Junior was never going home again. He stood on shaky legs, looked down at the man with the tourniquet noose around his neck, and then at the clown mask next to him, and his mouth eased into a smile. Once more for justice, he said to himself. He didn't intend to pray over Junior's body. With a swipe of his foot, he turned off the battery-powered generator, and the area was plunged into darkness. The dead man disappeared as though by magic. The next sound he heard shook him to his core. It was the sound of an approaching car. He raced to the cutout of one of the front windows. Headlights were slicing through the darkness, coming right at him. Chapter 42, King and Michelle climbed out of the Lexus and looked around. They'd switched vehicles at King's houseboat because one of Michelle's truck headlights was out. King pulled out a flashlight, but its thin beam did little damage against the darkness. His truck's here, said Michelle as she tapped the side of the battered pickup, crammed with tools and construction supplies in the bed. Junior, King cried out. It's Sean, King. We want to talk to you. Michelle cupped her hands around her mouth. Junior Deaver. They looked at each other. Maybe he's in the house? What? Working in the pitch dark, said King. In the basement maybe, and we can't see the light from here. Okay, so I guess we go in. You have another flashlight in your car? No, but maybe Junior has one in his truck. They looked and found one on the floorboard. Now twin beams moved through the dark. They entered the front door and looked around. Junior called out, King again. They swept the room with their lights. Over in one corner, a big tarp was covering what looked to be a pile of drywall. All around were stacked wood and other building materials, tools, buckets, and bags of cement. A real mess. Hey, this looks just like your house, said King. Boy, you're in fine form today. Look, the basement steps are over here. Michelle called down the stairs. There was no answer. Do you think he's hurt himself? She said. King looked around. This is beginning to look a little weird, he said quietly. Why don't you? Michelle already had her gun out. They went cautiously down the stairs. In the far corner of the basement was a stack of cans. They looked behind this. Nothing. The HVAC system was in another corner of the basement. They shone their light on the mass of metal, but again saw nothing. Behind one of the large heating ducts in a space the light had missed, the man in the hood watched as they headed back upstairs. He slowly eased out of his hiding place. Upstairs, King and Michelle looked around more thoroughly. Michelle saw it first. "Oh no," she hissed. She grabbed King's hand and pulled him toward her. "Blood," she whispered in his ear, and then pointed her light at the floor. The crimson spatters were clearly visible. Their lights followed the trail to its source, the tarp. They crept forward, careful not to step in the spatters. King knelt, lifted up the tarp, and they saw it was Junior. King quickly felt for a pulse and found none. "Damn it, he's dead." He shone his light around. "Oh shit, what? He's got a noose tourniquet around his neck." "Don't tell me." King pulled back the tarp some more and shone his light down the dead man's arm. "And his watch is set to 5, and there's a black arrow drawn on the floor pointing right to it." Michelle directed her light to Junior's features. "He hasn't been dead long, Sean." "I know, he's still warm." King froze. What was that? Michelle looked behind her, her light making arcs through the darkness. "What?" "I thought I heard footsteps." "I didn't hear anything." Her breath caught in her throat as she saw the red laser dot appear on King's head. Its meaning was crystal clear to the firearms-savvy Maxwell. "Sean, don't move," she said hoarsely. "You're red-lighted. I'm whoa." But then it dawned on him what she was saying. The laser aim tracker could be followed at any moment by a bullet that would hit precisely where the dot was, in this case his brain. As she watched, the red dot slowly moved to Michelle's gun, flitting there like some deadly wasp ready to sting. This message was also clear. She hesitated, debating whether to chance it, turn and fire. She glanced at King. He'd obviously seen the dot's location too, and, reading her thoughts about trying to get off a shot, shook his head in a definite no. She reluctantly put down her gun on the floor, pushing it away with her foot. When the red dot appeared on her flashlight, she turned it off and placed it on the floor. King slowly followed suit. The red dot then appeared on her chest and moved up and down her body, seemingly in a teasing manner as though the person aiming the laser were fondling her. Michelle was growing more and more irritated and beginning to gauge how far she'd have to jump to grab her weapon. While she was calculating the odds of getting off a shot before the other guy did, she failed to notice that the red dot had disappeared. Finally, realizing it, she looked at King's image in the shadowy darkness. "Is he gone?" she said softly. "Don't know," King whispered back. "I don't hear anything." That changed moments later when they heard the gunshots. They both hit the floor, Michelle crawling desperately toward where she thought her gun was. 1 inch, 1 foot. Come on, come on. As her fingers closed around the metal, she stopped and listened. "Sean? Are you okay?" Seconds went by and there was nothing. "Sean," she whispered desperately. Her hopes bottoming out when he didn't answer. "I'm okay," he finally said. "Damn it, you almost gave me a heart attack. Why didn't you say anything?" "Because I fell on top of Junior, that's why." "Oh, yeah, oh." They waited a few more minutes. When they heard a car start up in the distance, Michelle leaped to her feet, grabbed a light, and raced out, King right on her heels. They slid into the Lexus. "Call 911, said King. "Tell him to get the roads around here shut down as fast as possible, and then get hold of Todd." Michelle was already on the phone. King hit the gas and the car lumbered forward. The ride was so bumpy, it knocked the phone out of Michelle's hand. He hit the brakes. They looked at each other. "Damn it, he shot out the tires," said King in disbelief. "That's what the gunshots were about. Let me see if I can still drive it." After 100 feet, it was very clear that if they drove over 5 miles an hour, they'd soon break an axle. Michelle jumped out of the car and shone the light at the flattened front and rear tires on her side. She ran back and examined Junior's truck. There were 2 tires shot out there as well. Michelle called 911, gave them the information, then called Todd while King slumped against his car. When she was finished, she came over to him and said, "Todd and his men are on their way." "That's good to know," he said quietly. "You never know, they might get lucky and nail the guy, Sean. The good guys are rarely that lucky." He crossed his arms over his chest and stared back at the half-built house. Michelle slapped her hand against the car's hood. "God, I feel like the biggest rookie in the world for letting that guy get the drop on us. I can't believe we were probably 10 feet from this maniac. 10 feet. And he got away." She grew silent, staring at the ground before glancing over at her partner. "Okay, talk to me. What are you thinking?" He didn't answer right away. When he spoke, his voice quivered slightly. "I'm thinking that tonight 3 little kids lost their father and a wife or husband, and I'm just wondering when it's going to stop." Not until someone stops him. King never took his eyes off the unfinished house. "Well, starting right now, that's our full-time job." Chapter 43. As King had predicted, the police arrived too late to catch Junior's killer. When news of yet another murder became public, the entire area fell into a complete frenzy. The mayor of Wrightsburg, in a stunning show of no confidence in either Todd Williams or the FBI, demanded that the National Guard be called out and martial law declared. Fortunately, no one granted that request. The national news machine had descended on Wrightsburg and its environs with an enormous appetite for detail, no matter how trivial or irrelevant to the investigation. Large media trucks and their sky antennae and news jockeys with wireless mics in hand became as ubiquitous as the sprouting spring buds. The only people happy about this situation were the local restaurateurs, innkeepers, and conspiracy buffs who could be heard spouting endless theories. Nearly everyone was grabbing for their 15 minutes of fame. Todd Williams was inundated by the journalistic deluge, as was Chip Bailey. Even King and Michelle failed to entirely escape the flood, watching in dismay as details of their previous high-profile investigative exploits were dredged up and made part of the current story. More law enforcement resources were called in, both federal and state, and King wondered if the additional manpower was helping or hurting the investigation. The latter seemed to be the case, as everyone jockeyed for position. The letter finally came. It proclaimed that the killer of Junior Deaver was now imitating the clown prince of darkness, at least in serial killer circles, John Wayne Gacy. "And you thought he only killed young men and boys," the message tauntingly read. "Now you know he doesn't mind knocking off big fat rednecks like Junior Deaver." They were all at another early morning task force meeting at the police station. The large conference room had been turned into a war room of sorts, with banks of computers and telephones manned 24/7, charts, maps, stacks of files, highly specialized personnel running down all leads, tons of coffee and donuts, and not one viable suspect anywhere in sight. "Gacy strangled many of his victims using that ligature technique," explained Chip Bailey. "You certainly know your serial killers," said Michelle. "I should. I've spent years tracking them down." "And in prison, the big, jolly fellows started doing paintings of clowns," added King, "which accounts for the mask, just in case we couldn't figure it out solely from the hangman's tourniquet." "And Junior's watch was definitely set to 5 o'clock, said Michelle. "So either our serial murderer can't count, or whoever killed Bobby Battle was a copycat." "I think we can assume there are 2 killers out there," conceded Bailey. "Although there's an outside possibility that there's only 1 killer and he's messing with the numbers for some reason." "What?" "He's angling to be charged with 5 killings instead of 6, asked King. "I don't know about other places, but in Virginia they only execute murderers once." Williams groaned and reached for the Advil. "Damn, my head's starting to hurt again." "Have you seen Bobby Battle's will?" asked Michelle. Williams swallowed the pills and nodded. The vast bulk of his estate was left to Remy. "Did they hold the property by joint tenancy?" asked King. "No. A lot was in Bobby's name only, including all his patents. The house went to Remy automatically, and she had substantial property of her own." "You said the vast bulk? Where did the remainder go?" "Some charities, a little bit to Eddie and Dorothea. Not nearly enough to kill for, though." "How about Savannah?" asked King. "No, she got nothing, but she already had a big trust fund. But still not to leave her anything. That was pretty callous." "Maybe they weren't all that close," said Bailey. King looked at him. "How well do you know the family?" "Eddie and I see each other pretty regularly. We hunt together, and I've gone to some of his reenactments. He's come down to Quantico and toured the FBI Academy. In fact, Remy and Bobby came down for that, and Mason, the butler, too. I own a couple pieces of Eddie's artwork. Dorothea helped me find my house in Charlottesville. I spent an afternoon with them after his father was killed. It shook him. I can tell you that. I actually think he was more concerned about the effect it had on his mother." King nodded. "Well, he couldn't have killed his father. He was with us, and he was away fighting at reenactments when Rhonda Tyler and Canny and Pembroke were killed," said Bailey. "How about Dorothea? asked Michelle. We checked, she's clean too. At the time Bobby Battle died too, asked King. Well, she said she was driving to Richmond for a meeting the next morning. Alone? Yes, King said, so she really doesn't have an alibi either. Speaking of Dorothea, do you know her well? Like I said, she was my realtor. But I don't think she's crying herself to sleep because Bobby's dead. Happy marriage? Asked Michelle. Eddie loves her. I know that. I'm not sure how much that's reciprocated. Actually, between you and me, it wouldn't surprise me if she was catching some action on the side, and Savannah said she was home when her father died, was she? I asked the hired help about that, but they'd all gone to their house by that time except for Mason, and he doesn't remember seeing her, and she wasn't exactly hitting on all cylinders when we talked to her. I'm going to have to question her again. So she's still a suspect too. What about Bobby and Remy? Asked King. What about them? If I told you we had information they'd had a knockdown drag-out 3 or 4 years ago over Bobby's sleeping around, would that surprise you? No, he had that reputation. Some people thought he was over it, but old dogs rarely change their spots. Which might be an awfully good motive for killing her husband, said Michelle. Possibly, said Bailey. How about Remy? Asked Ting. What that she slept around? King nodded. No, never, said Bailey emphatically. Mason seems to really think a lot of Remy, King said. I have no doubt he does, but he's not in her league and never will be, if that's what you're implying. King stared at Bailey for a few seconds, then decided to change the subject. He looked over at Williams. Has Sylvia finished the post on Junior? Yep, answered Williams, who'd recovered enough from his misery to devour a chocolate donut and 2 cups of coffee. He died from ligature strangulation, although he'd been beaten over the head with a shovel and a piece of wood prior to that. Damn lot of blood. We know, said King dryly. Right, said the chief. Anyway, Sylvia thinks she might have some trace on the guy this time, and the tech team pulled up some fibers that didn't match anything Junior had on. And we also got a partial tire track nearby. Might be the car he got away in. Better check those fibers against my clothes, said King. I had some contact with Junior when the shooting started. Speaking of shooting, you got the bullets from the tires? Asked Michelle. They were .44 calibers, said Williams. Nothing special. Hope we get a gun to match it against at some point. The guy had a laser aimer. That's pretty specialized, said King. Junior's belt buckle was also missing, noted Williams. Another trophy, said Michelle. Looks like Junior fought hard, said Bailey. Lots of defensive wounds on his hands and forearm, and a wall of studs was taken out, probably during the struggle. The guys clearly started to make some mistakes, said Williams. You two happening along when you did really put a wrench into the works for him? I don't think we accomplished all that much, said Michelle, except let him get away. King studied the copy of the letter again. This is the first time he's referred to a victim by name, he said. I noted that, said Bailey. Now, why would a killer do that, wondered Williams. He's playing with us. He wants to jerk us around. For what purpose, asked Michelle. Because this is all part of something a lot bigger that we're not seeing right now, replied King. And what might that be? Asked Bailey in a skeptical tone. When I figure it out, you'll be the second to know, said King, glancing significantly at Williams. How did Lulu take it, Todd? Asked King in a softer tone. Williams leaned back and shrugged his shoulders. Didn't cry at all, but then the kids were around. That mother of hers, though, damn lady, went hysterical, screaming about how much she loved Junior. What in the world were they going to do without him? Lulu finally had to take her out of the room. Piece of work she is. King and Michelle looked at each other and just shook their heads. Now we come to an interesting point, said Williams. You told us that Remy threatened Junior, that she wanted some things back, and she didn't want Junior showing them to anyone. King nodded. At least that's what Lulu told us that Junior said, but it wasn't Remy Battle who beat Junior up before strangling him to death. But Lulu said Remy told Junior that she knew people? King shook his head. I'm not sure why Remy would want to kill him. At least not now, according to Lulu. She was going to give Junior some time to think it over. If he's dead, he can't very well tell her where the stuff is, not that he could anyway, since I don't believe he took it in the first place. But if he's dead, said Bailey, then he can't show the stuff, whatever it is, to someone else. King remained unconvinced. But Remy couldn't be sure of that. He might have made arrangements in case something happened to him. You've got a point there, said Williams, but it's still something we'll have to check into. Not that I'm looking forward to going down that road with Remy. Well, said King, we've got people to see and places to go. Where and who? Asked Bailey sharply. Steve Canny's father and Janice Pembroke's parents. We already talked to them, and to everyone connected to Diane Hinson, too. But you don't mind another set of eyes? Said Michelle. Go ahead, said Williams. You have full authority. Just report back to me if you find anything interesting, said Bailey. I'll count the minutes, muttered King. Chapter 44. King and Michell drove to their office to do some work before heading out to see Pembroke's and Canny's parents. The silver Volvo station wagon and BMW 8 Series were parked in front of their office. Eddie and Dorothea, said Michelle as she got out of the Whale. As if on cue, the doors opened on each of the vehicles and the pair got out. Driving separate cars, commented Michelle in a low voice, and maybe going in separate directions. Eddie was dressed in gray dress slacks, white shirt, and a blue blazer, and carried a leather briefcase with his deep tan and strong weathered features. Plus the nice clothes, he looked very handsome, Michelle noted appreciatively. Dorothea was dressed all in black, which seemed appropriate under the circumstances, but King knew it had nothing to do with mourning the loss of the family patriarch. The fishnet stockings, stiletto heels, and very visible cleavage were the giveaways. King unlocked the door to the office building, and they all went inside. When they were all settled, King said, "We're really sorry about your father, Eddie." He glanced at Dorothea but said nothing because the woman's look invited no such condolences. "I still can't believe it," said Eddie. "Mom was there at 10, and at 10:30 he's dead." "Remy told us she saw no one when she was leaving," said Michelle. "Well, it's not like the person would have been jumping up and down in front of Remy yelling, 'I'm going in to kill your husband now,'" said Dorothea irritably. Eddie said, "Thanks for pointing that out, Dorothea. If you have nothing helpful to contribute, why don't you just sit there and continue sulking?" "Good for you, Eddie Battle," thought Michelle. Dorothea looked like she was about to fire back with something suitably nasty, but she managed to restrain herself. She just sat there with her arms folded, scowling at the floor. "What can we do for you, Eddie?" asked King. Eddie pulled a newspaper out of the briefcase and pointed to a front-page article. King took the paper and scanned the story while Michelle read over his shoulder. When he finished, King looked very upset. How the hell did the account of Remy's threatening Junior get leaked to the press? "Maybe Lulu," suggested Michelle. "Or her mother, Priscilla. Sounds like something she might do." "Regardless," said Eddie. "Now the whole town thinks Mom had Junior killed. But the Gazette also reported that Junior's death has been linked to the serial killings," pointed out Michelle. Eddie slumped down in a chair. "That doesn't matter. People will think she paid someone to make it look that way. So how's Remy taking it? It's killing her. But she's not denying she threatened Junior," asked King. Eddie now looked wary. "I don't want to play semantics with you, Sean, but even if she threatened him, she had nothing to do with the man's death. I can't control what people think. I know that, but I just thought, well..." "What do you want us to do, Eddie?" asked Michelle gently. "Yes, it would be nice if you came to the point," said Dorothea. "I have 2 homes to show this morning." Eddie ignored her and said, "Can you go and speak to Mom again? I know you came by the other day with Chip, and she sort of cut you off. But if you came by again, I know she'd see you. She needs someone to talk to right now." "What exactly would she tell us?" asked King. "I'm not totally sure," admitted Eddie, "but at least you can get her side of things instead of just this trash in the paper. I'm sure Chip and his men will do that, but she'd be more comfortable with you. Between you, me, and the wall, Chip and Mom don't really get along all that well. Even though he saved your life, I don't know how to explain it. I only know it's true. He speaks very highly of her. Maybe I wasn't clear. Mom doesn't really care for him all that much. All right, we'll speak to her. But again, that won't stop people from gossiping." Dorothea broke in. "Since Eddie keeps beating around the bush, let me say it straight out. There's no way in the world that Remy had anything to do with that man's death. But if you find whoever did kill Junior, that would stop all the talk. Right?" said Eddie. "And then maybe you'll find who murdered Dad, too. So you think it might be the same person?" asked King. "It just seems very coincidental that Junior was charged with burglarizing my parents' home, and then in quick succession, he and my father are killed. That was actually my idea, said Dorothea proudly, and the reason I'm here, I got to thinking about this last night. What if somebody is using this string of murders to hide the killings of Bobby and Junior? And if so, it must be connected to what was stolen. That's actually something we're considering, admitted King. See? Exclaimed Dorothea, pointing at her husband. I told you. All right, Dorothea. All right, Eddie said. So you think it's possible, Sean? Anything's possible, said King vaguely. Will your mother be home today? Yes, but the funeral's tomorrow. A lot of people are coming in for it. Then we'll talk to her after that. What time's the service? 2 o'clock. There's a service at Christ Church and burials at Kensington. You're welcome to come, of course. Dorothea hunched forward. So do you have any leads? Anyone you suspect so far? It's an ongoing investigation, Dorothea. We can't comment on that, replied King. I just thought that if we helped you, you might fill us in on things, she said bluntly. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. But since you're here, I have a question to ask you. You visited Bobby in the afternoon on the day he was killed. Dorothea stared at him blankly. That's right. So what? What was the purpose of your visit? He was my father-in-law. I wanted to see how he was doing. It wasn't the first time, and I was there long before he was killed. And that night you went to Richmond. What time did you get there? I don't remember. It was late. I went to bed. What hotel? The Jefferson. I always stay there. I'm sure you do, and I'm sure they can give us the exact time you arrived. What the hell are you getting at? I came here this morning to try and help you, not to be interrogated. And I'm trying to help you. If you were at a hotel 90 miles away when your father-in-law was being killed, you have an ironclad alibi. I'm sure the FBI has already checked into this as well. Dorothea stared at King for a few more moments, then rose and stalked out. Eddie thanked them both and quickly followed. King and Michelle watched through the window as they went to their cars. Michelle said, You don't think she was at that hotel at 10 o'clock, do you? I think she was somewhere she doesn't want her husband to know about, and I'm sure Bailey has already found that out but not bothered to tell us. Her answer about seeing Bobby before was total BS. I checked at the hospital. Michelle watched as Eddie climbed in his car. I wonder how a nice guy like him ended up with a witch like her. King looked at her and smiled. Going sweet on Eddie Battle. Michelle's face flushed. Get serious, Sean. Do you have anything planned for tomorrow afternoon? Maybe a run. It's canceled. We're going to a funeral. Why? It's a little-known fact that killers very often go to their victims' funerals. Well, we didn't go to the other funerals. There haven't really been any others. Rhonda Tyler's parents apparently didn't want to be bothered, so she was buried in a potter's field near Lynchburg. I went to the burial. The only other people there were the gravediggers. I'm surprised no one from the Aphrodisiac went. Like Pam, maybe. I think they just want to forget it even happened. Talk about hiding your head in the sand. And Steve Canny was cremated without a service. That's a little unusual for a big football star. His father didn't see it that way. How about Pembroke? Asked Michelle. Her parents were so embarrassed by what she was doing with Canny when she died, they buried her at an undisclosed location out of the area. Hinson? Her parents took her remains back to New York where she was born. So what do you make of Eddie and Dorothea's coming by, she asked. Eddie, I understand. His mother probably put him up to it. Her dutifully loyal son is a perfect tool for her. Dorothea's presence was far more interesting. She claimed it was to tell us her theory on the killer. I'm surprised she'd given it that much thought, actually. I think she came principally to fish for information. Maybe she's just bucking for a bigger piece of the estate. Not that she needs it. No, I think she might, replied King. What do you mean? She's the queen of local real estate. Dorothea's become involved in some questionable real estate ventures that went south very recently. You did some checking? I was getting tired of letting Chip Bailey have all the fun. And you haven't told him this? He's FBI, he can find out for himself, so Dorothea needs money, and she's trying to get in Remy's good graces in order to get it. That could be. He checked his watch. I've arranged interviews with Roger Canny and Pembroke's parents starting in about an hour. After we finish with them, you may want to go shopping. Shopping for what? He ran his gaze over her. Jeans and a Secret Service windbreaker just don't cut it for proper funeral attire. Chapter 45. Sylvia Diaz was counting pills. She counted them once and then did it again. She went through her prescriptions written for the last 3 weeks and compared that number with the inventory counts in the pharmacy for that time period. Lastly, she went on the computer and examined the inventory numbers there. The computer records matched the levels in the pharmacy, but they didn't reconcile with the written prescriptions. Sylvia trusted her written prescriptions. There were clearly drugs unaccounted for. She called her office manager in and spoke at length with her. They went through the records together. She next spoke with her nurse pharmacist, who filled prescriptions for patients at the office. After finishing that discussion, Sylvia was convinced she knew where the problem was. She debated what to do about it. She had no actual proof, only a fair amount of circumstantial evidence. She started to wonder when the theft or thefts might have occurred. There was one way to check. The outside door to both the morgue and her medical practice was on a keycard access system for after-hours entry and exit. An electronic log was kept that would tell her who'd entered the premises and when. She called the security company, gave the necessary information and passcode, and asked her question. Aside from herself, she was told that there was only one person who'd accessed the medical office after hours in the last month, Kyle Montgomery. In fact, Sylvia discovered that he'd made his last nighttime visit around 10 o'clock on the night Bobby Battle was murdered. Janice Pembroke's mother was older than King had expected. Janice was the baby, the youngest of 8, Mrs. Pembroke explained. She'd been 41 when Janice was born. She and her second husband, Janice's stepfather, lived in a dilapidated one-story red brick house in a rundown neighborhood. Janice had been the only child left home. Her stepfather was a short, pot-bellied and sour-faced man with an unlit cigarette over one ear and a bud in his hand at 9 in the morning. He apparently didn't go to work early, if at all. He smiled lasciviously at Michelle and didn't take his gaze off her after they had settled in the cluttered living room. Janice's mother was a tiny thing and exhausted-looking, understandable after raising 8 children and then losing one in such a horrific manner. She also had several deep bruises on her arms and face. "I fell down the stairs," she explained. When King and Michelle had asked, the woman spoke haltingly about her deceased daughter, frequently dabbing her eyes with a tissue. She didn't even know Janice was seeing Steve Canny, she told them. "Different sides of the tracks," said the stepfather gruffly, "and she slept around. Dirty little bitch, and it cost her. Probably thought she could get pregnant and then get herself a rich kid like Canny. I told her she was trash, and all trash ever gets is more trash. Well, she got it all right." He gave King a triumphant look. Surprisingly, Mom didn't rise to her dead daughter's defense, and King concluded that the injuries on her face and forearms were the reason Janice had had to their knowledge. No enemies, and they could think of no reason why anyone would want to kill her. It was the same story they'd told the police and the FBI after that. "And I hope this is the last damn time we have to go through it," said the stepfather. "If she went and got herself killed, it's her own damn fault. I ain't got time to sit around and tell you people the same stuff over and over." "Oh, are we keeping you from something important?" asked Michelle. "Like another beer, perhaps?" He lit his cigarette, took a puff, and grinned at her. "I like your style, lady." "By the way, where were you on the night she was killed?" asked Michelle, who was obviously working hard to keep from maiming the man. His grin disappeared. "What the hell's that supposed to mean?" "It means I want to know where you were when your stepdaughter was killed." "I already told the cops that." "Well, we're cops too, so you're just going to have to tell us again." "I was out with some buddies. These buddies have names and addresses." They did, and Michelle wrote it all down while the man looked on nervously. "I didn't have nothing to do with her getting killed," he said hotly as he followed them outside. "Then you have nothing to worry about," replied Michelle. "You're damn right I don't, baby." Michelle spun around. "The name's Deputy Maxwell, and in case you didn't know, beating up your wife is a felony," he snorted. "Don't know what the hell you're talking about." "I think she might disagree," said Michelle, nodding toward Mrs. Pembroke, who cowered inside, staring through the curtains. He laughed. "That dog won't hunt. I'm king of my castle. Why don't you come on by sometime, and I'll show you, sweet cheeks." Michelle's entire body tensed. Don't do it, Michelle, warned King, who was watching her. Just let it go. Screw you, Sean. She marched over to the stepfather and spoke in a low but very clear voice. Listen, you pathetic little moron. She doesn't have to press charges personally anymore. The state can do it for her. So when I come back here, and I will if she even has one tiny mark on her, just one, I'll arrest your sorry ass after I kick the shit out of you first. The cigarette fell out of the man's mouth. You can't do that, you're a cop. I'll just say you fell down the stairs. The man looked at King. She just threatened me, he cried. I didn't hear any threat, said King. So that's the way it's going to be, huh? Well, I ain't afraid of no skinny wench like you. There was a 5-foot-high wooden post in the front yard holding up an old-fashioned lantern. Michelle walked over to it and with one sidekick of her powerful right leg, broke the post right in half. After seeing that, the man's beer can joined his cigarette on the ground as he stared open-mouthed at this demonstration of destruction. I'll be seeing you, sweet cheeks, said Michelle, and she walked to the car. King bent down and picked up a piece of the shattered wood and said to the stricken man, Damn, can you imagine if that were somebody's spine? He handed him $40 for repairs and walked off. As they got in the car, King said, I think he actually wet his pants. I'll sleep better knowing he's not sleeping at all, he said in a hurt tone. Screw you, Sean. I'm sorry, I was upset, but you can't always turn the other cheek either. Actually, I was very proud of you, right? No threats on my part will make her situation any better. A guy like that, you never know what he might do. I probably should have just kept my mouth shut. But you're going to go and check on her, aren't you? You bet I am. Let me know when you're thinking of heading over. Why? So you can talk me out of it? No. So I can hold the bastard down while you beat the crap out of him. Chapter 46 had followed King and Michelle to the Pembrokes and was now trailing them as they headed across town to Roger Canny's home. He was not driving the blue VW today. An old pickup truck was his ride. A sweat-stained cowboy hat, shades, and a stick-on beard and mustache of his own design provided satisfactory cover. The pair of investigators was starting to become a real issue, and he wasn't sure what to do about them. Pembroke could lead them nowhere, nor could the death of Diane Hinson, and by itself, the murder of Rhonda Tyler was also a dead end. Canny was a different matter, though. The boy was the key that could make the entire house of cards come tumbling down. He didn't have time to kill Roger Canny, and anyway that would raise even more suspicion about why the high school football star had to die. He had no choice but to let the interview take place, analyze what information was provided, and take appropriate action. It was fortunate he'd had the foresight to bug Canny's home before he'd killed the boy. Tactics. It all comes down to tactics. He rubbed his back where it had been bruised in the fight with Junior Deaver. He couldn't afford another encounter like that. He'd watched Michelle Maxwell snap the post in half with a seemingly effortless thrust of her leg. She was a dangerous woman. And King was even more dangerous in his own way. In fact, Sean King was the only person he really feared could beat him. He might have to do something about that, and then he might have to kill Maxwell as well. He didn't want the woman coming after him, seeking revenge for her partner's death. As the car ahead of him pulled into a long driveway heading up to a large brick colonial, he turned off on a side road, parked the truck, and pulled down a pair of earphones that had been hidden under his hat. He tinkered with the receiver on the front seat, found the correct frequency to the transmitter he'd hidden in the Canny home, settled back and waited for the show to begin. Chapter 47. So what does Roger Canny do? Asked Michelle as she looked around the impressive home. A housekeeper had let them in and gone to get her employer. I don't know, but whatever it is, he does it well, answered King. What did his wife die of? I don't know that either. I'm not friends of theirs. Michelle kept looking around. You know what I'm not seeing? King nodded. There are no family pictures. What do you make of that? Either they were recently pulled because of the father's overwhelming grief, or they were never here, overwhelming grief. Essentially, he buried his only son under cover of darkness. Everyone exhibits their emotions differently, Michelle. Some people, for example, kick wooden posts in half when they're upset. Roger appeared a minute later, a tall, craggy man with stooped shoulders and an unhappy, wan expression. He motioned them to sit on the couch in the living room, and he sat across from them. The man didn't bother to look at them when he spoke, instead resting his gaze on the beamed ceiling. I'm not sure why another interview is necessary, he began, King said. I know this is an awfully difficult time. Canny interrupted. Right, let's just get on with it. They went through the standard questions to which Canny answered in extremely unhelpful monosyllables. Frustrated, King asked, "So no enemies at school that you know of, or that your son might have mentioned?" Steve was very popular. Everyone just loved him. He could do no wrong. This was not said in the tone of a proud father, but in a mocking manner. King and Michelle exchanged puzzled glances. Had he ever mentioned that he was seeing Janice Pembroke? Asked Michelle. Steve didn't confide in me. If the kid was screwing around with some slut, that was his business. He was 17 with raging hormones. But if he'd gotten some girl pregnant, I would have been more than upset. How long ago did your wife die? Asked Michelle. Canny's gaze dropped from the ceiling to her. Why is that relevant? Just curious. Well, confine your curiosity to the matter at hand. Okay, can you think of anything at all that Steve might have told you, or that you might have overheard him say, or even one of his friends mention that could shed some light on his murder? She asked. Look, I already told you that we weren't exactly chums. We lived in the same house, but that was about it. Is there a reason why you and your son weren't close? Asked King. We both had our reasons, and they're not pertinent to his death. I'm afraid we need to decide that for ourselves. So if you'd answer the question, I'm afraid I must decline, Canny said acidly. Well, that's up to you. Let's review what you've said. You and your son had what could reasonably be construed as an openly hostile relationship. You were perhaps upset that he was dating some slut, as you called her, and were concerned you'd have to pay for a child at some point. And then Steve and this slut end up shotgunned to death. Do you own a shotgun, sir? Canny stood, his pale face now flushed. What the hell are you implying? How dare you? You've twisted my words all around. King remained impassive. No, I'm simply making the argument any competent prosecutor would. What you've told us makes you a possible suspect in your son's death. I'm sure you were asked about your whereabouts when he was killed. I'd like you to tell us as well. I was home asleep. Alone? Yes. So you have no alibi, concluded King. Well, he looked at Michelle. Let's go report back. At least it's another line of investigation the FBI can actively pursue. He looked back at Canny. I'm sure the Bureau will be contacting you. Please make no plans to leave the area in the near future. He started to rise. Canny, looking pale again, said, Wait a minute, just a damned minute. I had nothing to do with Steve's murder. With all due respect, Mr. Canny, I never met a murderer who said otherwise, replied King. Canny stood there clenching and unclenching his hands while King watched him expectantly. Finally, Canny sat back down. After a minute of silence, as though he were searching for just the right words, he said, Steve was quite simply his mother's child. He adored her, worshipped her. When she died, he somehow blamed me. I don't recall what she died of, said King. Canny was now rubbing his hands together nervously. She was in a car accident, well over 3 years ago now. She ran off the road and into a ravine, died instantly. How could your son possibly blame you for that? Michelle wanted to know. How the hell am I supposed to know? Roared Canny suddenly, and then just as quickly he calmed. I'm sorry, as you can appreciate, this is all very difficult. They all remained silent for a bit. There apparently was alcohol involved, Canny finally said in a very low voice. Your wife was intoxicated when she was killed. Apparently so. It was surprising because she'd never been a heavy drinker. And your marriage was a happy one? Asked Michelle. It was a marriage, much like many others, said Canny defensively. Meaning? Persisted Michelle. Meaning it had its ups and downs. At that moment the housekeeper entered the room and told Canny he had a phone call. He excused himself and went out of the room. Michelle turned to her partner. Well, that wasn't exactly what I was expecting. Do you think he had something to do with his wife's death? I can't rule it out. He's definitely holding something back. You think he killed his son? Son, that's an interesting word. She looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? Only that Canny never referred to him as his son, just Steve. That's right, although it might just be because Steve was almost a man and the relationship was strained. No, I think he might have given us the answer. Okay, Sean, what was it? He was explaining why the relationship had gone wrong. He said Steve blamed him for his mother's death. So? Well, right before that, he said, King pulled out his notepad and read from it. He said Steve was, quite simply, his mother's child. Right, meaning he favored his mother over his father, or more literally that she was his mother. King stopped and looked at Michelle. His point finally dawned on her. And Roger Canny was not his father. Outside, the pickup truck started up. The man had heard all he needed to. It was time to act, but first he had to lay the groundwork. Chapter 48. Kyle Montgomery hadn't had a response to his blackmail letter yet. He had rented a post office box a while back and had given that address for the person to respond to. He'd sent it anonymously, of course. His letter covered up the fact, very cleverly, he thought, that he actually didn't know much at all. He was counting on a guilty conscience to bring out something of importance, meaning in his mind, something of material value. Yet he was starting to wonder if he was wrong. Well, if so, there was no harm done, or so he thought. He was heading to the aphrodisiac with another delivery for his client. He hadn't had to make another withdrawal from the pharmacy, having smartly taken extra quantities the last time. No reason to push his luck there. He parked in the crowded lot and went inside. He didn't notice the car pull in behind him. Lost in thoughts of forthcoming cash, Kyle was completely unaware he'd been followed since leaving his apartment. He went inside and, as was his habit, spent a few minutes watching the pole dancers. There was one in particular he favored, not that he had much of a chance with her. He had neither the looks nor, more important, the money these girls required to show him special attention. He went upstairs and started to go behind the red curtain when a woman appeared next to him. She looked drawn and wobbly on her feet. "Where are you going?" she asked. "To see someone," he answered nervously. "I'm expected." "Is that right?" The obviously intoxicated woman slurred. "You got some ID." "ID for what? I'm not drinking, and I'm not watching the girls, and do I look like I'm underage? Or did you miss the gray hair in my goatee?" "Don't get smart with me or your ass is out of here." "Look, ma'am, is there a problem?" asked Kyle in a more polite tone. "I've gone back there before," he added. "I know you have. I've seen you," said the woman. "You come here a lot?" asked Kyle nervously. It suddenly dawned on him that earning a reputation as a regular visitor wasn't a good thing. "I come every day," answered Lulu Oxley. She flicked her hand toward the red curtain. "Knock yourself out, slick." Lulu staggered down the stairs while Kyle hurried through the red curtain. He knocked on the same door and received the usual reply. He went in. The woman was lying on the bed, a blanket over her. The room was so dark he could barely make this out. He held up his baggie. "Here you go." She pitched something to him. He put out his hand but missed, and the object fell to the floor. He picked it up. 10 rolled hundreds, secured by a rubber band. He put the baggie on the table and stood there nervously, looking at her. After a few seconds passed and she said nothing, he turned to leave. He stopped when he heard the bed springs rattle and saw the lights brighten, squinting. He looked back and saw her coming toward him. She wore the scarf and the dark glasses and had the blanket wrapped around her. When she drew closer, he could see that her shoulders were bare and she was in her stocking feet. When she drew within a foot of him, she let the blanket drop. She had on a black lace thong and matching thigh-high stockings and bra, and that was it. He started breathing hard and felt every muscle tense. Her body was absolutely stunning, her belly flat, her hips soft, her breasts straining against the slender black material holding them in. He just wanted to rip off what little she had on. As if sensing his thoughts, transparent as they were, she reached behind her, undid the clasp, and the bra fell to the floor and her breasts sprang free. Kyle moaned and almost dropped to his knees. This was without doubt the greatest night of his life. She reached out as if to touch him, but then merely took the baggie, picked up the blanket, and covered herself again. Kyle moved forward. "No need to do that, baby," he said in as cool a fashion as he could muster. "It'll just get in the way." He'd never come close to having a woman like this. $1,000 and he gets laid for free, too. What could be better? He went to put his arms around her, but she shoved him back with a strength that surprised him. His face flushed when she started to laugh. She returned to the bed, let the blanket slip to the floor again, lay back on the bed and stretched like a cat. Then she turned over on all fours, reached over and put the baggie on the nightstand. She did it with a slow deliberateness that gave him a long and unobstructed view of her from behind. He was so aroused now it was actually painful. She rolled over on her back, put her feet up in the air, and took her time sliding each stocking down her leg, and then balled them up and tossed them at him. After that, she pointed at him and laughed again. Kyle felt his blood pressure shoot upward even as other parts of him deflated. "You little bitch!" His fantasy would finally be realized, and he was going to teach her a lesson at the same time. He rushed forward and then stopped just as quickly when the pistol swiveled in his direction. It must have been hidden under the bed covers. Get out! This was the first time she'd spoken in a normal tone to him. He didn't recognize the voice, however. He wasn't focused on that. His gaze was on the gun that moved up and down, aimed first at his head and then at his crotch. Kyle started to back up, his hands up in front of him as though to deflect a bullet. "Hey, just stay cool, lady, I'm going now," she said in a louder voice. She wrapped the blanket around her and stood in front of him, holding the gun with both hands like she knew exactly how to use it. He raised his hands even higher. I'm going, damn!" He turned to leave. "Put the money on the table," she said. He turned slowly back around. "Excuse me, on the table, the money." She motioned with her gun. "I brought you what you wanted. That costs money?" In response, she let the blanket drop once more and ran one hand along her curvy, nearly naked body. "So does this," she said very firmly. "Take a good look, little boy. It'll be the last time you see it." He bristled at this insult. $1,000 for what, a friggin' peep show? I wouldn't pay $1,000 even if I got to screw you. "No amount of money would be enough to let you even touch me," she said bluntly. "Oh yeah, boy, you're quite the catch. A druggie exhibitionist living in a room in a strip club and hiding behind a scarf and those big dark glasses. Waving your naked ass in front of me and then not giving it up? Who the hell do you think you are, huh? You're boring me. Get out. You know what? I don't think you're going to fire that gun, not with lots of people around." He looked at her in triumph. The look was short-lived. She tapped a cylindrical object attached to the gun's muzzle and said, "This is a suppressor. Really makes for a silent shot." She pointed it once more at his crotch. "Would you like a quick demonstration?" "No," he yelled, backing away. "No." He dropped the money on the table, turned and ran out of the room, slamming the door closed behind him. The woman locked the door, went back to her bed, and swallowed several pills. A few minutes later, she was moaning on the floor, happy again. Outside the woman's door, Sylvia ducked out of the way right before Kyle came running past. She had heard everything. Rushing back outside, Sylvia was just in time to see Kyle spit gravel out of his Jeep's tires as he raced out of the parking lot. Sylvia slipped the hat off her head and let her hair down. Her suspicions had been confirmed. Kyle was stealing drugs and then selling them to the woman in the room. Sylvia decided to wait out in the parking lot to see if she came out. Hours passed. It was very early in the morning, and Sylvia had watched well over 100 people, mostly men, leave the building. She was just about to give up when someone emerged. It was a woman. Her head was wrapped in a scarf, and she wore sunglasses even though it was very dark outside. She seemed a little wobbly on her feet, but got into a car parked near the rear of the building and drove away. Sylvia did not follow, because she would have been too easily spotted. However, she did see the car the woman got in. She drove off. While some questions had been answered tonight, troubling new ones had taken their place. Chapter 49, The Day of Robert E. Lee. Battle's funeral started out under a blue sky that soon turned cloudy. By the time the procession reached the cemetery, a warm, gentle rain was falling. The army of black sat around the freshly dug hole under an enormous white tent. King looked at many faces he knew and many he didn't. It was said that the regional airports in Charlottesville and Lynchburg were lined wingtip to wingtip with private jets belonging to friends of the battles who'd come to pay their last respects. Morbid curiosity had probably enticed more than a few attendees. Michelle sat next to King. She was actually wearing a dress. King knew better than to make any comment. His arm was still aching from his last wisecrack. The battles were in the front row, Eddie and Savannah on either side of their mother. Chip Bailey was next to Eddie. Dorothea sat at the end of the row, arms crossed. Mason stood off to one side, his gaze on the heavily veiled Remy. Ever the dutiful servant, thought King. On the other side of King sat Harry Carrick. The man was dressed as dapper as ever, his white hair even more striking against the backdrop of his dark suit. He'd given Michelle a peck on the cheek and King a firm handshake before sitting down. Quite a crowd, King whispered to him. Michelle leaned over to listen. Bobby and Remy had lots of friends and business associates. Throw in the curious and the ones who came merely to gloat, and you have a staggering turnout. So I guess the Junior Deaver case is over, said King. Technically, yes. You can't prosecute a dead man for burglary. What would be the point? Technically, but, said King, watching his friend closely. But if my assumption is correct and Junior was innocent, I'd still like to catch the thief. You want us to keep investigating? Yes, I do, Sean. I have his wife and children to consider. Why should his little ones grow up thinking their father was a thief if he wasn't? In fact, we have our own motivation to follow that up. I can see that, considering how Junior was killed. Exactly. What are you doing after the funeral? I've been invited to the battles, answered Harry. So have we. Maybe we can find a quiet corner and discuss tactics? I look forward to it. They all sat back and listened as the preacher commenced his talk about the dead man, the resurrection and life eternal. The rain continued to fall, making a somber afternoon even more depressing. As the lengthy homily finally ended, the preacher went forward to comfort the family. King's gaze moved beyond the group assembled by the grave and out in grids to the surrounding area. It was the same technique he'd used when in protection detail at the Secret Service. Then he'd been looking for potential assassins. Now he was looking for someone who'd already killed. King spotted her as she came over the slight rise of ground to the right. Lulu Auxley was dressed all in black, but unlike Remy Battle, wore no veil. And then it suddenly occurred to King Jr.'s funeral had been today as well, and there was only one cemetery in the area. Appearing behind Lulu, as she marched toward them, were Priscilla Auxley and the 3 Deaver children. "Oh, shit," whispered King to Harry and Michelle. Michelle had already seen them coming. Harry hadn't until King pointed her out. Harry jerked back and said, "Oh, good Lord." Lulu turned and motioned for her mother and children to stay where they were. They instantly obeyed, and then Lulu kept right on coming. King, Michelle, and Harry rose as one to head her off. Others in the crowd had seen her too, because the murmuring was growing louder. When they reached her about 50 feet from the battles, King said, "Lulu, you definitely don't want to do this. Get the hell out of my way," said Lulu, in a voice that told King she'd been drinking. Harry took her by the arm. "Lulu, listen to me. You listen to me now. Why the hell should I? I listened to you before, and Junior's dead to King. She looked like she might collapse any moment or else pull a gun and start shooting anything with clothes on." "No good can come out of your being here," continued Harry. "No good? Mrs. Battle is grieving too. She should be rotting in hell for what she did." She tried to jerk her arm away from Harry's grip, but the old man somehow held on. His voice was steady and calm. "There isn't a shred of evidence that she had anything to do with Junior's death. In fact, everything points to his being killed by the same person who killed all the others, including Bobby Battle. The same person killed both your husbands. Then maybe she had her husband killed, I don't know. But she threatened Junior, and now he's dead." King looked back and saw that Remy Battle had raised her veil and was now staring at them. And then King's worst fears were realized. Remy went over to Mason, said something to him as she pointed at them, and then she started walking over holding an umbrella against the rain. "Oh, this just gets better and better," muttered King under his breath. All others in the crowd sat watching, waiting for a catastrophic collision of widows. With long, methodical strides, Remy reached them quickly. King immediately blocked her path to Lulu. "Get the hell out of my way, Sean. This is not your business." Her southern drawl had never been more prominent, at least in his experience. Her look and tone brooked no opposition, and King reluctantly did as he was told. Harry was the next barrier, but it only took a fierce expression from Remy to move him aside as well. Probably sensing the futility of it, Michelle didn't even try. Remy was now face to face with Lulu, who stared back at her on tottering legs, the tears running down her face, which was twisted into an expression of hatred. Without looking back at them, Remy said, "I want to talk privately with Ms. Oxley. We have some things to discuss that are just between us." Lulu began. "I got nothing to say to." Remy held up her hand. But King, who couldn't see her features, concluded it was probably the look on the older woman's face that had halted the usually indomitable Lulu from launching into her tirade. "Please let us talk," said Remy in a calmer tone. The three of them slowly moved away. King remained nearby, tense to leap if the women started throttling each other. Remy immediately took Lulu's arm in a firm grip. At first the other woman resisted, but Remy leaned toward her and began to talk quickly, though none trying to eavesdrop could hear what was said. Long moments passed, and King looked on in amazement as Lulu's features calmed. Even more miraculously, after a few minutes of conversation, Lulu reached out and gripped Remy's arm for support. The two women finished their conversation and started to walk toward King. Remy said, "The Oxleys will be joining us at the house. But first, I'm going to pay my respects to Junior." As they walked off, King saw that Mason had collected Priscilla and the children and was leading them down to the Battles limousine. "In my 70-plus years, I've never seen anything as strange and inexplicable as that," said Harry, stunned. As the two women disappeared over the slight rise in the ground, King said to his two companions, "Stay here." He started off at a jog, following the two women. Junior's gravesite had no tent and was far humbler than Bobby Battle's funeral in every other respect. It was Saks versus Kmart, which overlooked the indisputable fact that both men were equally dead. The only people around were the two men whose task it was to lower the simple wooden casket into the ground and cover it with 6 feet of fill. King watched from behind a large ornate sculpture of a mother and child that marked a nearby grave as Remy spoke to the workers, who nodded respectfully and stepped away. The two women knelt on the fake green grass carpet in front of the casket and clasped their hands together in prayer. They remained there for several minutes. When they rose, Remy went over to the coffin and placed a single red rose on it. Lulu nodded at the men, who came forward once more as the women walked off, arm in arm. King drew farther back as they passed by his hiding place and watched as they disappeared over the rise. King turned back to Junior's grave. The cemetery workers had headed back to their nearby truck, probably to get their shovels. King thought about going over to pay Junior his own last respects. King hadn't known the man very well, but his wife and children obviously loved him very much. Every man should leave behind such a legacy. King hadn't seen too many tears at Bobby Battle's interment, costly though it had been. As he was about to head back, he stopped and ducked farther behind the statue. Someone had flitted out of a nearby patch of trees. This person walked quickly toward the grave, looking nervously all around. There seemed an abundance of guilt in the figure's furtive movements. King couldn't make out who it was or whether it was a man or a woman, since the person's outfit consisted of pants, a coat, and a cowboy hat pulled low. As the person knelt in front of the grave, King crept forward for a better look, and then the hat came off as the person's head bowed in prayer. It looked to be a woman, given the length of the piled-up hair. However, from this angle, King couldn't make out the face, should he walk up and confront the person, but that would give him away as well. He thought some more and then ducked behind the large statue of mother and child once more, picked up a pebble, aimed and sent it sailing toward another large marker about 20 feet to his right and close to Junior's grave. The result was as he'd hoped. The woman looked up quickly at the sound of the rock hitting the marker, giving King a clear look at her face. She put her hat back on and ran for the cover of the trees. King had no reason to give chase. He knew who it was. Yet why would Sally Wainwright, the Battles horseperson, be praying in front of Junior Deaver's grave? Chapter 50. Casa Battle, though very large, was very full. Long linen-covered tables had been set up on the main floor with food and drink. After filling their plates and glasses, Harry had led King and Michelle to the second-floor study to talk things over. He explained, "I don't think we'll be interrupted here. It's far enough away from the food and, more important, the liquor. Death makes people especially thirsty, I've found." King looked at the antique writing desk against one wall. There were fancy writing instruments, heavy bond paper with the initials Reb on them, a leather ink blotter, and several old-fashioned inkwells. "Even more than me, Remy is a letter writer from the old school," said Harry, who was watching King. The lady doesn't believe in emails or even typewriters, and she expects missives in kind. I'm glad she has the time to communicate that way. I guess that comes with being really rich. I saw Remy and Lulu go off together when we got here, said King. Remy has a private chamber near her bedroom on the 3rd floor, answered Harry. I'd love to be a fly on the wall there. I can't imagine what Remy said to Lulu to make an instant peace, said Michelle. Talk about miracles. I feel like I almost saw the Virgin Mary. King took a swallow of his wine and smiled appreciatively. Valandraud of St. Emilion. Remy didn't hold back on the good stuff. He looked at the older man. I can fathom a guess about Remy and Lulu. How about you, Harry? Harry adjusted his bow tie and smoothed down his hair before sampling the wine and a crab cake on a plate resting on his knees. I believe we can take what Michelle said quite literally. In other words, she did make peace across the board. Meaning what exactly? Asked Michelle. That she told Lulu she doesn't believe Junior committed the burglary and therefore isn't going to sue for the return of the items. With the criminal prosecution dropped due to Junior's death, the matter is officially closed. I'm sure she added that she had nothing to do with Junior's death and is deeply sorry Lulu has lost her husband as well, commented King. And there was probably talk of Remy's setting up college funds for the Oxley children, added Harry. And perhaps financial help for Lulu to finish the house and all, said King. She'd already offered that to Junior when she thought he was behind the burglary. She probably felt guilty for all the trouble she'd caused them. Michelle stared at the two, bewildered. You think she covered all that in a few minutes at the cemetery? Harry raised his wineglass in a salute of sorts. Remy isn't the sort to let the grass grow under her feet. She might not always make the right decision. But when the woman acts, people know it. Not unlike a certain female investigator of my acquaintance. Michelle smiled at his remark, and then quickly grew serious. And Remy's change of heart is due to what? As we said, she knows or at least believes Junior was innocent of the burglary, said King. In addition, there's no way Junior could have killed Bobby. Even if he had the necessary medical knowledge, which he didn't, he would have been hard to miss at the hospital, and I checked. He had an alibi for the time Bobby was killed. So Remy must be thinking that the murder of her husband and the theft of the things from the house are related, said Michelle. If Junior didn't do one, he couldn't have done the other. Exactly, said Harry. Which proves he was framed. King looked around at the walls of books and then glanced out the window at the afternoon gloom. It had started to rain harder. He watched the drops splatter on top of the cars parked in the front motor court. When I followed Remy and Lulu to Junior's gravesite, I saw another mourner there, said King. A very unexpected one. Who? They both exclaimed together. Sally Wainwright, the stable hand. Harry looked puzzled. Michelle snapped her fingers. Sean, that day we first spoke to Sally. You asked her if she knew Junior? She said she'd seen him around, but you noted how nervous and evasive she seemed. That's right, said King. Paying last respects to a man you'd merely seen around? Mused Harry. I'm going to have another talk with Miss Sally, said King. Harry motioned them to sit down on the couch across from the fire while he stood in front of them. Now, it seems very clear that Junior's setup was done by someone with knowledge of criminal investigations. So, our next course of action? Asked Michelle, deferring answering her question. Harry consulted an old-fashioned pocket watch hanging on a gold chain strung across his vest. That's a beautiful piece, Harry, said Michelle. It belonged to my great-grandfather. Having no son of my own, I'm keeping it safe from my eldest nephew. He fingered the heavy piece lovingly. In this hurly-burly world, it's comforting to know one can still ascertain the time of day in the same manner as over 100 years ago. He snapped, shut the watch's cover, and looked sharply at them. All right, he said, returning to Michelle's query. By this time, everyone downstairs will have imbibed at least 1 and possibly 2 drinks. Thus, I suggest we join the tipsy masses below and observe and listen. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that our killer is in this house right now. At the very least, we might gain some information that could stop any future murders. They adjourned their meeting and moved to the main level, Chapter 51. There were several odd pairings awaiting them downstairs. They could see Savannah out on the glass-enclosed rear porch with the 2 youngest Oxley children. She appeared to be playing a game with them that involved tugging on one's ear and pantomiming. The older Oxley girl stood in the corner watching without smiling. Charades, concluded Michelle. I didn't think Savannah had it in her to entertain young children. I think she's a lot younger in some ways than people think, said King. Chip Bailey and Dorothea were conversing in low tones in a far corner of the living room. Eddie stood nearby, apparently in deep conversation with Todd Williams, who hadn't been at the funeral but wasn't going to miss the post-burial victuals, as they watched Remy and Lulu came down the staircase arm in arm. All heads turned to watch. "Why am I reminded of Lee and Grant at Appomattox?" whispered Harry. Chip Bailey immediately abandoned Dorothea and headed to the stairs to meet Remy. Mason, who had been serving food, wasn't far behind. "The hounds are circling, and the former man of the house is barely in the ground," commented Harry. "Chip Bailey too?" said Michelle. "I wouldn't have figured that," Eddie said. His mother didn't like the man. Being the kept husband of an enormously wealthy woman is enough of a prize to at least make an effort at changing her opinion, commented King dryly. However, Remy apparently had other ideas. She swept past both men and headed toward King and his group. Remy nodded at Harry as she walked up. "I know that you and Lulu have met, Harry, so I won't bother with introductions." King thought he detected a twinkle in Remy's eye as she said this. "I'm glad you've made her acquaintance, Remy," rejoined Harry, and in what seems to be a very positive way. "Let's just say we've come to a meeting of the minds." Remy looked at Lulu and squeezed the other woman's hand. "I was stupid and blind and unfair, and I have communicated that to Lulu." She looked directly at the woman. "Neither of us can bring our husbands back, but I promise that you and your beautiful children will not want so long as I'm around." "I appreciate that, Mrs. Battle, I really do." Lulu both looked and sounded lucid now. "I know you do, and please call me Remy." She now turned to King and Michelle. "I hope you're making progress on the case," she said. "Every day," King replied. She looked at him curiously but said nothing. "We wanted to come by and talk to you at some point," said King. "Yes, Eddie mentioned that. Well, I'm not going anywhere." "Don't let the newspapers get you down, Remy," said King. "Papers. If I want to know what's happening with me, I don't consult strangers. I just ask myself." Priscilla Oxley suddenly swooped in, juggling a large plate crammed with food and a glass of wine. "Honey," she said to Remy, "thank you so much for everything. Why, I've always told Lulu you're a saint, right, baby? Just the other day I was saying if the world had more Remy Battles, what a world it would be." "Mother, please," began Lulu. But Priscilla rushed on. "And here you and Lulu have become friends, and you brought us to your beautiful home and said you'd take care of the children. Why, when we lost our poor Junior, I didn't know what my daughter was going to do." Her big chest heaved and her gravelly voice broke in her throat. It was a magnificent job, King thought. "Mother, I have a job. A good one. It's not like the children were going to starve. However, Priscilla was too worked up to be denied. And now that I'll be staying on to help Lulu and everything, having that new house finished and your continued support, why, I know everything's going to be just fine." Twin tears dribbled down her flabby cheeks as one mother to another. "I can't tell you what a relief that is." She finished this off by swallowing the entire contents of her wineglass. To King the connoisseur, it was an appalling moment, yet after her emotional performance, he thought, the woman deserved her own TV show. "I'm just glad I could help, Priscilla," said Remy politely. Priscilla looked shyly at her. "You probably don't remember, but I waited on you when you used to visit the Greenbrier in West Virginia." "Oh, I remember you very well, Priscilla." Priscilla froze. "Oh, you do? Well, thanks again," and then Priscilla was gone as fast as she'd arrived. Eddie and Bailey next joined them. "It was a beautiful service, Remy," said Bailey. "Reverend Kelly does a good job," she replied. "And he had a lot of good material." Bobby led quite an extraordinary life. "I'm going to see one of Eddie's reenactments Saturday," said Bailey. "Which one are you doing?" asked Michelle. "The Battle of Cedar Creek near Middleton," answered Eddie. "Phil Sheridan's Army of the Shenandoah against Jubal Early's Army of the Valley. It's usually held in October, but they moved it up this year." He looked down and then glanced at Michelle. He seemed to be about to say something but remained silent. Harry said, "Wasn't old Jubal the only Confederate general who never formally surrendered?" "That's right," said Eddie. He ended up practicing law over in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Well, at least he took up an honorable profession after the war, said Harry. I think Eddie and I are going to be spending a lot more time together, said Bailey. King thought the man could not have been more obvious. I'm looking forward to that, said Eddie, with what seemed genuine enthusiasm. You're a good liar, Eddie, King thought. Remy reached out and took her son's hand. How you doing? Just hoping for happier days, Mom. Maybe you and Dorothea should go away somewhere. Just get away. Yeah, maybe we'll do that, answered Eddie, with not a trace of interest. King noted that the Oxley children had come inside when they saw their mother. As Lulu joined them, King excused himself, went to the bar, got 2 glasses of wine, and headed to the rear porch to see Savannah while she was still alone. The young woman was sitting on the couch, staring into the fire that blazed in the fireplace at one end of the room. Long day for you, Savannah, he said quietly. She started and looked up, smiling when she saw who it was. He handed her one of the glasses and sat next to her. A glass of Chateau Palmer can work miracles for the spirits. It's a fine French wine. Palmer doesn't sound French, she said, staring at her glass as though she could see images in it. He was an English general under Wellington who came to Bordeaux with his army around 1814 and stayed. He purchased a property that eventually became known as Chateau Palmer and started producing wine, which goes to show that the grape, like the pen, is mightier than the sword. I don't know much about wine, she said. I'm more a Jack and Coke girl. One can never go wrong with Jack and Coke. But if you're interested in wine, I'd be glad to help you. Although you could start learning right in this house. Your parents have a 10,000-bottle cellar. I nearly fainted with envy when I first saw it. He took a sip of wine and watched her, watching the fire. I saw you with the Oxley children. They're nice kids, she said quietly as she played with her string of pearls. The little one, Mary Margaret, was bawling when she got here, poor thing. She really misses her daddy. I brought them out here. Mom and Ms. Oxley wanted to talk. They seem to have worked everything out. I really thought Junior had done it. Her eyes suddenly glimmered with a layer of tears. So did I at first. I know I wasn't much help the other day. You were still in shock. Whenever you're ready to talk, I'm here. She nodded absently, and her nervous fingers played over her pearls. He waited for her to speak, but she didn't. She simply stared into the fire. He finally rose. If you need anything at all, just give me a call. She glanced up and clutched at his hand. How come you're not married? At first he thought she was flirting with him, but then realized she was serious. He said, I was a long time ago, and it just didn't work out. I think some people are supposed to be alone. You don't think you're one of those people, do you? She shook her head. No. But I think my father was puzzled. King sat back down. What makes you say that? Before she could answer, they heard Remy say, I'm sure there are people who'd like to see you, Savannah. They both looked over to see her standing in the doorway, scrutinizing them. Savannah rose obediently. I'll see you, Sean. He watched mother and daughter walk off before rejoining Michelle in the family room. Harry had caught Remy and Savannah as they were coming back in and was speaking with them in a far corner. Get as much as you can, Harry thought King, because I pretty much struck out. Anything interesting? Asked Michelle. Savannah is one troubled woman. She knows something but can't get it out. Use your charm, Sean. She has the hots for you. Oh, you think so? Please, men are so blind when it comes to that. So, anything happen on your end? I've been invited to Eddie's next reenactment. I'm going with Chip. King crossed his arms and stared at her. Really? She stared back at him defensively. Yeah, really. Why? Women are so blind when it comes to that. Come on, he's married, Sean. Yes, he is. Chapter 52. Michelle drove with Chip Bailey to the outskirts of Middleton, Virginia. It was a crisp morning with nothing but blue skies overhead and a nice breeze to relieve the growing heat. Good day to fight, said Bailey. Is there really ever a good day to slaughter each other? Thought Michelle. The big man sipped on his coffee and munched on an egg sandwich from McDonald's. Michelle chewed on an energy bar and cradled her bottle of orange juice. She wore jeans, hiking boots, and her Secret Service windbreaker. Bailey had donned khakis, a sweater, and wraparound shades. You ever been to one of these? Asked Bailey. No. They're actually pretty cool. They have all these events, infantry drilling, hospital demonstrations, bands, dances, even fancy balls, afternoon teas, candlelight tours. The cavalry charges are really something. These guys are serious about this stuff. You'll see hundreds of them out there today, although during the actual war the armies had tens of thousands of soldiers, but they put on a good show anyway. How did Eddie get into that? Doesn't seem like something a sensitive artist would be drawn to. I think it was his father who was interested in it at first. He was very much into history, even helped finance some of the battle reenactments. Was Eddie very close to his father? I think he wanted to be. That's one reason he got into reenactments. At least that's my educated guess. But Bobby Battle was an inscrutable fellow, and he wasn't around all that much. I think he preferred sailing around the world in a hot air balloon or building a factory in Asia to raising his kids. I understand he offered you a job after you rescued Eddie. Bailey looked surprised that she knew this. He did, but I wasn't interested. Mind my asking? Why not? No big secret. I just liked being an FBI agent. I hadn't been with the agency all that long, and I wanted to make a career out of it. How'd you bust the case? Got a tip that I ran to its source. Eddie was in college back then, and I did some digging around. Found out this guy living at the same apartment complex was a convicted felon. Why didn't Eddie live at home? Didn't he go to UVA? No, he went to Virginia Tech over in Blacksburg, a few hours from here. Anyway, turns out this guy had found out who Eddie was, or more to the point, who Eddie's parents were. Eddie came home late one night, and next thing he knew he was tied up in a shack in the middle of nowhere. How'd you learn about the shack? The guy had used it before for hunting. I'm not saying he was the sharpest tool in the shed, but he was dangerous. The Battles paid the money, but we were watching when the pickup was made. Wait a minute, I thought the Battles didn't pay the ransom. No, they did, but they got it back. Well, at least most of it. I'm not following with kidnappings. The dicey piece for the criminal is getting the payoff. Today you can do it with wire transfers and computer gimmicks and such, but it's still tricky. 20 years ago, it was far harder. But this guy thought he had it figured out. He had the drop arranged so it was at a shopping mall on a Saturday. People everywhere. He must have scoped out the place because he knew where this back exit was. As soon as he took the bag, he disappeared into a sea of people. How'd you pick him up then? We had 2 transmitters hidden on the bag. But we figured he'd think of that and toss the bag. So we had transmitters in some of the cash wrappers binding the money. We didn't think he'd throw out the money. He did, in fact, toss out the bag. But we were still able to follow him right to the shack. Wasn't that a risk, not arresting him on the spot? The bigger risk was never finding Eddie. This guy's past history showed him to be a loner. If Eddie was alive, and that was a big if, this guy was probably going back to either set him free or more likely kill him. And that's when the shootout happened? He must have spotted us and opened fire, and we returned it. We had a sniper with us, and the kidnapper took one in the head. You said you recovered most of the money? Bailey laughed. After he spotted us and opened fire, this idiot burned about 500 thou of the 5 million total in the pot-bellied stove that was in the shack. I guess he was thinking we weren't going to get him and the money. Lucky you didn't hit Eddie, said Michelle. He looked at her sternly. It's easy to play Monday morning quarterback. I'm not trying to second-guess what you did. I've been in situations like that too. It's never easy. The important thing is Eddie lived. That's the way I've always seen it. Bailey pointed up ahead, and there he is in the flesh. They'd turned off the main highway and into a parking area filled with trucks, horse trailers, campers, and RVs along one side. Numerous tents were set up. Michelle waved at Eddie, who was busy getting his gear together. They got out of the car and joined him. So, what are you this time? Asked Bailey. Eddie grinned. I'm a man of many talents, so I've got multiple roles. First, I'm a major in the 52nd Virginia in an all-Virginia brigade under General John Pegram's division. After that, I saddle up as part of the 36th Virginia Cavalry Battalion, Johnson's brigade under General Lomax's division. I belong to lots of different units, actually. They're always looking for bodies. Hell, I've mustered up in Confederate armies in Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama, and even Texas, done artillery, cavalry, infantry, even went up in an observation balloon once. Now, don't tell my mother, but I've suited up in Union Blue on occasion, too. Sounds pretty involved, said Michelle. Oh, it's quite a show, There are primers for how to put one of these events together, complete with sample budgets, marketing plans, logistics, finding sponsors, that sort of thing. Michelle pointed to the line of tents. What are those? They call them sutlers, replied Eddie. During the actual Civil War, merchants would follow the armies and sell them things. Sutlers nowadays sell period-style items and goods to reenactors and the public. As for the reenactors, there are definitely different levels. They have the ones called thread counters, who make sure their uniforms are authentic down to fabric, having the same thread count as during the real war, hence the nickname Eddie Deadpanned. They're also referred to as the Stitch Nazis. Bailey and Michelle laughed. Then you have the other side of the spectrum, the Farbies. Those are the ones who dare to have polyester in their uniforms or use plastic dinnerware during a reenactment, when those things weren't even invented at the time of the real war. I call them Julie instead of Johnny Rebs. So which are you, Nazi or Julie? Asked Michelle. He grinned. I'm a tweener. Most of my stuff is authentic, but I occasionally bend to the comforts of life at times as well. He lowered his voice. Don't tell anyone, but my uniform has some rayon in it, and God forbid lycra. And if you press me on the point, I won't deny that there might be some plastic thingies on my person. Your secret is safe with me. I'm actually going to buy some stuff from the sutlers today. Everybody's gearing up for the reenactment of the Battle of Gettysburg in Pennsylvania in July. Then we got the Spotsylvania, Virginia campaign coming up. The road to Atlanta and the Battle of Franklin are in the fall. But this battle today is a pretty big deal. The Union outnumbered the rebels by about a third on both the infantry and cavalry side and had over twice the number of artillery pieces, but the Yanks suffered double the number of killed and wounded. As Michelle helped him with his gun, canteen, and bedroll, she looked around at all the activity. This is like a big movie production, yeah, but without the big payday. Little boys who never grow up, replied Bailey, shaking his head and grinning. The toys just get bigger and more elaborate. Is Dorothea here? Michelle asked. Eddie shrugged. My good wife would rather have all her hair pulled out one strand at a time than come and see me play soldier. A bugle sounded. Okay, the camps are open. They'll start with a little lecture about the battle and such, some infantry field drilling music, and then a cavalry demonstration. You said you're riding? Where's your mount? Eddie pointed to a 13-hands-high, nimble-looking Tennessee Walker tethered to a trailer parked next to Eddie's truck. There's my ride, Jonas. Sally's taken good care of him, but that horse is ready for some real action. They headed to the army camps. Michelle watched with great admiration as Eddie drilled on foot, then took Jonas through some very intricate paces during the cavalry demonstration. The spectators were required to leave the camps before the artillery barrage began. At the first salvo, Michelle covered her ears. Then the first day of the battle was announced. Eddie pointed them to a spot where they could watch me die gloriously. He also pointed out the hospitality tents, hot dogs, and cold buds. That's a perk no Civil War soldier ever saw, he said. I hear they're filming this, said Bailey. That's right. They shoot lots of them for posterity, he added sarcastically. I'm assuming all the guns and cannon are loaded with blanks, said Michelle. Mine is. I sure as hell hope everyone else followed that same rule. Eddie smiled. Don't worry, we're all pros here. There won't be any musket balls flying around. He stood and balanced all his equipment. Sometimes I don't know how those guys walked, much less fought with all this stuff. I'll see you later. Wish me luck. Good luck, said Michelle as he hustled off. Chapter 53. The Marish was sitting on Kyle's Jeep when he came down from his apartment. He opened the envelope and read the contents, a broad smile covering his face. It was from his prescription pill client, the crazy exhibitionist with a love for silenced weapons. She wanted to meet at a local motel very late that night. She had even included the room number. She apologized for what she'd done and wanted to make amends. She promised him $5,000 and, more intriguingly, consummation of what he'd expected to receive the last time. She wanted him, the letter said. She wanted him badly. He would never forget the experience, and she'd included another inducement. 10 $100 bills. It was probably the very same cash she'd made him leave behind. He put the money in his pocket, climbed into his Jeep, and set off. His blackmail scheme hadn't paid off. He'd obviously been wrong about what he'd seen. But now this new opportunity had presented itself, and with the grand already in his pocket, how could he really lose? Okay, she probably wasn't playing with a full deck, but he didn't figure her for any more gun-wielding. Why would she give him this much money if she didn't mean what she said? He would be very careful. But Kyle took this as perhaps the luckiest day of his life, and he told himself he'd be rough with her as a little payback for scaring him so badly. He bet she liked it rough. Well, he'd give the bitch more than she bargained for. Big Kyle was on the warpath. Michelle and Bailey watched through binoculars as the battle, or rather the series of skirmishes, took place all over the area. Charges and countercharges and hand-to-hand fighting that looked incredibly realistic. Every time the cannon boomed, Michelle jumped, and Bailey laughed. "Rookie," he said jokingly. Columns of men in gray and butternut brown would pour out to be met by walls of their counterparts in blue. Even with all the smoke, shots, cannon fire, screams, confusion, and rush of feet and smack of saber against saber everywhere, Michelle could easily see how the real thing would be far worse. At least no blood was pooling on the ground, no limbs were scattered around, there were no real sobs that heralded the dying gasps of the mortally wounded. The worst injury they'd observed was a sprained ankle. Michelle became very alert when she saw Eddie and his ragtag company explode out of the woods, shrieking the famous rebel yell. They were met by a volley of fire by their Union opponents, and half the men fell to the dirt, dead or dying. Eddie wasn't hit in the initial fire, and he and about a dozen of his men raced on. Eddie jumped the wooden breastworks and engaged in furious hand-to-hand combat with 3 Union soldiers, dropping 2 of them as Michelle looked on enthralled. He actually lifted one of the men up and threw him into a bush. As his soldiers were dropping all around him, Eddie pulled his saber and did some intricate swordplay with a Union captain, finally running him through. So realistic was it all that when Eddie turned to seek out another foe and took a rifle round right in his gut, Michelle felt all her breath rush out. As Eddie dropped to the ground, she felt an almost overpowering urge to pull her own weapon, rush forward and shoot the man who just killed Eddie. She turned and found Bailey's gaze on her. "I know. I felt the same way the first time I saw him get killed." For a few minutes none of the men moved at all, and Michelle felt herself growing nervous. Then Eddie sat up, leaned over, and spoke to the fallen man next to him, stood and walked over to join a relieved Michelle and Bailey. He took off his hat, wiped his sweaty brow. "That was absolutely amazing, Eddie," said Michelle. "Oh, shucks, ma'am. You should have seen me at Gettysburg or Antietam now. There I was in fine form." "You look pretty fine today," thought Michelle, and then she caught herself. King's remonstrations coming back to her. He was married. Even if his wife apparently didn't care for him, he was still married. "How do you know who dies or not?" she asked. "It's all pretty much planned out before. Most reenactments are held Friday to Sunday. On Friday, people start gathering and the generals go around to everybody, tell them what they need, who's going to be where, who dies, who doesn't. A lot depends on who shows up and with what, horses, cannons, stuff like that. Most everybody here is experienced, so there's not much of a learning curve, and the fighting is choreographed, at least for the most part, but there's always some room for improvisation. The guy I picked up and dumped in the bush, that was a little payback on my part. The last battle the little shit smacked me in the head with his sword handle, said it was an accident. I had a knot on my head for a week, so I accidentally picked him up and threw him into that thorn bush." She looked over where the dead men were still on the ground. "Are there rules about how long you have to stay there?" "Yes, but it's flexible. Sometimes the general tells you beforehand you have to stay down until the battle's over, or if we have ambulance carriers that show up, we may be taken off the field that way. They're filming today. So it's all a little trickier. But the cameras switched to another skirmish after I got killed, so I cheated a little and jumped ship," he added with a shy grin. "The scenery's a lot better over here compared to dead bodies." "I don't think I'll take that as a compliment," said Michelle, returning his smile. They later watched Eddie on horseback where he led his men on tactical probes of the Union line. The horsemen flashed by, racing up and down knolls and jumping obstacles in their way. Michelle turned to Bailey. "Where'd he learn to ride like that? You'd be surprised at what the man can do. Have you seen any of his paintings?" "No, but I really want to." Eddie rode by later and tossed his plumed cavalry hat to Michelle. "What's that for?" she said, catching it. "I wasn't killed." "You must be my good luck charm," he called out before dashing off again. A ladies' tea and fashion show followed. After that was instruction on dances of the Civil War era. Eddie partnered with Michelle and helped teach her the intricate steps of several. A formal ball followed that was supposed to be for reenactors only, but Eddie had a Civil War-era dress he said he'd bought from one of the sutlers that he gave to Michelle. She looked at it in surprise. "What am I supposed to do with this?" "Why, milady, if we're crashing the ball, you have to have the proper accoutrements. Come on, you can change in the truck. I'll stand guard so your reputation will remain intact." Eddie had gotten an outfit for Chip Bailey, too. But the FBI agent announced he had to leave. "I'll drive her home then," said Eddie. "I can't stay for the second day of the battle anyway. I'm leaving tonight." Michelle looked a little uncomfortable with this, but Eddie said, "I promise I'll be the perfect gentleman. And remember, we have Jonas in the trailer as a chaperone." They spent the next 2 hours dancing and eating and drinking. Eddie finally sat down, his big chest heaving while Michelle looked barely out of breath. "Okay, girl, you got some wind, I'll say that. Well, I didn't fight in a war today. I'm beat and my back is killing me. I've been riding horses and doing this fighting stuff way too long. You ready to call it a day?" "I am." Before they left, he took a Polaroid of her in her ball gown. "I'll probably never see you dressed like that again," he explained, "so I might as well have proof of it." She changed back into her regular clothes before the drive home. On the way they talked first about the battle and reenactments in general, and then about Michelle's background and family. "Lots of brothers, huh?" said Eddie. "Too many sometimes. I was the youngest, and though he'd never admit it, my dad dotes on me. He and my brothers are all cops. When I decided to join the ranks, he was none too pleased. He still hasn't quite gotten over it." "I had a brother," he said quietly. "His name was Bobby. We were twins." "I know, I heard. I'm sorry. He was a great kid, he really was. Sweet, do anything for you. He was just not all there. I loved him. I really did, and I miss him like hell. I'm sure it really devastated your whole family." "Yeah, I suppose it did," he said, "and I guess you and Savannah don't have much in common. She's a good kid, too, really bright, but she's sort of lost hell. I can't blame her. Look at me. I think you've done all right for yourself." He glanced over at her. "That's quite a compliment coming from you, an Olympian turned Secret Service agent and now a hotshot detective. How do you like working with Sean?" "He's great. I couldn't ask for a better partner and mentor." "He is one smart man, but let's face it, he's lucky to have you." Michelle looked out the window, obviously uncomfortable. "I'm not being fresh, Michelle. You two work well together? It's nice to be part of something like that. I guess I'm just envious." She looked over at him. "If you're unhappy, you can change that, Eddie. I am unhappy in some ways," he said, "but I don't think I have the courage to make a change. Not a real one. It's not just Dorothea. She goes her way and I go mine. Lots of marriages are set up just like that and I can deal with it. But I've got my mother too. Let's say I head out of here. What happens to her? She seems like a person well able to take care of herself. You might be surprised, especially now with everyone pointing fingers at her. Sean and I are going to meet with her and go through that, obviously. Whatever she said to Lulu worked. If Lulu believes she had nothing to do with Junior's death, other people will start to believe it too. It's not just Junior's death, it's my father. It's no secret that they had a rocky marriage at times, so some people suspect she killed him. I'm not sure that's something she can survive. Before we meet with Remy, you might want to see if she'll tell you what was in her closet that was stolen." He looked puzzled. "I thought it was just her ring and cash and stuff." "No, there was something else. Something she wanted back so badly that she offered Junior a lot of money for its return." Eddie gripped the wheel tighter. "What the hell could it be? I'm hoping you can find out if she'll tell anyone. I'm assuming she'll tell you. I'll try, Michelle. I'll give it my best shot." He drove her home and walked her up to the door. "When you come over to speak to Mom, drop by my place afterward, and I'll show you and Sean some of my paintings." Michelle's face lit up. "I'd like that, Eddie. I'd like that a lot. Well, thanks for a wonderful evening. I haven't had this much fun in a long time." He took a deep bow, and when he stood again, he handed her his plumed hat. "For you, milady?" he added. "Hell, I haven't had this much fun in the last 20 years. They stood there awkwardly, not looking at each other for a long moment. And then Eddie put out his hand, which she immediately shook. "Well, good night," he said. "Good night, Eddie." As he drove off with the horse trailer behind his truck, Michelle stood there fingering his cavalry hat and staring after him. Michelle had very infrequently allowed herself to think about a long-term relationship with a man. First had come the goal of being an Olympian, then a street cop, and then over the next decade she'd pounded her way through the intricacies and hardships of being a Secret Service agent. Those had been her expectations, her career goals, and she'd met each head-on and conquered them. Now at 32, having settled down in a small town and started a new career, thoughts had begun to creep in about the possibilities of something else besides work, besides clawing her way to the pinnacle of a new career. She'd never really envisioned herself as a mother, though she had no reason to believe she couldn't be a good one, but she could see herself as someone's wife. She stared at the swirl of dust lingering behind Eddie's departed truck, and once again she heard Sean's warning ringing in her ears. Eddie was married, if unhappily, and so for her that was the end of it. She went inside and spent the next hour kicking the crap out of her heavy bag. Chapter 54. While Michelle was at the reenactment, King received a phone call from Sylvia Diaz at his houseboat. "We missed you at the funeral and the reception," he said. "Well, I didn't know the battles, and I obviously wasn't invited to the reception. And crashing an event like that didn't seem to be a stellar idea." "You missed some interesting developments," he explained about Remy and Lulu Oxley, but didn't mention seeing Sally Wainwright at Junior's grave. The fewer people who knew about that right now, the better, he thought. "I need to talk to you. Are you free for dinner tonight?" she asked. "You sound stressed. Anything wrong? Sean, I think something is very wrong." That evening, King drove to a restaurant on the outskirts of Charlottesville. Sylvia hadn't wanted to meet in Wrightsburg. Her cryptic response to his question had left him full of curiosity. When they were seated at a private table in the back, he didn't waste any time. "Okay, what's going on?" Sylvia launched into her discovery of Kyle's theft of the prescription drugs and seeing the mysterious woman at the aphrodisiac. King sat back, puzzled. "You didn't recognize her voice?" "No, it was muffled by the door." Kyle obviously didn't know who she was either, and she was armed, so I didn't want to push my luck in finding out. "No, you did the right thing. $1,000 a pop, that should narrow the list down. Obviously a wealthy woman or one with access to money. I thought it was only the dancers who stayed in those rooms." "Well, I can't be sure that it wasn't one of the dancers," replied Sylvia. "From what I heard, she performed some sort of striptease for him, although he became furious when it didn't end in sexual intercourse. I remember him clearly yelling at her for shaking her naked ass right in front of him and then not letting him do her, something vulgar like that. I certainly never saw that side of him at work, thank God." "What sort of drugs are we talking?" "Painkillers, mostly, but potent ones. Some that if you circumvent the time-release component or take too many can give you a very dramatic shock, sometimes life-threatening. And you saw her leave?" "I think it was her, but I couldn't be 100% sure if it was. She drove off in a convertible Mercedes-Benz, one of the older styles, like an antique. I couldn't get the license plate, and I couldn't make out the color for sure, but it was dark, maybe a green or dark blue. So if that was her, I guess she wasn't one of the dancers. If so, she would have just stayed at the club. We should still be able to trace the car."
"What should I do about Kyle? Seems like it's a police matter. You have the proof and you were a witness. Do you think I should confront him with it?" "No, there's no telling what he might do. I'll speak with Todd tomorrow and see what he thinks. But you better start thinking about finding a new assistant." She slowly nodded. "I guess I should have seen this coming. Kyle was always cutting things close. I caught him on the computer in the admin office the other day, and he gave me a BS story about buying supplies. He was probably fudging the pharmacy inventory while I was standing right there. He's obviously good at lying, and while he seems like the nonviolent type, those are just the ones you have to be careful about. I'll handle it first thing in the morning." She smiled at him. "It's nice to be taken care of for a change." He returned the smile and looked around. "They have an excellent wine cellar here. Mind if I order something extraordinary? Like I said, it's nice to be taken care of. If memory serves me correctly, they have a 1982 Chateau Ducru Bouquet. Du Crubocayu? My French is a little rusty. It means beautiful pebble, he said, staring at her eyes. Seems appropriate. The next 2 hours went very quickly, and the conversation moved away from Kyle to more personal issues. George and I used to come here every year for our anniversary, said Sylvia, as she stared out the window at the full moon hovering over them. Nice place to celebrate, commented King. I actually brought Michelle here when we started our agency. I was laid up in the hospital so drugged up I didn't even know he'd been killed until a couple of days later. What were you in the hospital for? Ruptured diverticulum of the colon. George performed the surgery on me. It became a little more involved once he got in there, and I had a reaction to the anesthesia, and my blood pressure bottomed out. Not really a dinner topic, sorry. Must be stressful for a doctor to perform surgery on his wife. That sort of surgery was his specialty. I think he instinctively knew it might be a little more complicated than the tests showed, and he was right. George was far and away the best surgeon in the area, nationally ranked, in fact. I was in the best possible hands. She suddenly dabbed at her eyes with a napkin. King reached over and took her hand. I know that was all very painful for you, Sylvia. I'm really sorry you had to go through that. She took a deep breath and wiped her eyes. You'd think I'd get over it at some point. I keep telling myself it's part of life. In fact, whenever I autopsy a murder victim, I try to tell myself that. Death, sometimes violent, unfair death, is part of life. Without that outlook, I don't think I could do my job. He raised his glass to her. A job you do extraordinarily well. Thank you. It's nice to be appreciated. She looked at him shyly. What? He said. I was just wondering why we stopped seeing each other. I was starting to wonder the same thing. She lightly touched his hand. Maybe we should work on that. Maybe we should, said King.